Morning, Rebecca. We will be starting here in a moment. What up, Ken? Good to see you. All right, doing the final bits of show prep here. Should be going live in just about a minute. Everybody get comfortable. Alrighty. Oh, never mind. False start. All right, let's do it.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to a new edition of High on Politics. I hope you guys are doing well. If I haven't seen you guys for a few hours, if you were over on this space, hello, hello. If I have not seen you since last night, hello, hello. And if I have not seen you since some other time, if you are a lurker or any of that, hello, hello. Welcome to the show, everybody. If you guys can do me this solid, hit the like button as you file in here. Let's get this show started on the right track. That really does help. Also, yes, we have Liquid Stan in the house, already in full liquid mode. Yeah, I don't know, he tuckered himself out, so... but yes, you know what wakes the dog up. You know how to do that. If you guys do not know, dog gets a treat anytime somebody donates to the show. So just something to keep in the back of your mind. But yeah, the free way to help the show out, especially early on as we start here, is to hit that like button. If you guys could also join from your subscription list, that is still a thing. I will walk you through it one more time. So check this out. Check this out. Actually, you guys will get a little preview of what we're gonna watch. So boom. Okay, so we're gonna be checking out some of the Michigan protests. There's protests happening in Dearborn. Pretty sure there's an AI center or something. I don't really know. We'll check in on it in a little moment here. All right, you see this? You see this? There's the U. You know, there's yeah. You see? Yeah. Then you want to hit subscriptions right there. Then you want to join from this top section from your phone, or the side section on your PC. So, do appreciate that. All right, guys. Enough trying to butter you guys up for likes and such. Just, what's up? How we doing, guys? I'm in a kind of chill mood. Got my tea going. Oh, man. Let's say hello to some of y'all. Rebecca, how you doing? Mitch, what up, what up? Daddy Low. Grab him by the Marco Rubio. Yep. Mitch, how you doing, dude? Natch, what up? Ellipsis, hey, welcome to the show. Etch, what up? And if I missed anybody, apologies, but welcome in, guys. All right. Oh, God. Oh, my God. I so need a tea. Yeah, that's where I'm at today. I don't know. I was a little worried I was getting sick because, like, if you guys were on my last show over on this space, I was having, like, an allergy attack. At least it felt like I was. And I don't know. Like, I had that moment where I got lunch and I was not feeling great. So I laid down for about 20 minutes and I rebounded pretty fast. So I don't know. Maybe I just had something that I needed to, like, knock out of my lungs. Who knows? Enjoyed the Pepaganda show. It got real. We're effed. No point sugarcoating it. Yep. Yeah, sorry. Shit did get real. I forgot about that. Oh, man. Am I gonna get in trouble? Are people mad at me? Damn it. People are gonna be mad at me. Did anybody unsub? Let's see. I didn't even check. Someone did unsub. Damn it. I did it again. Whatever. It's okay. It's okay. You know what? It got a little, I got a little spicy. I told some uncomfortable truths, man. Like, I did just kind of lay it on there, you know. Not trying to be a doomer, but shit's so fucked. And it's just we're not focused on the right stuff, and we just constantly, yeah. I'm not gonna revisit it entirely, but Kinsley, hey, I just saw that you are here. What's up? What's up? No, Natch, I'm thank you for kind of backing me on this one. I don't know. I was a little worried about being that real, but and that's me. That's me, like, you know, sugarcoating it for you guys, where I just don't talk about it. That's my way of, like, kind of not freaking out about this stuff, is just, yeah, there's certain things that I'll just be like, yeah, I don't want to talk about it. What? Okay, so hold on, guys. What is this? What is this protest? Hold on. Excuse me. Protests are continuing to grow in Dearborn, Michigan, ahead of city council meeting. That's why I, like, when I see the city council meeting, is it no data centers? Because there's no, like, status quo or anybody here, like, covering it. This is actual Fox 2 Detroit, which we're not used to getting actual coverage. I don't know, though. This seems... Oh, no. A lot of don't tread on me flags. American... All right, so these are Trumpers. Huh. What are they here for? Okay, so does anybody have any idea what the hell is going on in Dearborn, Michigan? I don't know. We're gonna keep an eye on it. Got it on my little sub screen here, so something interesting happens, we'll go back to it. Beard hit the like button. Wait, Beard. 13 people must give misinformation here. That's why nobody here. I guess. Or I'm just a small streamer. That's okay. I'm not exactly like a exclusively a news station. I just happen to cover a lot of news. Yeah, but what's the misinfo today? The Trump's Aide scandal. He actually does have a scandal there. Yeah, where's Melania at? I don't know. I don't see you guys asking the tough questions here. Not like you guys like you would care if it was Obama, but let's see. Trump panics as Iran attacks. He is panicking as Iran is attacking. I don't know what's false there. And then, yeah, literally just checked in on the Michigan protests. So, I don't know. Where's the misinformation, sir? Please specify. AIDS? With an E, dude. With an E, dude. I actually almost made that mistake when I was doing the caption today. Where I was just like, I don't think that's how you spell Aide. It's like, oh, helper, like his helpers. Yeah, it's the person that carries his diaper bag. Sorry to hear about your wife. Thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, we are actually in what I would consider, I mean, if there is a good portion of this, she got, told that there's no cancer cells in her body right now. We have to go in for CT scans every few months, but right now, things are good. And we're gonna keep the positivity going. So, wipes and wait. Afternoon, bud. How am I doing today? Boomerang. I'm doing okay. I don't know. I hope I'm not getting sick. That's kind of my thing. I had like an allergy attack, but then I got like a little bit of a headache going, so yeah. Got my tea. We're chilling. But yeah, as I said, guys, hit that like button as you file in here. Man, it's only been a whopping 13 minutes. And I had already checked in on something. I think that actually might be the new record. The Kangaroo Kid today. Cup of tea time? Yes, it is very much so cup of tea time. Some natural honey. Ooh, well, natural honey. Well, I mean, local honey, I should say. I think I talked about that a little bit. We did the farmer's market thing. It was pretty cool. Farmer's markets are fun, man. That's one thing about, like, if you live in a city, and you have farmer's markets, like, I don't know, I consider myself lucky. Okay, so the cops are... Hold on. Cops are expanding. Something's going on. A little commentary? Oh, damn. It's getting in the cop's face. Oh, this will be fun. This will be fun. Yeah, they're literally blocking off the entire, like, entrance to the courthouse. Huh. Alright. Head of a potential clash of groups in Dearborn. Clash of groups. So that makes me think, wait, are these all just Trump protesters? And then where's the counter protesters? Or like the... Huh. I hate to say it, this is the stuff that I don't necessarily, like, if they treat them the same way that they treat the protesters in Minnesota, I mean, it's not cool regardless. Ah, I tricked you. See? You guys thought I was going to be like, yeah, they deserve it. Nope. I just don't want to see them getting preferential treatment. That's one thing I will say. All right, well, we'll go back to that. As I said, we'll keep an eye on it throughout the night. It's supposed to be there for at least like the next hour or so, so we'll keep an eye on it. 80 stream. Oh, holy crap. You got the 80 stream streak today. Ken, congratulations. That's badass, dude. 80 streams. Wow. Dude, that's awesome. Man, you've been here, wow. You haven't missed a single, like, one in 80 days. That's off to you. That's fucking fire right there, dude. Thank you. Thanks for all the support, guys. Like, it means a lot to me. It really does. You know, especially in these early days of my career. That's what I'm still considering this, even though I'm 2 years in now. Now I feel bad. Don't feel bad. It's cool, man. Yeah. Oh, sorry, guys. I don't want to make anybody feel bad here for not being, you know. I didn't think about that angle. Oops. Well, also, Robin, what's up? There's body cam footage of you on YouTube. Jake Lang is one of the one that goes, oh, this is a Jake Lang protest. Okay, Jake Lang trying to go to Dearborn and get pulled over in a U-Haul for driving using his phone on August 14th. Oh. Okay. Well, that kind of explains some things. Apparently it was called a Christian Crusader March. Ah, that makes a lot more sense. Okay, and in Dearborn, where they think that it's a heavy Muslim community. I get it. Okay. Well, whatever. Hey, by the way, guys, if you haven't already subscribed, let's get that let's get 1 sub so I can at least go back. God damn it, dude. Ugh. I hope you know I do it for you guys. I do it for you. God, there are some days I wish I could have just done the character thing because, man, I think that I wouldn't have lost a lot of people, and on top of it, it would have given me, like, that whole, like, hey, you know, a degree of, you know, not anonymity, but, you know, or no, you don't know. I don't even fucking know. I have something in my eye, and I just got completely derailed. I am falling apart today. Between allergy attacks, possibly being sick, and then this, what is happening to me? Yesterday was my 165th. What? Wait, for real? Wait, you reached 100 and I didn't even know that? Hermit, what the fuck? Well, Hermit, congratulations on your 165th stream. Holy crap. In a row. Damn, that's commitment, bro. Like, thank you. Like, damn. Okay, body cam footage. Ooh. Yeah, we'll check that out. Ooh. We got body cam footage of Jake Lang being arrested. Okay. Thank you for that. Robin. Awesome. Yeah, no, thank you for doing that. Yeah, here. We'll check out here's Jake Lang getting arrested.
Yeah. Yes, but I mean, I'm burning books today. Okay. Going back. Oh, am I free to go? Hold on. I'm going to do what I need to do. I plan on putting 2 drones on the ground right here and burning them and then getting the fuck out of Dodge. Is that my record? What? This is insanity.
On May 10, 2026, Edward Lang, better known as Jake Lang, traveled to Dearborn, Michigan, home to one of the largest Muslim communities in the United States, to protest against Islam. During his demonstration, Jake has burned Qurans, displayed bacon, and made several visits to Dearborn, with tensions increasing during each visit. In this video, we'll take a look at body cam footage from Jake's encounter with the Dearborn Police Department while traveling in a rented U-Haul truck. An officer observed Jake allegedly using his cell phone while operating the U-Haul and requested a nearby marked patrol unit to initiate a traffic stop. What began as a cell phone violation would ultimately lead officers to make an unexpected discovery inside the truck.
Ooh.
Let's take a look at what happened.
How's Edward become Jake? Oh, and there's that butthole pucker moment where you're just like, whoop! 10 and 2, 10 and 2, 10 and 2. Yeah, we've all been there. If you've ever driven, you've been there. Forget that some people don't drive. My grandma never got her license.
He's real slow to stop. cops are both on their phone right now.
Why can't these right-wingers deal with the name that they were born with? That's kind of weird. I mean, does that mean that we just dead name them all the time? Because I think that, yeah, just calling him Ed. It's like, shut up, Ed.
1940.
Want to call this out of one? Yeah, if you could.
Ha! Oh, he didn't even pull in.
Hey, Jacob, do you have all the information?
You will never take over this country. Christ is Lord. You don't love Christ. Your Jesus, no. My Jesus is different.
The register, the thing they gave us, the paper when we checked that.
I didn't know you were going to need it.
Ed, Eddie, and Idiot.
Do you have an email? Did they email you a receipt?
No, I just put it out.
No, we did cash.
Yeah.
They didn't give you a contract or anything?
You have to have a
I
contract.
do have a contract, but it's in the other
It's just a
car.
receipt. of
What
how
car
much
is
I paid.
that? Can we try and get a hold of that?
It's an hour from here at his house.
You got a picture or anything?
I didn't even know we needed it. And it tells we needed it.
Yeah, dude. You need to have proof that you didn't steal the fucking thing.
Who should be on the contract?
Who's on the contract? I'm an authorized driver on the contract, but
It's under his name.
Okay, just give me 1 second, okay?
About a group of 20 out right now.
I want to see him go full. Oh my god!
Oh my god! He's telling me he's gonna take off. Jacob, you're not free to leave.
His name's not Jacob, it's Eddie. Edward? Edward?
No.
Edward.
Okay. Don't leave the stop right now, okay? I don't want you to get a felony.
I don't want you to what?
The officer makes a phone call while attempting to locate Jacob's information on his computer before approaching him again to continue the investigation.
Yep. He doesn't have any of the U-Haul info. He doesn't have any paperwork. Okay. Okay. See ya. Can you send that to Scope?
By the way, if you're just joining us, this is Jake Lang, the internet's favorite idiot.
Where's your license out of?
Florida.
Yeah. You have a valid license?
Yeah, I do.
Constantly fucking around and finding out, but apparently this is the thing, guys. Like, he has so many different infractions. You understand that
I was at a hockey game and lost
most
my wallet.
normal people would be in jail.
That's all I have is my passport. That's why I don't have a wallet. Hold on.
Where I came from is right here. This is God's country.
That's why I kind of think he's an op.
Jesus is king, baby. Christ is Lord. Shut up, you white liberal. Fucking white liberal. Loser. You're a loser. You got nothing. No religion, no race, no nothing. You don't even matter.
Do you want to take a picture on your phone?
I'm sure.
This is what we're fighting against, guys. Me and Jake Lang right here. While we're getting harassed.
Yeah, I was on the phone with my security setting up over there because I'm much safer. There's like 100 cops over there waiting for us to have outside the mosque.
They're starting to move this way, so.
Well, this is not where we're demonstrating.
I understand that, but you did a violation, right?
Spitting.
Technically, I was evading hundreds of people trying to kill me.
Throw rocks.
But when
Throw
a cop
stuff
tries to stop you,
like
you gotta
animals.
stop.
No, I thought you were escort because I just had an escort of literally 50 police vehicles.
Dude.
And I beat at you.
Oh my god, they're always victims too.
I was not.
They're trying to kill me.
Because I was
I gotta
like,
get that number.
Okay.
Motherfuckers there me foaming at the mouth.
Yeah, you can't even have your phone in your hand while you're driving.
I understand. I was escaping a mob. There's about 1,000 people in a Hamtramck that were at protest for me.
Yeah, because only terrorists say that. Only terrorists say Allah Akbar.
The God of the Quran is not the God of the Bible. Do not be fooled. Allah is not.
God, these guys are just what miserable existences.
If you deviate with it, you're gonna have problems. Is that clear?
Yes, but I mean, I'm burning books today.
Going back to 3.5.
I'm about to give him his ticket.
Kaz wants us moved, so.
I'm All right.
Jake does not have his driver's license or any U-Haul rental paperwork with him. Officers decide to move the traffic stop to a safer location before continuing their investigation.
Yeah, I don't believe they came back now.
Hey, I gotta grab your information real quick. Because you guys don't have the information in the car, we gotta call U-Haul and everything.
You can't get any return
It's a
on
little
it.
bit longer than we expected, unfortunately. Do you have your ID? Yeah.
Who would rent to this guy?
And you're the one that rented.
Apparently U-Haul.
Okay, who's all on the contract? That's it.
Although that would explain why he's not on the contract, because he's probably been banned from getting a U-Haul. That's why he needs his friend to do it.
Is that the email?
What's that?
Okay. 1 second. Jacob, you are getting a ticket today for being on your phone. Okay. All right, you got 14 days to make a court date. I'm sorry, man. I don't know if you knew about Ford Road, but it's probably one of the dangerous roads in Dearborn because people crash all the time.
You don't even mass people trying to kill me, and you guys are
I know.
fucking ticket.
I understand. I gotta grab this stuff.
It appears the officer who issued Jake's
This is where the cops are not doing themselves any favors. The way that they fucking definitely treat leftists or perceive leftists a lot differently than these
was
shitheads.
preparing to return his personal belongings and release
Wow.
him from the scene. Just as that was happening, a command officer came over the radio and instructed the officer to hold off and continue Jake's detention.
Okay.
There we go. There we go. There we go. Commanding the CO. All right, coming through. Dude, whatever's in my eye is killing me.
I'm getting word not to.
Stop for now. We're
Oh, there it is. Got it.
Okay, got you, Kyle.
Jeez. A piece of salt or something.
Here you go.
For U-Haul, impound the vehicle because the person actually driving it is not listed as an operator of the vehicle. Per U-Haul, we're impounding the car, the vehicle.
Okay, well, I handled it. Somebody want to start J&T?
Ooh, dude, I swear to God. He's just like, okay. Let's see how he handles it. Just got here. What's the news? We're watching Jake Lang's body cam arrest from the 14th in Dearborn, Michigan. And apparently they're having a protest right now.
For you. You want me to handle it or you? I can handle it. All right. So, you unfortunately have to impound the car because you're not an authorized driver per U-Haul.
I signed the contract.
You're saying that you're not.
I mean, I have ongoing litigation with U-Haul. I don't know if that is why.
I mean, you could add it to it. You know what I mean? So.
I'm going to have to demonstrate right here, right now. Then you guys towing it right now?
Yeah, we have to.
Is it going to be towed right now? I'm going to hop in the back of it. I'm going to be standing in the back.
I mean, this is. Come on, bro. Give me 1 second, okay?
I'm standing in the back right now. You hand me my ticket. I'm going to do my demonstration.
Yeah.
And then when the tow truck's here and everything happens.
Give me 1 second.
Am I free to go?
Hold on.
No.
Am I free to go?
No. Oh my God, dude. What the fuck? What the actual fuck? Do you understand how much leniency this fucking asshole's getting?
Yeah, you can leave this. But,
Okay,
but
I'm
you
standing
cannot do
in-
anything with U-Haul's property.
Okay, but I'm standing on it. I mean, they have to come and pound it. I'm going to stand till they come and take it or whatever. Then I'm using.
Why would you tow it, bro? Come on, man.
Because U-Haul is telling us to. It's their property.
What do you mean tell us to tow it? Why?
It's like if somebody was driving your car and you said, hey, please tow that car, then we have to.
I was watching. You know what? Even if this is a small thing, it's fun watching these assholes have a fucking really bad day.
They can have their property. I'm going to do what I need to do.
Okay. Do you have a lot of stuff in there? You need help getting it out, or?
Me and my guys will get it out.
Okay.
But we're demonstrating here then.
Okay. He's saying he's demonstrating right here, so. Huh? All right. I mean,
The thing is, I'm pretty sure if this was a left-wing like thing, they'd be like, "Do you have a permit to do so?"
yeah. What do you want me to do? I mean,
Tow it and arrest him.
this is Dearborn Heights too, so.
Wow, this cop is really just. What do you want me to do about it, man? There's like nothing I can do about it.
What's your area? On the area.
So that's gonna make it really unsafe if we have to carry everything over to the mosque. This is so we can get in and out easily. What do you mean you don't have time for that? All right. I mean, when the tow truck gets here, they can claim their property from wherever it's at.
Wait, so they have a plainclothes officer that was here the entire time?
Pick it up from half a block away right there. We're not going far. And they're authorized. I mean, I'm authorized too. I don't know why they're. I had litigation with them. They doxed me last time. I did for my protest. One of their employees put my driver's license on the internet.
How is this guy real? It's not. The thing that really bugs me is the fact that, again, if this was any other fucking left-wing demonstrators, they would already have the shit impounded, and they would definitely not be allowed to fucking leave with all their shit.
But, I mean, I signed a contract with my friend.
Now I'm inclined to go to Dearborn with a U-Haul and try this exact same thing. Well, minus the actual traffic infraction. So, never mind.
Yeah, I mean, we gotta get our valuables out.
I mean, they're already being way too nice with this guy.
Okay, yeah, there's no weapons in the car.
Why did they silence it?
You can clear it. We're gonna stand.
Is he searching them? They're not being detained. Thing is, I would actually like put those SKUs with any stolen books, because I don't think they're going out and buying that shit. And if they are, joke's on them.
Whose mushrooms are these? You said this was your backpack.
What?
You said this was your backpack.
That's not my bag. Those are my books inside that bag. That's another person's bag, though. It's not my bag. I'm not going to rat on my friend, but it's not my bag.
Okay, so the driver of the vehicle takes responsibility for all items in the vehicle?
I mean, I didn't put that bag in the vehicle. Somebody
Oh,
else's
damn.
books there, too. He got those books. It's another person. It's not even my passenger.
Yeah. He's got shrooms. He's got shrooms.
Locked up my friend. That's his bag. I mean, they fucking took him for the guy that just got taken for the warrant.
The fact that he didn't put any gloves on either, this cop is very, very fucking flippant with the way that he just went about that. But yeah, busted.
It's a mushroom.
I don't know. I've never seen it before.
Is that their security? That I'm assuming isn't off duty?
Look at this. It's like some dark stuff, huh? Tarot books?
Well, I think that's what they would try to buy.
Huh?
Tarot?
Supposedly they were him trying to buy him books.
Oh my god, oh my god, these cops are fucking so stupid. They're gonna start arresting people for fucking witchcraft for tarot.
What the heck? Alright, I'm gonna give you this bag because I'm done with it, and you can put it on the sidewalk over there. Okay. There were shrooms in his bag, in a bag in the car, and he said, "Yeah, that was it." Captain's on the phone with somebody right now. I don't know.
Dark stuff. Yeah, I'm telling you. The more I'm watching these cop videos, the more I'm starting to realize it's just like, yeah, dude. Yeah, there's no wondering why these fucking cops are very, very friendly with the ICE officers. There's no fucking wondering.
The crowd's getting a little stinky over here. Okay, I'll ask him what he wants me to do.
What up, Anna?
Yep. Hey, Jacob, come here real quick. So I really don't want to leave you with the angry mob. Is there anywhere we can take you?
I'm going to, so right, is that legal over here? That's not my shit.
Illegal in the city, dude.
Okay, what's happening with that?
Let me ask my boss real quick. Obviously, this is like a higher...
Let me ask my boss real quick. What the fuck? Are you a manager at a Wendy's? Like, what the actual fuck?
It's disgusting, but I plan on putting 2 crowns on the ground right here and burning them and then getting the fuck out of Dodge. So you guys just wait here and then give me an escort at
We're
city
towing
limits.
this car and we're leaving, so it's...
We just found out that 1/3 of the immigration-related arrests in Florida were done by Florida Highway Patrol, not ICE. Yep.
You guys have
That doesn't surprise me.
Talk it for a second. Take him behind the car, search real quick for my back seat.
Okay. Let me phone. Let me lock it.
Search him back there, sir. You want to move this car? Can you move this car right here? Here, just face this way.
I can like charge with my hand. I don't
Yep,
want
that's fine. Just put it on top of the car. Tap your head. Thanks.
Gotta save that for later. Yeah, that cop. Wait, is the Confederate guy getting arrested? Yeah, this is Jake Lang, like the instigator. He got arrested on the 14th in Dearborn.
Can I have my phone?
No, not in the back of our seats. Against the policy.
Okay. It's live streaming, like sitting there, so
Okay.
just like watching you guys are
Yeah,
saying.
it's fine. Yeah, we'll keep it on.
So if I was a counter protest, oh, these are the counter protesters. That's hilarious. They get to watch them just get arrested and like have their car towed. That's a win in itself if you're at that protest. And he was gonna be a dick and burn books. Like, oh my god, that's kind of fun. You know what? Good for them. They had a good day. What up, Bandit? Good to see you.
After a lengthy detention, the captain on scene advised officers that both Jake and his passenger would be arrested for possession of the suspected psychedelic mushrooms.
Ah ha ha! They were totally getting okay. They thought they were getting away with that too.
Turn around. Just turn around. Put your hands behind your back, please.
Why?
Why?
You're under arrest for now, okay? They're gonna come explain
Why?
the charges in a minute, okay?
Why? Wait, why? Ha ha ha! Love it. You entitled little prick.
I didn't do nothing.
My captain's gonna come explain in a second, okay?
Nothing makes my day like quite like seeing Jake Lane get arrested. Matt from AAG, yeah. This is fun. This is good. This is nice.
I got you, man. Let me do this so it don't tighten up on you anymore.
1 second. Bear with me.
should be good.
Oh, you know what?
Yeah, I know, man. Okay, you got enough space. Okay.
I ain't going nowhere, dude.
All right. Just hang tight for a second, okay, sir?
There's the
You guys
handcuffs.
cuffing me and taking me?
Yeah.
What do you need for Chad? You probably can't
What's the
do it
charge?
while they're yelling.
Possession of the shrooms.
Chad called for a guy, and I stopped and
So just
identified.
turn around, put your hands behind your back, palms together like this, okay?
Please.
This is insanity.
This is insanity.
Turn around, put your hands behind your back, okay?
Not really. I mean, I don't know why. Again, I don't understand the sense of entitlement where you get busted, you know, with illicit substances and immediately you're just like, why can't I just go?
Put your palms
What the fuck?
together like
Do you understand how like panicked I'd be when they pulled out that purple fucking bag where it's just like, crap.
praying so they don't hurt you.
Hey, so.
Unless you're in Colorado where it's completely legal, it's just crap.
Okay, go ahead, let's go.
Will he beat the charge? Likely, but still, he had a bad day because of this, and it ruined his day.
What was that?
It's a misdemeanor offense or a felony?
Yeah, high misdemeanor. Arrestable offense.
Misdemeanor. First offense? That's not your first offense there, guy. Oh, first offense for that kind of arrest, though. That kind of makes sense. That was definitely his friends then. I mean, his buddy was the one that had that look of just like,
Oh,
huh?
wait.
Hey, Chip, I'm going to try to get him on the phone. It's not that great with Claire with the guy in the white hoodie.
You gotta sit back for me so I can put this seatbelt on you.
Can you put,
Yeah,
I
I'm
have
gonna grab
one
your
phone on me, but I need the other one.
Okay.
Oh, you do? Okay.
You gotta sit back so I can put the seatbelt on you.
What's that? Okay.
Yeah, pro tip, if you're going to instigate, don't bring illicit substances.
Sit back for me.
Yeah, pro tip.
Oh, my Corona bacon.
Negative, it's not.
Back in the hat or no? What happened?
It's going with us.
Okay. We're coming.
Alright.
This is gay. Fucking gay. Make America white again! Make America white! Make America white again! Free my people! Free my people! Free my people! Fucking genocide of white people!
Whoa, whoa. So what now? Oh,
Arrest me for some fucking other guy's backpack in the backseat.
what? He's gonna cry.
His passenger, identified as David Shaheen, were transported to the Dearborn Police Department for booking. The U-Haul David had rented was towed back to a U-Haul location at the company's request, as Jake was not listed as an authorized driver. Once in booking, Jake was issued a misdemeanor citation for possession of a controlled substance, which is punishable by up to 1 year in jail and a $2,000 fine. He was also cited for operating while using a mobile device and failure to display a valid license. As for David, he was also issued a misdemeanor citation for possession of a controlled substance. Both men were released pending future court dates. However, additional charges were later filed against both men. Although these charges were filed after the fact, court records list the same May 11th offense date as the incident shown in this video. Jake was additionally charged with littering, open burning first offense, and open burning third offense.
Oh.
Jake's next court date is a pretrial.
Oh man, that means that some counter protesters were like, "Yo, we got some extra stuff."
Hearing scheduled for
They
September
left
10th,
us here.
2026. As for David, he was additionally charged with assault and battery and is scheduled for a pretrial hearing on September 17th, 2026. Since this incident
Trump doesn't know what he's doing. I know. Zyra, welcome to the show.
occurred in May, Jake has already returned to Dearborn. During a visit on August 2nd,
We are not
tensions
pro-Trump
escalated
here.
when Jake was chased and assaulted before police officers intervened. Several arrests were made in connection with the assaults, including the arrest of a 57-year-old Detroit resident who was later taken into ICE custody. Jake has continued to announce plans to return to Dearborn, including an upcoming appearance at the Dearborn City Council meeting on August 18th.
That's what that
In
was.
response,
Yeah, the 18th.
Dearborn
Yeah.
Police Chief released a message urging residents not to show up or engage with Jake during his visit.
I'm Chief Issa Shaheen, and we're aware that individuals and groups from outside our community may come to the Dearborn City Council meeting on Tuesday, August 18th. Please stay home. These groups that are coming here are coming for one reason, and that's to provoke a reaction and generate attention. If nobody shows up to react, they have nothing.
Thank you for watching, and we
Wait, but so you're literally telling counter protest. This is the cops doing their thing where it's like, don't show up. We have to let them do this, but don't show up. Fuck you. Fucking pigs, dude. Seriously. This is why everybody's going back to fuck the man. Fuck you pigs. Like, Jesus. I mean, unless you're a true bootlicker, which, ugh, he has permanently damaged our reputation. Yeah, he has. Yeah, if you guys weren't here for my my show earlier, I kind of went for it. Well, not here. Over on this space, on my 2-hour show, Pepaganda, that is exclusively on this space, at this space TV on YouTube. Yeah, I kind of went for it and I went for the full doomer. I just said, like, there was some, like, what's the fucking point if, like, we constantly just, it feels like there's just no movement. And we're not going to be able to move because of the fact that, like, everything is just so stupid and existential. Like, dude, Trump got the power to operate a bank this week, and that story is barely breaking the, like, public consciousness. So it's just, I don't know, man. That was Pep screaming. Yeah, doing a little bit of macho madness. Yeah. HBX, So doing over here, the BX. Doing BMX, Took the M out. Didn't want anybody to know that he's out there doing some biking. Going out on the rails, I don't know, man. I'm still It's just like yesterday. Like, yesterday was not my best, like, as far as, like, material or any of that stuff. So I'm just, yeah. And I'm not feeling much better today, so. Gotta do, no, not really, actually. You just need to have a very, very good amount of caffeine in your body. Or you just gotta be amped up. I mean, I can get myself amped up to that point. Like, especially if I watch one of his promos. I have figured out that if I watch one of his promos first, obviously, then do it. Oh yeah, so much better. But yeah, I did kind of just have it today. So, pep in your step. Yep. Hope you're feeling better soon. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, on Friday night. Yep. Caffeine. Yeah. What a little caffeination in your nose. Yeah. That's where it goes. That's not how you drink coffee. And that Trump is going to erase the database of shell companies and owners for Epstein class crimes. That would be like erasing a fingerprint database. Yep, cool. Whatever, man. They're all going to get away with it. They don't, like, there's new information coming out about the Epstein files. No one's getting arrested. Nothing's going to happen. We're all going to sit here with pits in our stomach fucking wondering why the elite class isn't being arrested. Well, you know why? Because of those fucks. Because those assholes, those cops that we, put our trust in to protect our communities, their first goal is to make sure that the state is taken care of. And not just the state, but the federal government and the state. The actual people who make it up, fuck them. Ooh, I'm right back at it. No one with power seems to care. No, Hakeem Jeffries literally said that he doesn't support Medicare for all. 90% of his caucus is out here, saying, hey, this is what's gonna win us the election, and he's going out there saying no. So honestly, I mean, today was the first day where I'm like, maybe I just give up. I give up, even trying to think that, give up. This is where I've really come to terms with the fact that I ain't moving shit. And you know what? Realistically, and I'm not trying to talk smack on any of my fellow creators, but realistically, nobody really is. It's dude, Breaking Points, Kyle Kolinsky, Majority Report, even Hassan, for fuck's sake, they barely move the needle when it comes to our actual every fucking day lives. And it's getting really, really annoying. Hakeem Jeffries needs... Yeah, well, how? That requires people to actually vote him out of power. But everybody's too scared to do that. You even have AOC that's scared to commit to voting against Hakeem Jeffries because that's the power structure that we have right now. Dems aren't here to make things better. They are here to protect the status quo. Absolutely. That's why voting for Democratic Socialists is the answer and has been the answer. But realistically, we keep running into fucking these really, really dumb problems. Like, yeah, Francesca Hong, I'm going to just say it, man. She wasn't a great candidate. Hassan is working on it. I know. Hassan's doing a good job. I'm not... Like, that's the thing. I don't want you guys, like, thinking that I'm shitting on the actions and the movement that is out there. I'm just saying where I'm at, it literally it feels so fucking dour. Like, I just feel so powerless. And that, like, there are days where I just want to fucking give up. And I mean just be done with politics and just do what my dad did. Just give up. Like, never vote again, not engage in politics, just stop caring, live my life until the day I just fucking croak, because what's the point? It's like, you know, because the weirdest part is most people are like doing this to build a better world for the future generations. I can honestly say I'm not sure if I actually give a shit about the future generations anymore. I gotta be real. I'm at that nihilistic point in my life where I'm just like, I just don't fucking care. Most people don't care to make a fucking better world for their own fucking kids. Why should I have to fucking pretend that I fucking care when they don't want to do the bare minimum? To be completely real, no, I don't care. I do not care if these kids have a good education anymore. I don't fucking care. If the parents don't want to shape up, then fuck you. Don't tell me that I need to give a shit about this when you don't. Like, this is my biggest fucking problem with American parents. They want everybody to parent their kids except for them. But they will never, ever let the teachers or anybody that is influential actually be influential. Because at the end of the day, they just want little fucking carbon copies of themselves. Then they're disappointed. Then they check out. That's why most of them start drinking in their mid-40s once their kids turn into teenagers. Because then they realize they didn't get that perfect version of the kid that they wanted. You can't predict the future, and all you can do is pass down loving, caring advice. Sure. Pep said calmly. Yes. I mean, deep breaths. I'm fine. I'm fine. Actually, I felt really good to get out of my system. Because realistically, guys, I do feel that way. I don't want to mask it anymore, and the thing is, I haven't really done that much. I mean, I've been pretty open about how I feel, but I'm just making it abundantly clear. Until I see more people actually, like, give a shit about the future, like, it's not just, like, conservative or any of this shit. It's Americans. The more I see it, the more I see Americans just not give a fuck about each other, about the future, about the climate, about any of it. That's why I'm tired of being the one that's just like, why do I have to be the one that cares? Just because I was born with a semi-more analytical brain than their fucking average person. You don't want the perfect version of a child. All you want is for them to be happy as adults. No, I understand. And, like, this is not shitting on any of my, like, the parents on the stream here, guys. I understand that this, like, trust me, I get it. I do get it. Like, having a guy that's, like, about to turn 40 telling you, like, especially if you have children, and, like, if you agree with me politically and you agree with my takes, this could actually come across as, like, a little more existential for you because you do genuinely care about your child's future. You have put a lot of fucking effort in. You know what? Chances are your kid is awesome. Chances are you have a good person. You've raised a good person. That's what sucks, is the world's not going to... this is the hard reality. The world will not reward you being a good parent. The world will not reward your kid for being a good person. Honestly, you should have raised a shithead kid that was... like, honestly, you might as well have just given up, put them on an iPad, and given them Polymarket, because that's their future. That was cold, dude. I realized it after it left my mouth, where I was like, damn, that was cold. But true. The world rewards shitbags. Oh, absolutely, dude. Oh, yeah. The more corrupt you are, the more, like, dude, for real. Pap, that cut deep. But you're right. I know. That's what sucks. It's my favorite song. Sakura. Sorry, I'm just gonna vibe with that song for a second. What sucks is that it wasn't even that cold. No, it really wasn't. It's just the fact that it's a harsh reality. That's something we probably won't agree on. Consequences for leadership committing treason. My view, more volatile. Again, your view is probably unrealistic, because most people's views tend to be the extreme, let's go fucking Punisher mode, which, have you seen that they have this flock camera state? You're not getting close to anybody, okay? Like, stop. Stop with your fucking fantasies. That's honestly why I'm at this point of, like, just feeling it, like, bad, is because that is unrealistic. It's all unrealistic. Dude, these people have fucking islands. They live in, like, have you ever seen any of them ever in your existence? No. Like, that's my point, man. Like, you're, like, dude. You should be a motivational speaker at high schools. What, fall through tables? tell kids that they're gonna be living in a van down by the river? Let me tell you something. I will agree with you on that. It will never happen. It is unrealistic. Yep. Humor rants with chill music only at pep talks. Yep. Just imagine if he was President Trump supporter, he would have 17,000 or 1,700. Well, yeah, because most of those people bought. That's why. Funny enough. But you know what? One less. Hey, 16. Cool. Let's make it 15. I don't know. Where's another dick? I'm here to chop my toes off today. Let's go. I think another thing that people need to learn, that they are only the main character in their own story and side characters at best, and everybody else is a bunch of self-centered people out there. Oh, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Oh, yeah. You know what the saddest part is? You maybe, even if you have kids, you got maybe one generation in between, but like you and your kids and your grandchildren before you're forgotten, and like you're whatever. You're just dust at that point, man. Like, who cares? You know how many people have gone and died and just been forgotten about? A whole lot. 90% of your family and your lineage. That's why everybody has a lie about somebody famous that they're connected to. For real. Mine was William Shakespeare. I used to tell people I was connected to William Shakespeare because who the fuck was going to prove that? So what you're saying is go experience stuff? Yeah, life's short, man. The thing is, you understand that that's just giving these rich fucks one more win, is by living in this constant state of, like, worry and just, yeah. I hope you understand that's just giving them the win. I feel like I win against every, like, MAGA chud that comes in here, Trump himself, and everybody, because when I do this show, because I'm not only breaking information that I know they hate, obviously. I wouldn't have been, I wouldn't have multiple death threats against me just in 2 years if I was, not pissing people off. But I feel good about that, because the thing is, I'm having fun. That's the difference, is I have fun doing this. I'm not like Letterheck, where I felt every single comment, and like, I don't know. And I use him as the example because he left. And you know what? I want people to understand that he left for a good reason. You know, I miss him as a content creator. But anyway, he dog sat for a guy who claimed he golfed with Clint Eastwood's. Really? You should be a motivational speaker at PTA meetings yelling at parents. Oh, that'd be great. No, I would love to do that. I would love to yell at parents and tell them how they just... Fuck, they're just so bad at what they do. They really are. My God. You know how many like shitheads they're raising that they... Like, again, they're just... These self-important shithead adults raising shithead self-important kids. I don't know, man. You know what? Good for him. Best of health to him. Yeah. Every day for me is an adventure. I get to see the country and get... I wanted to be a long-haul trucker. One of these days, I will be able to talk about what I did and the experiences I had. I can just say this. I got to travel the country, and I had to stay in some really cool places. Got to see some really cool shit. Got to see some wild shit. Also got to see how the other side lives, and that's where... I don't know, man. When you see it, it really does. It does something to you. It either... I can see how it breaks somebody the other way, where that all of a sudden becomes what they strive to do, is just constantly either be around it, or they want it for themselves, which is more pathetic. There's nothing sadder than somebody that makes like a couple million a year living like they're a billionaire. Like, it's so fucking sad. All round-headed humanity unite. It seems like we are the target. Well, what if I have a little bit of a square head? I mean, that seems a little, I don't know. Like, why you gotta discriminate? Assuming that my head's round. This guy over here. You're going solo? Want to ride? Nice. I want to be a millionaire groupie. Yeah, exactly. That's what it is. Like that. Yeah, they want to be billionaire groupies. Yeah. No one talks about the triangle-headed folks. Yeah. Wait a minute. Damn, if you got a triangle-shaped head, that's very unfortunate for you. Could you just imagine being like, I've never met anybody with a triangle. What the fuck? What? It's just a dude with a really wide-ass jaw, and he's just got a little tiny head. Just little tiny. So tiny. That's why, yeah, that's why I wear a hat. Yeah, I'm a blockhead. I just admit it. You can donate. You might be a millionaire soon. I don't know how to feel about it. Modern caveman. Well, if you got that type of money, consider donating. Goes to a good cause. Yeah, I wish. Thing is, don't spend it all in one place. I actually mean that. You ever seen any information on Georgia Guidestones? I watched a YouTube video on them at one point. I do remember them. Like, I don't remember anything about it now that I think about it. But no, I do remember going down that rabbit hole. Pac-Man has an upside-down triangle head. Pac-Man has a really he's got a really wide and huge mouth. Like, his mouth is gigantic. Donate to the Catholic Church. Well, call me a priest. Oh, fuck. I was actually about to say something really just like out of pocket. I'm glad I stopped myself. I think you guys know where I was going with that joke. Yeah, let's just put it this way. There's better places that you can donate your money. Like here. Actually do it. Spend it all in one place. Donate to Pep Talks. Yeah, make Pep Talks an overnight millionaire. That'd be wonderful. And then watch me be very, very cautious with my spending and put it into a long-term. Oh God, what is it? I forgot what they call it. But one of those bank savings accounts, high yield savings account. There we go. Start a farm. That's like one of the worst things you can do right now. Actually, is start a family farm. Family farming's going out, dude. Like the Chinese are coming here and taking the farms. You got a bunch of, Monsanto-based companies that are going out and buying family plots. No, trust me, dude. Within 20 years, I'm like 90% certain that family farming is going to be out. And like the only successful ones are going to be those ones that are like connected to communities that have like apple picking and shit like that. But yeah, as far as like actual, being able to say that you contribute to the overall, food production of America. Man, F Monsanto. Yeah, I've been saying that since like the early 2000s, but whatever, man. We just let them fucking do whatever they wanted, and we let Trump do whatever he wanted. He let them do whatever they wanted, and he told Maha and a bunch of these freaking stupid MAGA moms that they were going to get rid of the pesticides. I mean, dude, let's be real. The pesticides could be what's causing autism. I don't know. Why aren't they studying that? They're studying Tylenol, they're studying everything else, but not the pesticides, and then doubling down on it? Gee, I don't know. It's almost like they don't care. It's almost like they genuinely just want us all to die. Do you ever feel that? Do you ever feel like that's the actual main goal of the Trump administration, is to actually like make sure that there's a lot of us that just fucking ship off? Because I'm pretty sure that's what it is, folks. Man, I don't know what happened there. So apparently I got 0 watchers again. That's fun. That's what the Georgia Guidestones was all about. Oh, wait, Jesse, what'd you say? Oh, wait, the farming? God damn it. Georgia Guidestones. 19-foot granite monument, Albert County, Georgia, erected in the 80s, destroyed by an explosion, commissioned by an anonymous figure using the pseudonym Mercy Christian. The structure features 10 guiding principles for humanity inscribed on 8 modern languages, and 4 ancient scripts. Conspiracy theories. The monument drew intense debate from day one, the critics labeling it satanic and connected to the New World Order due to the population cap guideline. Oh, and now that I see, and that's why you're saying that's what the Guidestones are. Well, it's weird how I'm talking about the Guidestones, and all of a sudden, my view count, or my concurrent viewers, went to 0. I mean, I still got you guys talking here, so that's weird. Gotta go, duty calls. Hey, oh, cool. Well, be safe. If we didn't lower population willingly, every country in the world is going to do it for us. Well, I mean, that seems kind of how things are going right now. Let's be real. Like, we got wildfires. We got them ignoring climate change. They got them exploiting everything. They got us exploiting everybody. Like, they got us exploiting each other, which is fucking wild. Etch. Yeah, oh no. Yeah, whatever, man. Honestly, I'm over it. Good luck in Call of Duty Ghost Train. I'm pretty sure that's not what they meant. Okay. I don't know, man. Like, I'm not going into conspiracy stuff because honestly, I got mad at somebody fucking doing the Rothschild bullshit again. I don't fucking care. I don't care. You know what it doesn't do? It doesn't benefit my fucking life. Oh, you know the secret? Good for you. Good for you. Pats on the fucking head. You know what? Go to the Hague or wherever you're gonna go and break the secret wide open, since you guys know the deep dark secrets of everybody. Like, you know, so why don't you let us know? God damn. Every TikTok I see that's just like, oh my God, did you guys see that the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers, and they had this camp, and did you know that there was this Council of Nicaea back in the time of the Bible, and then they all like came together and they built a new world order, and I just, yeah, and then they did the thing where they have multiple deities that are like the same deity. Thank you for the kind $10 donation and the much love. Appreciate that.
Australian dollars.
The dollary
Much love.
does.
Sparkling heart emoji.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that, Rebecca. Let's see. Will this actually like go to 25, or will this? Let's see. Did it correct itself? It did. It works. Woohoo! We're back. Can you shout out your buddy Nick? Hi, AJ's buddy Nick. Good looking out with the 10 boomerang bucks. Boomerang bucks. Oh, look at her. She's throwing me some boomerang buckaroos. Does that mean that goes out of my pocket and into hers? Because I keep being called a conspiracy theorist by literally coming out and saying exactly what they are going to do, and nobody seems to believe them. Jesse, you perceive it that way because everybody has something that they can do that with. This is why 9/11's conspiracy stuff was so fucking juicy to people, because they felt like you were figuring out something that was behind the scenes, behind the curtain. When realistically, if you actually looked behind the curtain, you'd see everything that Trump is doing. You would see that these billionaires are doing it out in the open. I'm getting tired of you movie motherfuckers needing it to be a fucking script. And again, acting like you fucking have it all figured out. Meanwhile, what'd you actually do with it? Did you actually break any news with it? I don't know. Did that work out for fucking Alex? Oh, that's right. He just became a patsy for the same class that he used to call out. Yo, it's me, Terrible Terry. Hi, Terry. Welcome back. It is strange how you're here almost every day. Again, somebody that doesn't necessarily like me or my show, that comes here a lot. Odd. Alex Jones is missing now that it's happened. No, he's still doing his stupid show, but realistically, man, like, it's the way that everybody that watches or believes that shit, like, cool, man. Also, Some Dumb Beats, what up? That's a nice juice bottle, Jimmy. Don't you know? Bandit. You're my biggest fan. Aw, well, no, you're not. I'm gonna just say it matter-of-factly, like, no, you're not. God. Oh, great. Are you serious? That little bitch? Aw, that little bitch boy from before, he actually reported me for misinformation. That's fun. All right. The onus of proof is on you now. Oh no. Wait, who? Oh, this little weenie that was here. I don't know. You know, totally. Somebody that was 100% secure in their political position and, you know, just wanted to let us know how secure they were. But is that small? Yeah, no, it's fine. No, it's fine. Because they're going to have to prove that, or it's just like, show me where this misinfo was. Sounds like an Israeli. It does. The thing is, it does. And that's where I'm saying, guys. Guess who's going to end up getting the West Bank? The Israelis. Guess who? You do understand that we're on track to see the worst people in the fucking on the planet take it all over? And we're sitting here just like, yeah, and like, I'm not trying to be this, like that guy where it's just like, it's all over for us, because it's not. And like I was saying, don't stop with your activism, but realistically, let this amp you up a little bit and be a little bit more existential with it, because guess what, guys? We don't have the time. You know, it's either vote like your life depends on it is kind of how this should go. But what really sucks is all the wind went out my sails with fucking Hakeem Jeffries saying that he's not for Medicaid for all or Medicare for all. Like that did it. That officially crushed me. Like that, like all this hard work, getting these DSA people into fucking power, when in reality, Dara Lisa's not doing herself any fucking favors in her district right now. And like the fact is, I just saw some internal polling that was showing that like there's a Republican fucking candidate that is actually, you know, pretty popular in fucking Queens. Like what? God damn it, dude. I'm just so sick of it. I really am. Because, like, on the other side of it, like I said, Dara Lisa's a perfect example where it's just like, dude, you could hold these positions and just not do like the other side of this where they can weaponize it against you and then use it to make voters uncomfortable. Because realistically, voters are uncomfortable with extremes from the left. Plain and simple, okay? Okay. As long as we need these shitheads to vote for us, we do need to kind of tone that shit down a little bit and have, like, I don't know, more coded language, I guess. I don't know. Like, literally, there needs to be something where we can, like, tip the hat at each other and be like, comrade, but not scare the fuck out of your average voter, man. Like, and this is where it's getting tiresome, man. At least for me, because, like, I focus on this shit way too much. And I get really upset about it because it does kind of feel like no matter how much I focus on it, no matter how much I talk about it, no matter how much I try and get people to actually like engage with their politics, it just feels so pointless sometimes. I don't think we got to worry about toning down. It's not about toning down, like necessarily. It's literally about like being smarter. It's not like, this is where I'm sick of it. Again, how is it smart to go and play the fucking defund the police game in 2026 when it has been proven politically to be a fucking, it's literally, it's not a winning argument. It is something that will crush your campaign. Like, they are disingenuously using it all the fucking time. Lauren Underwood out of Illinois could replace Jeffries. Good. Lauren Underwood's actually pretty sick. I got to vote for Lauren Underwood before I moved. You know, I just realized. Yeah, I put her and Sean Casten into office. Cool. Sean Casten's actually a really nice guy. He's also one of those guys that's like, you could argue he is like an establishment politician, but he's like he's a scientist, and I don't know, his voting record's pretty good. So trans issues didn't poll well for Republicans, but they kept it at it because it galvanizes their base. Yes, it does galvanize their base, but it also gets them away from talking about substantive issues. Like, half the time we buy into the PSYOP. We respond to their trans issues instead of just being like, did you know that your party robbed you of XYZ amount of dollars? That's so much more effective to these people. Where if you come with a spreadsheet and say, hey, that's great. I know you no men in women's bathrooms, whatever. Here's your spreadsheet for how much MAGA stole from you just in tariffs alone. That's the shit that we need to be doing. Like, if you want to stick it to MAGA, that's how you do that. You want to get centrists to come over to our side, you just say, the Democrats are just pushing for the status quo that lost them that election. I'm at McDonald's for Hello Kitty, and I see, hey, yeah, hey, well, I do have trade bait. I got 2 of these guys. Me and my wife tried today, but look at it, it would be so cute. For anybody that doesn't know, I love Godzilla. Yeah, but you know what? Here's part. This is what sucks, because like, this is where I have this problem. Is when I was sitting there getting my Happy Meal today. Yes, you know what? Fuck it. I'm putting that out there. Go ahead and make fun of me. I don't give a shit. You know what I got to experience? Joy. I got that stupid box, and you know, I felt joy. I felt that little bit of childish wonder where I was just like, ooh, there's like a toy in there that I want. All right. And I get some French fries and some chicken nuggets. Hell yeah. And I got a daily double because, you know, I'm an adult. I gotta add something else because I don't got a child's stomach. I'm an adult. I got an adult stomach. But yeah, man, like, they're so cool. But yes, I got 2 Ghidorahs, so consider it trade bait. But I'm trying to collect the whole set. I will admit it. There isn't a single one I don't like. And Godzilla and Hello Kitty are like the 2 properties that me and my wife, like, if there was one like property that we had to choose each, I would choose Godzilla. She would choose Hello Kitty. I know it. So they stopped giving toys with Happy Meals here. It's stupid books now. Really? Well, that sucks. I got my girl Hello. You got her? You got Godzilla? You got Godzilla? What? You got Godzilla, Kitty? What? Wait, where'd you put? Wait, you said in Discord. Where? Where'd you? Wait. Oh, there it is. You got Godzilla, Kitty. I'm jealous. It's so cool. Yay. No, I see it now. All right, that's awesome. And congratulations. But like I was just about to say is when I was getting that Happy Meal, I kind of had that moment of just like, oh, stupid corporate McDonald's, stupid franchisee, you know, all this. But then I had that moment where I was just lifted enough where I was like, yeah, but I'm hungry. And every once in a while, some salt and sugar fries and just, I don't know, like every once in a while, just a McDonald's meal is not that bad. You can't fool us. We know it's the other way around. Don't worry, dude. Ain't no shame in liking Hello Kitty. I mean, there is no shame in liking Hello Kitty. I just never I personally, like, I always liked Bats Maru. Like, my sister was really into Hello Kitty, and she would go to the Hello Kitty. Like, we had a Sanrio store kind of by where I grew up. So every time she'd go, like, back to school stuff, we'd go there, and I would always get a little Bats Maru eraser. Because Bats Maru look cool. How many apples tall is she? I don't know. I'm gonna make a guess because my wife knows. Let's see, 7. She's 7 apples tall, right? Or is it 4? I feel like 7's a little too many. There's no Tuxedo Sam this time or Choco Cat. Oh wait, there's no Choco Cat? No, I like Choco Cat. She's 3 apples tall. I love how you guys know that. That's adorable. Oh, good for you. And you got your girl. Hell yeah. Oh, there it is. 3 apples. Broader point to me having that little rant, though, is even though, like, the corporate structure of everything sucks, capitalism sucks, I have to allow myself to enjoy the small bits of it, man. Otherwise, I'm going to go crazy. I'm not feeling great, guys, about, like, the future, about politics, about a lot of this stuff. Like, I simultaneously have a lot of hope, and I'm seeing movement where we are pivoting farther left, but I'm also seeing them do their final project, and it sucks. It sucks to see it implemented. It sucks to see it implemented well too, where, dude, this isn't just going to be a few years, guys. We're going to be spending the next few decades going back from what they did to us, if we can, because you have to understand, there's the other possibility where they just keep going. They might just rig the election. They might just keep power, and then we're truly fucked. Then what? You know, like, and then on top of it, dude, like, we're running out of water. Our food prices are insane. They're not going down. We're running out of diesel, like, plain and simple. I just gotta say it, man. Like, this is why people gotta fucking wake up, in general, to all of this political fuckery that's going on around us. Like, this is where I was very adamant about, anytime you talk to a liberal or like a centrist, just ask them, dude, why won't you vote for a DSA candidate? Like, why don't you take the chance? Like, why do you constantly want to vote for things that didn't work? Because it didn't work with Biden. It didn't work with Kamala. And it hasn't worked with Hakeem Jeffries or Chuck Schumer. Like, none of the Democratic leadership is effective or can be trusted. So, you don't want to be turned into Soylent Green for gasoline? No. We can't go backwards. We need to take their water. Yeah, good luck. That's not how it works, dude. You can't just take water like that. Do you understand how ineffective the American superpower is right now? We can't even finish a war that Trump thought was going to be done in a few days, because this is what happens when you have yes men who don't tell you the truth. But whatever, man. You know what we can do? At least they made dispose a thing. I'll say that much. And even if that was the superpowers trying to dumb us down, and because I've heard that one too. I've heard that that's the reason they want to do dispose in certain areas and, you know, more alcohol in other areas, because that's the way that you just keep everybody complacent and stupid. The problem is it's backfiring with the potheads. I mean, I would argue that's why they went and did it to where it's like they made it so strong. We are out of missiles. Yeah, we're out of, like, dude, we're out of a lot of shit. And just realistically, yeah, we are, yeah, we're kind of fucked. They live for pleasure. I mean, Americans don't. Americans barely live for themselves. Like, this is so weird. Americans are so selfish, but they will not do things that are good for themselves. That's fucking weird. Like, Americans really are the, like, you can train a, what is it? You can train a camel to drink, but you can't lead him to water. Like, that's very much what it is, man. Did I get that right? I feel like I got that right. Whatever. But here's what we're going to do. We're going to cover some news here. This conservative dude that was trying to troll people by pulling some racist fucking voter crap. It turns out that he recorded himself doing a crime. Like I said, rule number 1 at Pep Law: don't record yourself doing crime, stupid.
Activists in legal trouble. Members of the group, once known as Project Veritas, pretended to be Minnesota voters during the primary. CBS News Minnesota reporter Esme Murphy has more.
The video begins with members of the Florida group now calling themselves the Citizens Justice League in what they call Muslim costumes, using fake accents and claiming to be Minnesota voters.
It's about the vouching program, yeah? If I vouch for them? Yes. Registered, but they are not registered? That's okay, that's fine. Can I bring 5 more from up to 8 people?
Minnesota's 53-year-old voucher law is intended to help people who just moved here vote. It allows a registered voter to vouch that someone lives where they say they do. The law does not allow people to impersonate real Minnesota voters.
That's the thing. He recorded himself literally being a fucking criminal.
This is the vote.
This is so racist. It's also rude. Well, the thing is, that polling worker should have been able to see through that, but okay. It's a horse, not a camel, Pep. Ah.
Can you say your name for us?
Will Pomerantz.
Your name is Will Pomerantz.
Yes.
This is the real William Pomerantz, who on Election Day kept getting odd messages.
I actually had a student contact me that had showed me what was online about my identity being misrepresented. So that was pretty much a shock.
The group members did not go ahead with voting illegally.
Kudos to the poll workers. They reported it afterwards, and frankly, I got to vote that evening without a problem. So, the voting process in my mind works. So
the name is William.
The last name?
Pomerantz.
But this man, whose real name is James O'Keefe, may have put himself in legal jeopardy.
It's illegal in the state of Minnesota to impersonate another voter, and this is apparently what O'Keefe did.
Schultz, Pomerantz, and the Secretary of State all say the video shows the system worked.
But as I read the law, you can't impersonate another registered voter, and that's exactly what they appear to have filmed themselves doing.
Our thanks to Esme Murphy for that report.
Yeah, but you know what's actually like picking up steam? The fact that he even made it in there, and then they were like, "See, 8 people. See." These fucking Nick Shirley wannabes. Like, this is part of it, though. Like, if we know that this is what they're going to do, we need, calling them activists. Yes. Oh my God, I just caught that. Yeah, calling them activists instead of criminals. Oh my God. Like, do you think, all right, now here's the thing. Left-wingers do that. Do they call them activists or do they call them domestic terrorists? Let's be real.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org.
I love the sped-up sax.
War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. The White House said Monday it would not seek to extend a memorandum of understanding between the United States and Iran as the 60-day ceasefire deal expired without an agreement to end the war.
That's why the market's panicked today.
In Washington, President Trump called on Tehran to, quote, put up the white flag of surrender, unquote, while Iran's foreign ministry said Tehran would shift to a fully offensive military posture
NASDAQ's
after
dropping
the U.S.
fast.
repeatedly violated terms
Oil's
of the
up.
agreement.
The negotiations never began because the United States committed gross and widespread violations of the text of the MOU just a few weeks after signing it on June 18th, and therefore the 60-day discussion is basically no longer relevant.
In Yemen, fighters with the Houthi movement said Monday they'd launched a missile attack on a Saudi ship in the Red Sea, the latest such strike since the Houthis declared a maritime blockade on Saudi Arabia last month. The Houthis control roughly a third of Yemen's territory. The United Nations warns recent attacks by the group have killed at least 17 civilians. A major ecological disaster is unfolding in Oman, where a massive oil spill has spread to over 2,000 square kilometers, has begun fouling beaches. The oil spread largely unchecked for weeks after a tanker carrying 800,000 barrels of Russian crude ran aground in a protected marine reserve.
Okay, anybody else kind of like alarmed? Because I remember like a time when just that alone would have spiked the oil prices.
Following an unexplained
What is
attack
going
on the
on,
vessel
dude?
in June. This comes after
This
President
fucking
Trump
world.
Monday threatened to, quote, bomb the bleep out of Oman if it gets in the way of U.S. efforts to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Meanwhile, crude oil futures climbed to over $90 a barrel Monday, following reports that Iran had seized a UAE-owned tanker in the Strait of Hormuz. U.S. gas prices have set a mid-August record and stalled talks with Iran, with the national average at $4.06 a gallon. The U.S. Navy says a guided missile.
You understand how simple a life it would be just to go out into the ocean and just do like the fucking little fishing tugs or whatever.
Destroyer
Like, God,
spent 4 days adrift in the South China Sea last month
we know how Pep feels about the iwi fish.
after an engineering failure left the 10,000-ton warship unable to maneuver under its own power. The breakdown left sailors aboard the USS Benfold without easy access to food, water, toilets, and air conditioning. The news comes as the Pentagon's under scrutiny over reports of low morale and mental health crises impacting sailors aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier, which has been deployed continuously for 9 months supporting President Trump's attacks on Iran.
Pep, you don't need to be a doomer. The news is going to get us there anyway. True.
On Monday, Trump downplayed reports.
Hey, listen, you know how I am. every once in a while, I have a day.
About poor conditions
Today's
on
a
the Lincoln,
day.
including
I'm
ration
just
food,
kinda like,
moldy shower
whoa.
shortages of basics, including soap and deodorant. Trump insisted the Lincoln is, quote, beautifully maintained and beautifully taken care of, unquote. Meanwhile, Trump lashed out at CNN reporter Kristen Holmes when she asked whether North Korean leader Kim Jong-un had personally requested the U.S. end joint military exercises with South Korea.
He asked you specifically to scale back on those.
Quiet. You're very disrespectful in front of this young man. Okay? Don't you find her disrespectful? He understands. Quiet. Who are you with?
I'm with CNN.
Fake news.
I just want to follow up on the South Korea question.
She's not your daughter, asshole. And I would honestly, at that point, I'd be like, you don't speak to me like that. I'm a fucking adult and I am a reporter. If you want to get rid of me, fine, but go ahead. Keep showing how much of a petulant child you are, you little fuck.
You're allowed.
Look, yeah, and you're a diaper wearing, baby brain fucking, like, dude, this is my favorite part about him. Look at how just petulant he is. He has everything. He's the fucking leader of the free world, and he's still a miserable cunt.
I was trying to find out if you had been talking to Kim Jong-un, if he had asked you to scale back on those military exercises.
Israel's militaries carried out fresh airstrikes and mortar attacks on southern Lebanon after weekend airstrikes killed at least 11 people, including children. A UN spokesperson warned of an alarming surge in violence as the UNIFIL peacekeeping force in Lebanon said it recorded an average of 137 projectiles fired daily into southern Lebanon by Israel over the last 2 weeks.
We are witnessing both from our humanitarian and peacekeeping colleagues
He's
alarming and
pathetic.
concerning intensification of violence in the southern part of the country over the weekend, this which also includes civilian casualties on the Lebanese side. Some of this violence has displaced families from areas where they had only recently returned, prompting them to seek safety elsewhere.
Trump's son-in-law and envoy, Jared Kushner, held talks with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on Monday. The meeting did not lead to an agreement for Israel to implement a framework that Hamas previously agreed to. This is Kushner speaking to Fox News.
We have a plan to rebuild Gaza, but we will not allow Gaza to be rebuilt until the demilitarization occurs. Nobody wants to put more money into a place that's gone on for so long until if it's just going to be taken over by terrorists or blown up again.
Hamas had agreed to disarm as part of the U.S.'s 15-point plan, but Israel rejected that proposal. Israel's been conducting near-daily attacks on the Gaza Strip despite last year's so-called ceasefire, killing more than 1,200 people since October. This comes after Israel's far-right national security minister, Itamar Ben-Gvir, used a podcast interview with a freed hostage, Ram Braslavsky, to demand a kill quota in Gaza. This is Ben-Gvir.
It's no secret. I disagree with the Prime Minister. I think targeted assassinations should be carried out in Gaza, taking down 30 to 40 every night. Not just those who pose an immediate threat. There are people there who are not worthy of life. They shouldn't live. They're not even people.
The comments drew condemnation even from staunch defenders of Israel, like Nevada's Democratic Senator Jackie Rosen, who said, quote, anyone advocating for acts of violence against innocent civilians should not be in an official government position. I believe Ben-Gvir must resign, and I urge Prime Minister Netanyahu to denounce these remarks and reaffirm to the world that this is not the government's position, Senator Rosen said. In Israel, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has amplified messages comparing New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani to authoritarian leaders from the Middle East. On Sunday, Netanyahu posted an image showing a new Likud party campaign billboard towering over a Tel Aviv highway that places Mamdani shoulder to shoulder with Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, Iran's Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei, and the Hezbollah chief Naim Qassem. The four
I mean, I called it that they were just going to use the fucking Islamophobia.
appear under the Hebrew slogan, they want Netanyahu.
But the thing is, did you not see that? So there was an interview with this dude on C-SPAN, and he was like a Democratic strategist. He comes out and he's just he's getting called out for abandoning the Democratic Party in favor of Israel, and he even like starts just saying like, well, you know, when the Democratic Party starts accepting you know, people that have names that just invoke, you know, 9/11, then, you know, maybe I'm getting pushed out of the party. It's like, you should have never been there to begin with.
To lose, don't let them win.
Racist
unquote.
fuck.
Israeli elections are scheduled for October 27th.
Like, I don't understand how he made it that
to the
far.
polls for primary elections today with progressive challengers looking to unseat powerful incumbent Democrats. In Broward County, union organizer Oliver Larkin is seeking to upset Congressmember Jared Moskowitz. Larkin is a member of Democratic Socialists of America who supports Medicare for All and an end to U.S. weapons transfers to Israel. Moskowitz has heavy support from donors associated with AIPAC, the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, as well as the artificial intelligence super PAC leading the future. Elsewhere, Democratic Congressmember Debbie Wasserman Schultz faces a crowded field as she seeks
Go
a 12th
away. No one likes you.
term in Congress. Wasserman Schultz is running in the newly redrawn 20th District in Southeast Florida, which is heavily African-American. She faces 4 black primary challengers, including progressive Elijah Manley, a Democratic socialist campaigning on universal health care and a federal jobs guarantee. Wasserman Schultz led the Democratic National Committee during Hillary Clinton's failed presidential bid in 2016. Wasserman Schultz resigned in July of that year after WikiLeaks revealed DNC staff favored Clinton over Bernie Sanders during the primary. Meanwhile, President Trump voted by mail in Florida's Republican primary, despite repeatedly attacking mail-in ballots and signing an executive order earlier this year to curb voting by mail. In southern Texas, the Trump administration said Monday it had temporarily paused construction of a section of border wall in the Big Bend National Park. Customs and Border Protection CBP Commissioner Rodney Scott said he would personally conduct an on-the-ground evaluation of the site after construction crews were filmed bulldozing pristine desert wilderness, prompting fierce criticism from environmentalists.
Yep.
In a statement,
I mean, the funniest part was I saw that a bunch of them were like, I'm a Republican and what the fuck are you doing? It's like, haha.
And campaigner.
I'm glad. Like, hey, you know what? Fuck you. You put your blinders on this long. I'm sorry that Big Bear had to get bulldozed for you to finally get active.
Like in Jordal of the Center for Biological
God
Diversity
damn.
accused the Department of Homeland Security
This bullshit where it's just like, but that's something I like.
of lying about border wall construction in Big Bend, adding, quote, we won't rest until the contracts are canceled, the waivers of law are rescinded, and the bulldozers
I see that crap working on my peers, but my younger people are
sent
smarter.
packing for good, unquote. For the second time, the Supreme Court's turned down Donald Trump's effort to undo the 2023 jury verdict holding him sexually liable for sexually abusing the writer E. Jean Carroll and later defaming her. The justices issued a one-sentence order Monday denying his request for a rehearing with no explanation and no noted dissents. The ruling leaves the more than $5 million civil judgment intact. A New York judge pushed back Luigi Mangioni's state murder and weapons trial Monday over the 2024 killing of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. This comes after Mangione pleaded guilty last Friday to federal stalking charges. He's pleaded not guilty to the state charges. His lawyers are arguing that he should not be punished for the same crime twice. The judge gave prosecutors until October 9th to answer his motion and scheduled his next court appearance for December 10th. In Las Vegas, opening statements began Monday in the murder trial of Dwayne Davis, nearly 30 years after rapper Tupac Shakur was shot near the Strip. Prosecutors told jurors that a gang war in Compton drove the killing and that Davis orchestrated it as revenge for an attack on his nephew. This is prosecutor Binu Palal.
Really? Suge Knight had nothing to do with it?
Davis has repeatedly told us over and over again about the anger he felt and his own role in the revenge drive-by shooting of Tupac Shakur. And now, nearly 30 years later, we're going to ask you to finally hold Dwayne Davis accountable.
Tupac Shakur was the son of Afeni Shakur, a prominent activist and member of the Black Panther Party. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy.
All right. All right. Here, look at this bozo. Are you prepared to get angry? Because this is going to this will send you. This is kind of why I was in a very bad mood to start off my day. I pre-watched this one.
Am co-sponsoring or that I support.
Oh, God, he's just such a fucking slappable face.
Oh, fuck yourself.
Yeah.
I'm against what 90% of Americans want. $321,000.
Oh, by the way, before we do that, here.
What kind of a Democratic strategist are you? I mean, you come on a national show and you say that a must-win state like Michigan has an unfit candidate in El Said for Senate. And I can see you saying that maybe in the run-up. You know, I didn't vote for Said. I voted for Stevens. And it's okay. You could have promoted her as well. But now that we're down to the general, and are you trying to get Democrats not to vote for him? You can have your own personal views, which is fine, if you don't like El Said and others. But as a Democratic strategist coming on a national program, I think that's totally unacceptable, and I think that you're doing a disservice. What do you say about
Stanley,
that?
before we talk to Michael, you said you did not vote for Abdul El Said. Will you support him in the general election?
Yes, I most certainly will, which is the reason I'm calling, as I'm calling on the Democratic line. He is not DSA. People try to put him off as DSA.
Liar,
he says
dude.
he's not
This
DSA.
caller's he's
the
spitting.
DSA did not endorse him. And even if he was, I don't understand Michael coming on and doing that. Yeah,
Great. Let's get an answer from Michael LaRosa.
Well, I've never supported a Republican in my life for the Senate, for the White House, for Congress. And I don't live in Michigan, so, I mean, my opinion really doesn't matter that much. But I could never support El Sayed for a couple of reasons. One, there's certain things that do transcend politics, that do transcend parties. And that's okay. That's what I was saying. Vote
Racism.
blue no matter who. The problem with that is who still matters. At
Racism.
least it matters to me. And I just come from a time when I watched people jumping out of windows.
You
on
racist fuck.
9/11, 70 miles from when the towers were
So he's just like, I'm afraid of brown people that have the scary names with the El Sayeds and the El Jabaris and all that.
falling and
I get scared.
burning for 3 months. We could
Fucking ew. And this is where I was talking about, guys. Just remember that there's a lot of this still in America.
smell it
These shitheads.
from where I was from in Pennsylvania because of how the wind blew. It's personal to me, and 25 years later, somebody who can't stand up to his friends online, on streamers. I don't even know who these people are, but if you're too
Hassan.
cowardly and too weak to stand up to somebody,
Because Hassan has walked that back and said that it was stupid.
justify
But now you have found a new way to justify not voting for a farther left candidate because you are a Democratic strategist who gets paid by the status quo.
terrorism. Who
I am kind of glad that people are seeing through this shit, and he might not have a job in the next 5 years.
justifies 9/11, who justifies the suffering of people. All those people did was show up for work that day or showed up on an airplane. And this guy doesn't have it in him to say it's wrong to say that or to stand up to his friends.
Pastor Ben says, rolling on. Oh, love that. Rolling on the floor, the caller cooked Michael LaRosa before he could even open his mouth. LaRosa was replying from the grave. Nice. Good take, Ben. Jesus Christ, shut the fuck up. That's what he means. There's a effing pedophile in the White House. You think we give a fuck? Abdul has never once justified terrorism and 911. He is directly conflating Abdul with Hassan as if they were the same person, and this guy is supposed to represent Democrats. What a fucking moron. Al Sayed follows Sharia law. Thank you for sharing this clip, Jason. A rarity for today that the Democrat has the courage to stand on principle. Jesus Christ. Right. So we got two races. Fun. Well, I guess we get to weed out the racists in the Democratic Party. Proud to say I donated to El Sayed and back his candidacy. It is high time we take our Zionist-occupied government from the likes of LaRosa, a cuck on the Israeli payoff. Fuck LaRosa, Abdul is awesome. I wish I could vote for him. If you listen to the caller, you can tell that he's a tribal moron. Uh-huh. Piker, what do you mean a tribal moron? He literally said that he voted for Stevens. That honestly, this is one of the dumbest comments here. Lefty 21211. Fucking CJ, you're a dumbass. Piker literally apologized, and AES said the comment was wrong. What the fuck do you want him to do now? If you're a party strategist, whether the Democrat or Republican, your job isn't to think about the next 5 minutes. It is to think about the next 5 years. I'll say it is a bigoted, hateful, anti-American, terrible candidate. So while it might be convenient to have the extra seat near term, long term, it will cost the Dems multiple seats if they go and elect this guy. Gave him plum committee assignments and made him a fixture of the party. The Republicans did something similar when they primaried Steve King, when they voted to expel George Santos from Congress, and when they ran MTG out of office. Dems are wise to follow that lead. Jesus, dude. This is why I don't go on Twitter. You guys get to hold my hand while I go through this shit. But I'm done with it. Let's be even more angry.
Trump is
fun half is going to be extra fun today. Like I gotta like
super corrupt. So is Hakeem Jeffries.
I gotta have a spiritual cleanse tonight.
Media covers up. The Democratic Party leaders who have been fighting to save democracy under the Trump regime is now telling the 90% of Democrats who want Medicare for all, go fuck yourself. That's right. Let me start with a new CBS YouGov poll.
Like the new studio.
Not 70, not 80, 90% of Democrats
Damn, dude.
Would you like to see the Democratic Party focus or not focus on plans for Medicare for all? 90% want to pass Medicare for all.
Every time I log on to Twitter, I regret it.
Not surprisingly, that's 93% under the age of 30, 84, age 30 to 40.
Which is why I don't want to pay for it. And like I'm literally, guys, I talked about this a little bit earlier today, but I'm toying with streaming on Twitch, but I'm also not sure if I want to because I don't want to spend any more time there than I already do, which is already too much.
45 to 64.
Sovereign Citizens Fund have something like that. We'll do something. I've got to have fun tonight. Like this has been a bit rough.
I've heard from the Democratic Party, 90% want tighter background checks. Why aren't we passing stronger universal background checks for guns?
Yep.
Of course, then, if 90% want to pass Medicare for all, Hakeem Jeffries, who might be the next speaker if the Democrats retake the House, of course he's going to go on Meet the Press and say, of course we need to pass Medicare for all.
Do you personally support Medicare for all?
No, as you indicated, I have.
Will we have to interact with Twitter chat? Is that a thing?
Medicare
No.
for all legislation that has been
No, you
introduced
won't.
over the last several years. I do think we need to figure out how to fix our broken healthcare system and then build.
I just see like the numbers that like Christina and BRG have brought in, like while we're doing our This Space thing. Dude, we get like at least 100 to 200 live viewers coming in from Twitter. So I'm not sure. As I said, I kind of covered this earlier, but I'm not sure how many of it's or how much of it's botted. But we'll see.
Better once we repair the damage that has been done. Now that will include doing things like extending the Affordable Care Act tax credits, so that more than 20 million people who have seen their health insurance premiums skyrocket, in some cases by up to $1,000 a month. That's not sustainable. And that's something that Donald Trump...
Can somebody please just find the scandal? This guy's got to have something. He's not clean. Like, dude.
And Republicans have visited upon the American people.
Just to be very clear, though, as a Democratic leader in the House, would you vote for or against Medicare for all?
It's got the dirt on this guy.
I think as you indicated in your question to me, it's not legislation that I currently am co-sponsoring or that I support.
Okay.
But we do support the notion that we've got to find a path.
You got to go. You'll be back. Hope to be back later. Oh, if you do not make it back later, Robin, thank you for being here. I'll catch you later.
And make healthcare affordable for every single American.
We do support the notion to find a pathway to make healthcare more affordable. And you wonder.
It's not legislation that I...
5 to 64, 92% want tighter background checks. Why aren't we passing stronger universal background checks for guns? Of course, then, if 90% healthcare more affordable.
Sorry about that.
And you wonder how.
I just realized that I'm not joined anymore. I got to renew my
orangutan,
subscription.
Fake populist.
Or not my subscription.
Phony
my,
like Donald
membership.
Trump.
I hate how it's
beat
backwards.
The Democratic Party twice. And frankly, almost 3 times, because he almost beat Biden in 2020, despite badly mismanaging a once-in-a-century pandemic. Trump is super corrupt. So is Hakeem Jeffries. And let's not pretend that he's twisting himself into a human pretzel to be against 90% of Democratic Party voters. And other polls show an overwhelming amount of Democratic Party voters want Medicare for all. And a majority of independent voters, I thought elections were about getting those independents, right?
Right.
Want Medicare for all. And polls have shown nearly half of Republicans want Medicare for all. So why would Hakeem Jeffries be against Medicare for all? Follow the money, folks. Here is just the 2022 2025-2026 election cycle, courtesy of Open Secrets. PAC money, $321,000 Mr. Jeffries has gotten from health, quote, care PACs. And let's not discount Wall Street PACs, finance, insurance, and real estate, $706,000. Well, what is one of the industries Wall Street is most heavily invested in? That would be the for-profit, predatory, murderous health insurance system. So he's double dipping here. You got $706,000 from Wall Street, $321,000 from healthcare PACs. You wonder why he is on Meet the Press, twisting himself into a human fucking pretzel, sounding like a buffoon, being against 90% of Democratic Party voters. And he wants to be the speaker? Who are you speaking for?
Yeah.
Who are you representing? And by the way, you know, it's a lot more profitable to just be put your blue hat on and rah the Democrats on YouTube. There's a whole lot of 20 to 30 something white dudes very successful on YouTube now. We're the resistance against Trump.
Dude, that was totally a call out. Like David Pakman, Jack Cottarella, Adam Mockler, all these guys.
It's less profitable to tell you both parties are corrupt.
Yeah.
Both parties are bought off.
Yep.
And neither party is actually for democracy.
It is. This is goddamn Jordan. This is why I love status quo. Solidarity,
we didn't
man.
have a
Tell it
functioning
like
democracy before Trump.
I'm right
Now,
there. Hey, just remember that, guys. If you ever need somebody, remember that.
Some threats to democracy.
There's this guy
are more
out here
grave,
that kind of
like
shoots himself in the
trying
foot
to
a
overthrow
lot.
Elections, like criminal illegal wars,
Oh,
like
shit.
the unprecedented corruption Trump is ushering into this country, including I just did a video on the Trump bank, his fraudulent, corrupt crypto bank now opening in Florida, which is going to be a money laundering paradise.
Yep.
But let's also
Yep,
make clear,
yep.
it is not democracy if you are a elected representative and you vote and forge policy against the majority of the people. How could you, on one hand, go on cable news shows?
Yeah, status
go
quo
out
with
there
Pep would be
for
awesome.
years?
I would love to collaborate with them in some way. Like, I wouldn't want to necessarily be on the ground, but man,
Screaming.
I would love to
90% of
interview like
Americans
Jordan or
want
something.
background
Just
checks, tighter
he's got
background checks.
them and Mercado. Like, I have so much fucking respect for them.
Guns. Why aren't the Republicans doing it? While at the same
It is unreal
time,
how
in the
good they
same
are at
breath,
this.
Saying, yeah, I'm against what 90% of Americans want on Medicare for all. Corruption, undemocratic, and hundreds of thousands of
Bloodstone,
people
your Godzilla post is staring at me, and now I'm angry.
die every year
like,
without health care. It's not
Godzilla.
that number, 68,000 people are uninsured in America. It's a lot
I'll
more
go
people
tomorrow.
because
I'll see if they got any.
you know how many people have health insurance but cannot use it because of the high deductibles, co-insurance, co-payments, hidden bills. So we have a corrupt mafia-esque system in this country that people like Hakeem Jeffries prop up.
Mm.
It is unbelievable. And you wonder why the Democratic Party keeps losing. Yes, losing.
Yep. That's what I was saying earlier. You know, and this is where you got to keep reminding these people. Yeah, fuck you, cops. Fuck you. If you're letting him go out there and do this shit. So the police are literally pointed towards the counter protesters. Go figure. Go fucking figure. This is where I was just saying this shit. These motherfuckers every fucking time, go out of their way to fucking just remind me why I am all about saying ACAB. Yeah, all cops are fucking bastards. Plain and simple. Go fuck yourselves. Rule of law my ass. All right, well, we'll come back to this.
Quite a bit of online attention. We'll see if that translates into anything here, but that's the Republican race for governor. Again, I'm just going to toggle through statewide races here. Ashley Moody, the appointed Republican incumbent there for the United States Senate.
It's 7 o'clock. Wait a minute.
With Marco Rubio joining the administration. Again, she's not expected to have any trouble tonight. Keep an eye on that. What might be interesting here. We got votes. We've got votes starting to come in. Okay. Now, this is Osceola County, and
I've never known how to say that.
Cow. Right off the bat, folks. Alex Vindman, who came in, has raised about $20 million for this campaign. Alex Vindman, who was that whistleblower figure in Donald Trump's first impeachment back in 2019, became sort of a well-known figure to Democratic activists nationally. This is Angie Nixon, a state legislator who joined the Democratic Socialists of America during this campaine. Vastly.
You know what that means? Wink, wink, snarl, snarl. Get her off the ballot.
As you can see, this is just south of
Kissimmee
Orlando.
Or Osceola.
Kissimmee, St. Cloud is here.
Osceola.
And look at that.
That's what I've been calling
we got Leon County. This is the step. Wow, folks, we've got something right away. Things can be. We got a big surprise right away potentially here. Again,
so
now,
is Angie
Florida
Nixon
State
your
the
gal?
State capital's here, Leon County. This is a big population center. This is the population center in this part of the state for Democrats. Osceola County. Nixon is leading there. Now the coast is starting to come in. Flagler County.
Kornacki's saying it right.
We got just about all the vote. We think this is in Flagler County. Vindman's going to carry it, but he's carrying it by
early for you, Rebecca.
digits.
Imagining watching Pep in the morning is pretty interesting.
County, it's Vindman by 10.
Technically a morning show. Good day.
Vindman barely. It's basically a tie there right now.
That's how I should start my show from now on. It's like, it says, welcome to the show, you lovely ladies and gentlemen, and or what is it? Guys, gals, non-binary pals. That one's so cringy, though.
Hispanic populations in Florida.
Let's just say, hello, everybody. Welcome to the show.
St. Cloud, large
coming at you from the morning, the afternoon, and the evening, since we're international.
So what does that net out to statewide? We got 8% of the vote statewide.
That's kind of crazy to think about.
And there is Nixon leading. We got a little bit more now coming in the Gulf Coast. Citrus County coming in here. This will be much bigger in a Republican primary.
We'll come back to him, and we'll also hear. We're be bouncing around to this fucking city council thing. Wait, the city council is actually.
Thank you all for your patience. Call to order this regular scheduled meeting of the 35th Dearborn City Council for August 18, 2020, 6 at 7 p.m. Just a kind reminder to everyone in attendance, please silence your cell phone communication devices as do not disturb the meeting. Mr. Clerk, may I have a roll?
Well, I'm not watching an entire city council meeting. Sorry, buddy. That's not how that goes.
Is down in this area. Flagler. We're going to do an update on News Now here in a second, folks. Folks. If you've been watching, you know how these go. So for Donalds, he's getting what he wants to see right away. In the Democratic primary for governor, for Jolly, clearly getting what he wants to see. So right away, statewide, this becomes the drama right away. Look at this. We've got nearly 20% of the vote in here, and Angie Nixon still ahead. Now, let's just Broward County. Holy cow, Nixon leading in Broward County by 10 points. So we're doing, good? I just want to, I'm getting my notes here, folks, because we're good. If you've been watching these, you know, we're going to do a hit here on News Now. In 1 second, you're going to get to watch the hit. Is that coming on right here? Okay, we got about 20 seconds, folks. So I'm just going to stop, and we'll pick this up on the News Now. But folks, this is a huge surprise right away. Pinellas County, right? Charlotte County.
Oh shit! I think my YouTube coverage channel got taken
This is
down.
Alachua, right? This is where Gainesville is. University of Florida. You know, again, state capital. Florida State's in Leon County. This is small here. These are so there is. That does put her ahead in the count. Boy, Miami-Dade, like these three counties in a Democratic primary, Palm Beach, Broward, Miami-Dade, are going to be about 30% of the vote. Broward is the single biggest, and that's why that catches my attention right away. The other thing that I would say that we've seen, remember, this is early vote that we're looking at. These big chunks they're coming out. Remember these DSA candidates, the candidates on the left, we've seen tend to do better elsewhere.
I lost my protest coverage. Apparently they quit,
i.e., the
or
vote that is
they
yet to be
didn't quit.
reported
But
out here.
I think
in
the
these
channel
counties
got
we've
taken
seen
down.
results. If that trend holds,
All right.
that's very
Anyway,
favorable for Nixon.
is it
Vindman did just
is
get some
nighttime
more,
busy
get
where
some
you
more
are?
along the
Like
Gulf
stuff to
Coast
do?
area.
Yeah,
You got
there's actually. Yeah, it's busy here even during the weekdays.
Just north of.
It starts
Steve, I know
slowing
you're
down like
getting
right
some,
around midnight. But
some votes in so far. I know it's still very early in Florida.
Thursday
Tell us what
nights,
you
dude.
have.
I don't know
Yeah,
what
I think
it is
right
about
away, a
Thursdays in
surprise here,
Chicago, but
potentially, in
Thursday
the
nights,
Democratic primary for the
it's
United
like
States Senate in
every
Florida.
bar does karaoke.
Now this is a race here,
like
because
everywhere.
Marco
Everywhere's
Rubio, the
got
Republican,
something
joined
on
the Trump
Thursday night. Like they do
administration.
trivia nights.
So
Like
the
it's
Republican
cool.
side quickly.
But I
Ashley
don't really
Moody,
go to bars,
who was
so.
appointed to replace him, certainly in good shape in the
Kinda
Republican
lost on
primary.
me.
The Democratic
We
primary.
got
Alex
food
Vindman,
open
if
late.
you know,
That's
if
what
you remember
that's what
this
matters
name,
to me.
he was the whistleblower at the heart of the first Trump impeachment back in 2019, which made him something of a folk hero to Democrats nationally. He raised a ton of money for this campaign. His opponent here, a state
There are times
legislator,
that, like,
Angie
I
Nixon,
wish I
running to
didn't have
his
to worry
left,
about doxing
joined
myself so
the
I could tell you,
DSA,
like, the local
Democratic
spots
Socialists of
and
America,
stuff like that,
during this
but-
campaign. Vindman was thought to have a wide advantage.
I don't need you guys
over
knowing exactly
her.
what
Certainly,
neighborhood I live in.
vastly outspent her. There was some criticism that Vindman might be taking this for granted. And wow, these early returns have him in a real fight. I mean, in early, we've got nearly a third of the vote now in statewide, and you can see Vindman is ahead.
All right, hold on. I want to hear. Wait, they just prayed? The city council just prayed before they.
Bring blessing to them in their individual life.
Ladies and gentlemen, special guests and visitors, welcome to Dearborn. Before we start our regular city council meeting, I want you to know that I've served this community for almost 25 years in this capacity. And at every single council meeting, it has been a tradition of the Dearborn City Council and the administration to begin in prayer.
That's not okay. Separation from church and state literally makes it. I mean, that's egregious. I would sue the shit out of these guys for this, because the fact is, there's a Muslim community in Dearborn that is not being represented right there. And if they're going to play this fucking game, then you know what? No.
A resident of Dearborn, Michigan, who was born on July 16th, 1944.
Sorry, guys. I turned Konaki's audio off so I could check with that city council.
November.
My bad.
It's been a while
Should've
since
just
they
brought that
won
up.
one in Florida. They thought with Vindman, they thought with the climate, with a new Republican appointed to the seat, this might be kind of a stretch opportunity for them this November. Wow, this would, certainly the establishment of the party, this would put a wrench in their plans if a candidate from the left like Nixon were to come and win this tonight. But she is absolutely making this a game right now.
Yeah, and not just a candidate from the left, right? Steve, she's somebody who's campaigned with the Democratic Socialists there in a state that, you know, at one time was viewed as a battleground state. It has turned red over the last few presidential elections. As you know, it's now the home state of President Trump. What you're showing right now, you're right. It is not good news for Vindman. I do want to ask you, I'm sorry if you made this point, do we know some of this early vote or the vote that you have right now, is it the early vote, is it the mail-in vote, or these votes today?
No, that's right. That's what they do in Florida. I'll give you an example here in Broward County. You see about 2/3 of the vote is now counted. That's early vote. That's vote by mail. All of these counties get that ready, and they report it out very quickly after polls close. And then in the next hour or two, they report out the vote that was cast today. And it's an important point, Tom,
It looks
because
like the
what we've
cops
seen in
actually
other states, I
disbanded
don't know if it'll be
from
true here,
protecting
but
Jake
we've seen
Lang.
the candidates on the left doing better with that
So that's good.
election day vote, that same day vote. That's the vote that
Someone
has
might tell
not
him not a
been
great look.
reported out yet, and you see Nixon in it right now. If that trend continues here, that could be very favorable for her.
Just real quick on a clarification point. When you're saying candidates on the left, are you saying the more progressive candidates do better in the early vote, or that's not really the case?
Yeah, no, we've seen these candidates, these DSA candidates, in a lot of other states. We have seen that election day vote, the people that went out and cast it in person. That's been where they've really performed the best. A lot of times
because
that's younger
they're not
voters
taking
that are going out,
chances
folks,
with not getting
whereas
counted. It's almost like this is what happens when you tell us you need to go
Vote by
vote.
mail
You need to
tends
go
to be
vote. All
an
right,
older
well,
dem-
don't get pissed when
As
we
we always
fucking
say,
do.
the caveat, it's very early. But Steve, I'm glad you pointed that out. Really interesting stuff. Thank you for that. We're going to turn.
You have Miami-Dade.
Okay, well, we got Miami-Dade, and holy cow, Angie Nixon. Wow, Angie Nixon there in Miami-Dade. Okay.
Wow.
Okay, wow. So let's just a couple things here.
Yeah,
we got a third
Anna,
to vote in the Senate primary.
if you have
and
any
this is a huge
information on
surprise.
these elections, please.
This is a huge surprise the way this is shaking out.
Hey, that's where
that
I
also
live.
Means we're
She's
getting
better than
votes
the
in these
other
congressional
person.
districts. And one that I immediately
that's
wanna
all you
check
have is
in
she's
on
better
here,
than the other
seeing that
person,
Angie,
but she's not
Nixon
technically
is
like
leading
great.
in Broward and Miami-Dade. I want to see what's going on in Jared Moskowitz's primary.
They've been distributing them throughout the congressional districts a little bit slower than you're getting them at the statewide. The one that we do have to check in right now is Florida 7, the Mills district. We do have results out of.
All right, we'll come back to this. Let's get this story about Ossoff igniting a personal feud with Donald Trump.
Both the president and White House escalated a war of words today with Georgia Democratic Senator Jon Ossoff. At issue,
don't
the
worry about
senator's
it.
remarks about the White House ballroom and a devoted presidential aide known by some as the human printer. Senator Ossoff, who's seen as a possible 2028 presidential candidate.
Fuck it. Let's go Philly D.
I've got a genuinely crazy show for you today. You've got what?
You always got the genuinely crazy show. It's crazy times there, Philly. Like, come on, man. Oh, actually, here, let's do this first.
You will never believe this, but
What is he doing
male
with his hair?
president
What's he doing?
Has turned his attention on a young female staffer. Yes, what could possibly go wrong? This is just another day.
You trying to grow it out? What's going on here?
Recently, when Donald Trump decided to play musical chairs with all of the Air Force Ones, eventually sneaking onto a separate military.
Nah, Philly D is still going to be better than this.
Why this disastrous Star Citizen livestream meltdown as people shout $1 billion scam? This Trump-Natalie Harp situation is actually way more pathetic and weirder than you think, and why I'm begging people not to take the bait. We go inside Luigi Mangioni's potential escape route from his murder trial, and this fake polling problem that got exposed is so insane, especially with the midterms just months away. We're talking about all of that and even more on today's brand new Philip Franco show, your daily dive into the news. But first, a quick personal plug. The 12-city live show run starts just this weekend. We've got Seattle, Portland, Boston, and Philadelphia starting things out, followed by San Francisco, Phoenix. Said, there's a lot we got to talk about today, starting with this. We've got to talk about the spectacular public implosion of what's become one of the most controversial projects in video game history, Star Citizen. Right? You don't need to know anything about video games or even care about video games in general for this to stand out and matter. Right? You've got some calling it a scam, others hanging on for the big payoff, but after what just happened, I don't think that anyone's feeling really good about the game's future. Because if you're unfamiliar, Star Citizen is this very ambitious MMO, massive multiplayer online first-person shooter space adventure game for PC being developed by Cloud Imperium Games or CIG. And the key thing with what I just said is being developed, right? Because it is still not done, despite first getting announced in 2012. Right? So back when Obama was president, but he was running
that game
for re-election.
Holy
Never mind
shit.
GTA 6. GTA 5 hadn't been released yet. And way back then,
Holy
CIG said
crap.
that it would release the game just a couple of years later in 2014. But as you may have realized, I am now making this video in August of 2026, and there is still no Star Citizen. But in the meantime, CIG has taken in a lot of money. In fact, over $1 billion, and according to them, it's completely crowdfunded by the players themselves. And for some context, there are maybe only 2 or 3 games that have cost $1 billion or more. GTA 6, very likely on that short list. Another is actually, oddly, Monopoly Go, which spent most of that budget on marketing. And then the other is Star Citizen. And one of the ways that CIG has raised so much money for their game was to release an early access version in 2017 and then sell players in-game content for exorbitant prices. So for example, they recently started letting players pay $5,000 for a ship that's not even playable yet, kind of like a pre-order for when it's ready. Or if you want a pack containing all the ships in the game as well as a few other items, that'll cost you $48,000. Or actually, I think it's $49,000 because to be even eligible to purchase that, you have to be a member of the Chairman's Club, which costs another $1,000 bucks, which is then part of the reason why you have so many people calling this game a scam. But the developers, they do make it clear that when you buy these things, you're also contributing to the development of the game itself. So it's kind of a half sale, half donation. And if what you're getting for your investment is a polished, playable game at the end, then Cool, right? Promises made, promises kept, mission accomplished. But ever since Star Citizen went public, fans have complained that it's just riddled with bugs, sometimes to the point of being unplayable. And yeah, CIG, they've improved it over the years, so lots of people, they look past the flaws enough.
Oh my God, it's a new No Man's Sky, except this is way worse.
So apparently, with all this, someone at the company had this bright idea of, hey, let's do a live stream. We'll have the devs themselves play the game, not only on a private server, but on an internal build of the game that is different than the one that customers currently play. And this was meant to show how the game works under perfect, ideal conditions, right? So people could see what it'll be like once they fix the issues with the public servers, otherwise known as the PTU.
We recognize the current state of the PTU. We see the reports, we play it ourselves, we hear you, whatnot. Playing today on the PTU doesn't really do what we wanted to do today. So we will be playing on an internal build. This is the game as it's designed to work.
But then what followed, it could be described as a sadomasochistic humiliation kink ritual. You saw players lagging, NPCs glitching, basic mechanics just not working. And boom, you see things popping up. One Reddit thread lists dozens of bugs and issues that they observed during the stream. And I mean, it is hard to convey how uncomfortable it is to watch these devs live in front of an audience struggling to use their own weapons or simply access their inventory. Oftentimes, they just ignored it and pretended like everything was fine, but then sometimes they acknowledged when a thing wasn't working.
Guys, I can't read.
We're gonna die.
It's broken. Help.
At one point, a dev even pleaded, just
hey guys,
close your eyes while their hand glitched through a lever. And as if all that was not bad enough, they didn't even seem to be having fun with their own game. They were bickering the whole time like randos in a Call of Duty lobby.
It feels like everybody at the company hates each other. That's what it seems like. Like you're just working with your worst enemies. Like it's a lot of team killing, a lot of like passive aggressive snide remarks.
And then also in particular, you had many noticing that the devs seem to be ganging up on their newest member, Ollie. Right, he's a content manager who just joined the team a couple of months ago. And so he had things like at one point, he tried to engage the Twitch chat, but he got shut down by another dev who mocked fans complaining about the bugginess.
What's your average time that you get through this and what's your experience? We were talking before how long it's going to take us with our impeccable skills you've all seen.
Ollie, you've just fully opened up to them being like, oh, can't time it because it don't fucking work.
Well, you can
we
time
know
it.
it doesn't. We're working on it.
Well,
but they're going to say it.
I really do some
At another point, Ollie seems genuinely distressed, and another dev jokes that he's so useless, he should just get the rest of them a can.
Ollie, why are you not doing anything? Could you get us a can?
I'm down. I said this. You know this.
You being down, you being up, there's no difference.
And even some on Reddit reacting to moments like this saying, if that reflects the company culture at CIG, then it's hardly surprising that the company keeps running into such serious problems. But then one of the biggest gut punches came at the end when after well over an hour and a half of playing, they couldn't even finish the mission.
Elliot's down.
We've wiped. It's a party wipe.
I think so.
Right. Attempt 2.
Don't
Ollie,
queue up in the bed.
So with that last jab at Ollie, there's some awkward silence, and then Ollie's like, maybe we should respawn and try again. The host Jared, who's hovering right behind him, immediately jumps in like, no, we're out of time. Which also I'll say, it's kind of crazy to see Jared go from being proudly taking responsibility for the event like this.
Welcome to another episode of Star Citizen Live. I'm your regular host, Jared Huckabee.
To seemingly just awkwardly throwing Ollie under the bus for the whole thing.
We're at time. It's your show. Wrap it up.
Jared? You say goodbye or you say goodbye? No? Okay. Luke?
Now with all this, CIG, they actually didn't try to bury that stream under 10 feet of concrete like many companies probably would.
It was live?
Instead,
yeah, dude.
They actually...
this is... Okay, I didn't even have this on my radar. I'm kind of glad that Philly filled us in on this.
Posted it to YouTube, and if you look at the comments, they clearly shouldn't have. You've got comments like, no one was having fun here, felt like a hostage video. Another adding, go easy on the dev team. It was probably the first time they actually played the game. And then others saying, the devs did this to themselves. Nobody forced them to do this. It was not required or promised ahead of time. They willingly put this shit show on display, knowing how bad their fucking game is. And yeah, seemingly the biggest takeaway for a lot of people is that when CIG insisted that all the glitches and bugs were just due to server performance, they were just lying. Or you had one user saying, this live stream showed the community that the core of the game is completely fucked. And if you're one of the many people who invested thousands of dollars into this game, that realization, as one player put it, is such a kick in the balls. But for some, this actually wasn't all that surprising. Or because when a game is stuck in development for this long, you might assume from the outside that things are gradually progressing, however slowly. But in reality, you have a situation where the game's just accumulating more and more technical debt, which I'll let Kira explain.
The things that were being done at the beginning have to work with the things you're doing at the end, and you're basically building on top of something layer by layer.
Yeah.
And as people leave and new people come in and
you would be
things
pissed?
get changed, you are essentially like, you're not working on something that just gets added.
This is why I don't understand people that like spend money that could easily turn into like generational wealth. You know, anything like over fucking $40,000,
and it just works.
life
You're having
savings,
to
and they're
rework
just blowing
things
it on shit
and
like
deal
this.
with problems that have been around forever, or the new stuff that you're doing breaks something
It can't
from
just
before.
be no, it's greed.
Or he's completely
No.
incompatible.
Once they
And
reach
I'm
that
saying
$1 billion
at this
mark,
point,
they
the most
want it.
experienced devs in the industry know not
Somebody's living pretty
to
high.
go near CIG because it's a small world and word gets around. And so the people that are left to clean up the mess are often junior devs like Ollie, and unfortunately, they receive the brunt of the backlash from understandably frustrated fans. But for now, we'll see what happens. See if CIG gets their act together, if somehow they pull off a comeback after 14 years of delays, or does it crash and burn, or do they just slap a band-aid on it and announce, hey, it's done, without actually fixing the core thing. So personally, website for more details. And then diving right back into the news, you've got the White House losing its damn mind right now over the whole Natalie Harp situation, and Trump, he just had a total public meltdown, right? And if you don't know, or you didn't know until this week because you have people in your life who love you and invite you to things, Natalie Harp is a 35-year-old former OAN host who was hired as an executive assistant to Trump
that's
at
where
the
she's
beginning of his
from.
second term, and she's become one of his closest and most loyal staffers. Right? She's almost always seen by his side. She's helping him write and send social media posts, fetching important information. And in fact, she's so close to Trump that she was reportedly one of the very few people with him when that whole Air Force One switcheroo in Turkey happened, right? Where you had Trump secretly changing planes amid a
Where's
potential
Melania?
threat from Iran, effectively
That's
leaving
my
top
biggest
staff
thing
and
is where's
reporters as
Melania?
decoys. And actually, Natalie's also credited Trump for
And
saving her
also,
life
are
by
we gonna
enacting a law in
address the
2018
fact that she
gave her
looks
access
just
to
like his
treatments
fucking
for bone
daughter?
cancer. But also, their close connection, it's raised some eyebrows. For example, back in June, you had Harp's estranged older brother telling the Daily Mail that a relationship was very unhealthy. And in their new book, New York Times writers Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan reported that Harp left adoring and intimate letters to Trump during his campaign in 2023. One even reading, "You are all that matters to me." And well, then fast forward to a campaign rally in Georgia on Sunday, and there you had Senator John Ossoff mentioning their relationship while slamming the president to very loud cheers.
And while the sailors on the Lincoln fight his war.
Wait, so the people that are like, okay, so apparently there's a group now, they're not taking responsibility for the attack on Dean Withers, but they're also taking responsibility by saying this was to prove that you can't trust the Epstein files. I hate this fucking timeline so much, honestly. Holy fuck.
While he fruitlessly drains our munitions and oil reserves, the
Holy
president
fuck.
sleeps through his meetings. He golfs and trades stocks. See, he doesn't want to do the job. He wants to build his ballroom and travel with Natalie on their apparently defenseless flying palace gifted by the Emir of Qatar.
And apparently that hit a nerve for Team Trump, where you had White House Communications Director Stephen Chung going all in on an absolutely batshit post, writing John Jackoff has to be the biggest cuck loser in politics. Instead of denigrating hard-working people serving their country, John should look deep into his soul and ask himself
was an
why
attack
he's a
on
miserable
Dean.
person
Yep.
who hates this country. It's because he's a radical extremist Democrat. Steve, my man, you can't look how you look and call someone a miserable cuck. My man, the call is coming from inside the house. Also, you had White House spokesperson Davis Engel throwing this insult, tweeting John Ossoff is a cringeworthy feminine theater kid cosplaying as Barack Obama. Nobody gives a shit what this lightweight loser says. And again, I hate to do this, how is it this person that is saying this? So much of this feels like self-reporting projection. And also, by the way, apparently nobody gives a shit what this loser says, which is why the whole White House is responding. It's why, and maybe we'll get into it, a bunch of conservative influencers seemingly posted things that are or very close to copy-pasted influence campaign operations about this. And actually, you even had Trump himself taking swings while clashing with CNN reporter Kristen Holmes in the Oval Office yesterday.
Yesterday, John Ossoff said you'd rather travel with your aide, Natalie Harp, and build the ballroom than do your job as president. What is your response, John Ossoff?
You mean Pee Wee Herman? Pee Wee Herman lookalike? No, I would much rather do other things. It's we're building a great facility here. We're fixing a White House that hasn't been taken care of.
With Trump then going on to ramble about his ballroom for a while, but then a few minutes later, you had Trump's berating Holmes after she pressed him on his decision to reduce military activities with South Korea, asking the president if Kim Jong-un had requested that action after he once again bragged about how well he gets along with the North Korean dictator.
Kim Jong-un has always treated me with great respect. And we met on numerous occasions, actually, 2 primary occasions, spoken and spent time. I understand him, he understands me. He didn't like anybody, but I get along with him very well. No, what I'm doing is making things safer.
Did he ask you specifically to scale back on those?
Quiet. You're very disrespectful in front of this young man, okay? Don't you find her disrespectful? He understands. Quiet. Who are you with?
and with CNN.
Fake news.
I just wanted to follow up on the South Korea question.
You're a loud, boisterous person. You're fake news.
I was trying to find out if you had been talking to Kim Jong-un, if he had asked you
This
to
doesn't
scale
make him
back
look strong at
on
all.
those
This
military
makes him look so
exercises.
much
For one,
worse.
just another classic embarrassing Trump meltdown. And also, can I also point out, in a normal fucking world, it would be such huge news that the president of the United States of America said he and an infamous dictator understood each other. But he's literally said it so many times, it hardly ever gets reported anymore. And so understandably, the thing that ended up getting the most coverage was his toddler-style meltdown. And then what's even crazier but not surprising is that the White House doubled down, with their rapid response account on Twitter sharing the clip of Holmes' questioning Trump about Ossoff, calling her a disgraceful, humiliating embarrassment to her alleged profession. And then going on to add in a later post, someday your children will come across your disgusting and inhumane question. They will be sickened and embarrassed to have a parent be so callous and vindictive. It's quite troubling. But then unsurprisingly, that prompted a major backlash from the left, with her colleagues at CNN quickly jumping into her defense, saying that she's both a great reporter and a mother, with one senior White House reporter writing, "You know what's disgusting and inhumane? Bringing her perfect children into this." With that also echoed by others, including many other journalists, or many others saying it was just a bad look for Trump to scream at a female reporter like that. But also, this is the quiet, piggy president, so not surprising. You also had CNN issuing a statement defending Holmes, calling her one of the most respected and accomplished journalists covering the White House, slamming the attacks from Team Trump, and adding, public officials are free to challenge reporting they
I don't know. I'd like to see them push back a little bit in their reporting.
disagree with, but personal attacks on journalists.
I mean, there's nothing more just like painfully fucking pathetic than watching him shit on somebody and then them go on TV and just be like, well, he just seemed to be in kind of a bad mood today, and, you know, it's okay.
Are beneath the office and inconsistent with the principles of a free press. Now, of course, with this, Trump has his
CNN the
base.
left.
You had plenty of people coming to Trump's defense, but also a lot of the focus from the right seemed to be centered around Ossoff and his comments. Probably because they, one, want to kind of deflect from everything else that Ossoff said in that statement, and two, to try to draw attention away from the fact that the president had this humiliating break.
This is all they have, is responding to the attacks on them and going, "Nuh-uh!"
Down and screamed at a female.
You do understand that this is like the time to win. So if I keep saying this, if we fuck this up, then we might as well hang up the towels, guys.
Reporter for asking basic questions. And so you had conservatives accusing Ossoff of smearing Harp, claiming that his remarks were sexist, with Megyn Kelly tweeting. Ossoff was clearly implying that Trump is having an affair with his staffer. He was so determined to disparage Trump, he didn't give one thought, or worse, he did, to how this would affect Natalie. Forever. Don't let the Democrats tell you they are for women. It's a lie. But hey, Megyn, Ossoff didn't say anything about Trump and Harp doing anything. It's you guys who are making this jump about Trump doing whatever with Harp. That sounded like Ossoff just talking about Trump caring about the sycophants around him rather than all the other people on the decoy plane, all the troops he's stressing out and putting in harm's way. Your rising gas prices, your rising electricity prices, your healthcare costs, all his failed promises. And all of this is you with then others calling Republicans hypocrites here, noting it's Trump who regularly disparages women, makes overtly sexist remarks. I mean, that doesn't even get to the E. Jean Carroll of it all. It also doesn't get into the Epstein files of it all. And funny enough, part of the road that got paved to a second Trump presidency, starting with the first one, was Trump berating Megyn Kelly herself, talking about her bleeding
out of her
from
whatever.
wherever. And then as far as Ossoff,
wherever,
when MSNBC's Jen Psaki pressing him on why he name-checked Harp, he responded.
Well, I've heard this particular aide referred to as his security blanket. And I think we could say that about any number of the senior aides in the White House. They're not telling him what he needs to hear. They're telling him what he wants to hear. And the nation is at war. And we cannot afford that.
Because the thing that kind of got alluded to, but we didn't go into the details, Harp is also considered his printer person. Like, she literally prints out positive things from the internet for him to see, with that apparently being part of her responsibilities. Which then also begs the question, is it true that
we have such a pathetic asshole as our fucking president? It's not.
Trump actually doesn't know?
I can't even laugh anymore. It's that pathetic where it's just like, dude.
What the public thinks of him because he's just being shown a certain version of the world that the people around him want to see. But then beyond all that, we saw a bunch of people wondering why the White House and Trump went totally ballistic about one kind of pretty mild line from Ossoff, with one person writing, almost no one in America knew who Natalie Harp was. Then John Ossoff dropped her name and triggered an explosion of interest, and it looks as if the White House is alarmed about it. Right? And many thinking, there's a lot of smoke here, so maybe there's fire. With Tommy Vitore of Pod Save America, for example, saying that Ossoff clearly touched a nerve and saying it seems like something that media should explore. Hey, for now, let me know your thoughts.
I 10,000%. I'm just like, I was going to be the thumbnail today.
I think it's clear where I stand here. And actually, I will add one thing. If you are a Democrat or even just anyone that is not pro-Trump and Trump Republican, do not give these hypocritical cry bullies a fucking inch. They want you bickering and paying attention to a billion other things other than how their God King is fucking shit up for you. They want to put...
I'm doing the thing that I hate.
put you on the back foot, change the conversation. Well, John didn't say much. John brought up a former OAN news reporter who sounds like fucking Kim Jong-un's news person, who is on the short list of people that Trump took on the secret plane while all the other people were on the decoy plane, while he is waging a war of choice that is making your life harder. And
Can we just call it like it is? Like he's sat here crushing on his daughter for a long time, finally gets somebody that looks just like his daughter, who apparently is beyond sycophantic to the point where it even makes Caroline Levitt sick.
Fulfilling a lot of the promises that he made, except maybe the ones that he made while the mic wasn't in front of his mouth to enrich himself and his cronies. And to any journalist that turns this into a false equivalency, look at John, oh bad John situation, you are a fucking hack.
You're a hack.
And also, that's not the only bizarre political controversy we have to talk about today, because there's a very wild story about how fake polls can influence elections. And it actually starts with a mayoral race in Los Angeles between incumbent Mayor Karen Bass and her left-wing challenger, Nithya Raman. Because earlier this month, you had a poll from a group called Median Strategies showing Bass far ahead, nearly 12 points. And even more specifically,
hey, it's exactly what happened with
Bass was
Francesca
picking
Hall.
up way more people who voted for Spencer Pratt in the primaries, which would be a big win for her. And she ended up saying that there was some news coverage on this poll, with the California Post, which is a West Coast spinoff of the New York Post, running the headline, "Spencer Pratt's voters could be deciding factor in LA mayor showdown, according to latest poll." And you had Karen Bass herself.
God, I'm so glad that Mr. Montag is not going to be the mayor of fucking
touting the numbers
Los
of their
Angeles.
campaign, throwing them onto a graphic and adding, "Doing the work, showing up, and gaining momentum. Let's do this, LA." And so if you were rooting for or part of Bass's campaign, looking like really good news, except it wasn't real. Right? A reporter for the LA Times said he repeatedly reached out to Median Strategies, right, the group behind the poll, and quote, "They told me they were discontinuing their polling operation, then they admitted their poll was fake." With the group also giving a statement to the Times saying, "Median Strategies was created as a short-term social experiment to examine how purported polling information could enter and spread through the political information ecosystem without independent verification."
Oh my
and saying
God,
we
it
are
was an
not seeking
experiment?
publicity or attribution for the individuals involved and are declining interviews. With their website now displaying a similar memo and noting that all their previous releases have been withdrawn and
Trump
should not
chasing
be
after someone who looks just like
cited
his
as
daughter.
genuine polling data. All of which is extra fantastic because according to reports,
doesn't seem to be
when
bothered
Median
by it.
began posting on social media on August 9th, it claimed that it wanted to fix the credibility problems in polling and rebuild trust. And so now there's just been so many reactions to this. Karen Bass, she took down her post about the poll, and a spokesperson for her campaign said this poll was reported on by a news outlet, and saying any bad faith attempts to influence elections should be investigated and prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. You also have the California Post updating their article to be about Bass's condemnation of the stunt, and Nithya Raman's team also responded to the news to call out Bass for sharing unverified information, with the spokesperson saying the mayor's campaign promoted a fake poll without properly vetting the source, saying it is the latest example of an administration that too often struggles to get the basics right, saying Angelinos deserve a mayor who gets the facts right, communicates clearly, and does the work
This is going to help
before
Nithya.
announcing the results. But also, like, here's the truth. This whole situation speaks to more than the LA mayoral race, right? Because as you had the Times noting, one of the other polls that Median released was on the Wisconsin gubernatorial race, and it showed the Democratic Socialist candidate Francesca Hong ahead by 20 points. But as you saw last week, she ended up losing that race. And while there were also other polls that showed her well in the lead as well, right? It wasn't just the fake Median one. You now have more people arguing that fake polling is a very real threat to our elections. With, for example, one California-based polling firm saying this isn't just a harmless social experiment, saying it's arguably election interference and hurts the credibility of new pollsters who are doing genuinely good work. And adding, however, if you take their social experiment at face value, they certainly proved a point. In a post-538 world, there's essentially no vetting of new pollsters. And so now you have a lot of people looking at this going, oh, this does show how, a fake poll can go so far that news outlets and campaigns, they're not always...
I will admit, this was very effective. It had to go this far for anybody to even really care.
To look into who's conducting them or what their methodology was before running those numbers. And so you had one Democratic strategist adding fake cooked poll releases are quickly becoming the hottest form of election interference, saying this does not bode well for 2028. Another political blogger adding it seems like making up polls could be an underrated business strategy. For example, my fake survey says the 2028 presidential vote in Pennsylvania will be tied with a 4-point margin of error. How much are you going to have to spend to beat that? And then you had another pollster adding that while we don't know the motive here, this
and then it fluctuates Polymarket and
seems
all
like a
these
trend that
fucking
can be
betting
used to
apps.
manipulate prediction markets. And actually, interestingly enough, before this whole thing played out, just last week, you had the Brennan Center for Justice putting out a piece exploring efforts to undermine poll credibility, explaining polls can shape voters' perception of candidates, electoral participation, and confidence in election results. This makes polling a prime target for those looking to influence.
That's why I think that 44% poll was not real.
Influence the electorate and shape
For
public opinion.
Francesca
Because
Hong.
there's been both an increase in fake fake or misleading polling, as well as attacks on legitimate polling. It's just harder for the average voter to know what to believe. And so one, of course, I would love to know your thoughts on any of this, but also two, at the very least, part of this story should tell you that you should vote no matter what the polls say. They could be wrong, they could be right, they could be trending one way or another, but the only thing that actually matters is the vote that happens. Or I guess another way to put it, and this is kind of a more all-encompassing thing, you will always have more people talking and yapping than actually doing. Adam S., you go.
All right. Let's go back to Konecki. See what's up.
Going for her here are the fact that she's ahead, but it's that she's doing better with the election day vote. And it's just so even in the counties, as we're showing you, even in the counties that are Vindman's shade of blue, right? A place like Lee County, Sarasota was a good one to show you here. You know, where Vindman's getting a big chunk of the vote that's coming in now in these places isn't nearly as pro-Vindman as this total.
Pep Talk saves us, yeah.
It's election day vote that's coming in that's much more Nixon. Now, where is their outstanding vote here?
Wait, they're doing election night coverage?
Here, is the panhandle. The polls don't close here for another 25 minutes. Now, how many votes are here in a Democratic primary? Not many, probably 3 to 4%. We'll say about 4% of the votes in a statewide Democratic primary are going to come out of these panhandle counties.
So we're at 2:30. All right, I got to take a
so,
little
in
rest
theory, it's an
break.
opportunity there for Vindman. But look, so far, it's Nixon who's winning. These are overwhelmingly
I'm not even
Republican
gonna put
counties.
the thing, catching up.
But it's Nixon who's winning. Look at this. It's Nixon who's winning up here. Leon County, this is one of the first that we saw come in tonight. Jefferson County,
I'll
kind of
be
getting
right
that,
back. Gotta use the bathroom.
bend there. And so, yes, the left here, there'll probably be some debate. What was this? What does this represent? If this is something that holds here, there was a lot of talk that, again, Vindman was kind of asleep at the wheel with his campaign. As a result like this speak to his failures as a candidate? Does it speak to something that Nixon herself tapped into? She didn't have nearly the kind of resources that Vindman did to get a message out, but something has resonated here in a very big way to have a result like this that I think goes so counter to what expectations were. Again, just checking in Miami-Dade. Nixon continues to lead there by 18 points. Broward County up to nearly 80% of the vote. She is not winning in Palm Beach County. So, Adam, I don't want to lose sight of this one with so much happening here. And you tell me if I should linger on this screen for a little bit. No. Okay, then I do want to just not lose sight of what's happening in the House races, because it looks like in the 7th district we've had a development. Let me take you there. Again, this is Corey Mills, embattled Republican incumbent. He has now fallen behind Ryan Elijah. And why? Because it's still in Volusia County. It's what we said. The election day vote. Adam told us about the first 3,000 votes of election day vote in Volusia County breaking for Elijah. I said, maybe it's an outlier. Let's see more. Now we've seen more. More election day voters come in. It continues. Elijah is pouring it on with the election day vote. He's now taken the lead in the count in Volusia County, narrowly, but he's taken the lead. The trajectory, the important thing is with 17% of the vote, a sixth of the vote still to come in Volusia County. The election day vote is what this is. The trajectory is clearly pro-Elijah with that. So you can expect him, I think likely here, to expand on this in Volusia as the remaining vote comes in. Now, Volusia is about 45% of the vote in this district. We need to see Seminole. Is Seminole going to look like Volusia, or is it going to look different? For Mills now, it's got to look different. Otherwise, we've been tracking them. We've had a number of incumbents lose primaries this year, House primaries. We saw John Larson, Democrat, go down in Connecticut last week. Is Mills about to join Larson and a number of others on that list? Certainly, what's happening in Volusia County suggests that distinct possibility. We have had, it looks like more has come in the 9th congressional district. Let me take a look there. Yes, Highlands County. We said, what was Butler's number going to be? Well, Butler got the lead. This is the early vote.
Damn,
Ben Butler
dude.
with the lead in Highlands County. Nothing like he did in Okeechobee. It's 32. It's only 10 over Greene. That's good news for Greene. Greene is pulling out this kind of number in Indian River, which is the biggest single source of votes in this district. Go far from Indian River County into Heartland, Florida. Okay, it's Ben Butler's backyard. Ben Butler's leading it, but Greene is second and only 10 points behind him there. Greene is beating Butler by 20 points, right, in his neck of the woods, a little bit more than 20. In the heart of Butler country, you would say Butler's only beating Greene by 10 right now. What that nets out to is Greene is leading. This is narrow. Green,
Okay,
though,
how
is
about we ascend voting and make it a liberal nation? How do you feel about that, you dumb fuck?
leading Butler
Wow, that's
by about
anti-American as
1,200
shit.
votes. In Chalifo, meanwhile, powered by Osceola,
Starting
right?
to think that you're not American.
Yeah,
We did make a new call in Florida House 6, the Randy Fine race.
we've called it for Randy Fine.
Yes.
Okay, called it for Randy Fine. Chalifo here, Osceola County. Now,
Wait, Randy Fine, wasn't that Dan
88% of the vote
Bilzerian?
in Osceola County. 88% of the vote is in there, only 63 in Indian River. So right now, I think the possibility that's raised here, and how much is coming in 63 in Orange. Again, Orange is less than 10%. It's about 21% of the vote is going to come out of Osceola County. It's the most complete county in this district, outside of Okeechobee, which is very small. So Chalifo is kind of breathing down Green's neck right now, but I think that the Chalifo has sort of, let's use a Florida fruit analogy, Chalifo has squeezed more juice out of his orange than the other candidates have. Why? Because Chalifo's base is Osceola County, and it's nearly 90%, right? Green's, we say, is Indian River, it's only 63%. There's more votes overall in Indian River anyway. And again, Butler, there's a lot to come in Highlands. Butler's hope is that the election day vote in Highlands breaks his way big time. So that would be his hope. Green's hope, Butler's hope. The problem for Chalifo is, get outside of southern Orange County and Osceola County. There's a little bit of polk that'll come in, but he's running, he's getting doubled up in Indian River, and he's a non-factor in Highlands County and in Heartland, Florida. So I would look at Green, and I would look at Butler right now, perhaps, more than Green and Chalifo, despite Chalifo being in second place. Okay, where else do we have numbers?
We've had some...
Palm Beach came in?
Yeah, we've had some developments in 24 and 19. I've been interested in your take in 24.
Yeah, let's get 24 up. Okay, so we're looking at, we have a sort of a split here. Oliver Gilbert, okay. Chevron Jones, state senator in the Broward County portion of this district, is leading Oliver Gilbert by 9. Kendrick Meek. So, okay, one thing we can see in the 24th district overall is that the Meek comeback, the third generation attempt by the Meek family to win this seat, not going to happen. So this is now a race between Oliver Gilbert and Chevron Jones. And I had a note on this that I want to keep in mind here. So there is a geographic split here, right? Oliver Gilbert is the Miami Gardens mayor. This is the Miami-Dade portion of the district, and Chevron Jones is a state senator.
All right, so Anna, what's the deal with the lady in your county?
This is the note I had. Let me just read this to myself because I want to pull sort of bigger lead with the early vote. Okay. I have a note to myself. Adam, can you check this? I should have checked this ahead of time.
Yeah.
The St. Petersburg poll, they did a poll here.
I like booping the clankers on the nose.
Show Chevron Jones with a bigger lead with the early vote.
Get them clankers.
The folks who had already cast their votes. Because I think that's significant if that's the case. Gilbert, again, that's former Miami-Dade commissioner. Much more of the vote is on the Miami-Dade side. This is like 75%, 25%, Miami-Dade, Broward. And again, we got 70% in Miami-Dade.
All right, we'll
Gilbert's
come back
leading
to this.
there by 6.
I want to check out this. This guy seemed to be going freaking off on the city council.
God bless you, dear neighbors.
Thank you, Ms. Stokes.
This, he got passionate. I have no idea what he said. Angie Nixon's way better than the other person. All right.
Thank you. We have Pastor Lorenzo Sewell.
Oh, pastor, huh?
My name is Pastor Lorenzo Sewell. I have the honor and the privilege of being the senior pastor of 180 Church, where President Donald Trump came for his birthday weekend. It was there that I had an opportunity to pray over the president. And it was at that moment that he told me I would pray at the inauguration and I would be able to preach at the rededication. The reason why I'm here today, because
I want to hear Pastor Ben talk about this guy.
Dearborn, in all of your prosperity and everything that you've done, the spirit of Hubbard is still in this city. The spirit of racism still dwells in this city. This is a city that has prospered with your mosque and your call to prayer, but yet it's on the back of my people. It's on the back of black people that we have funded everything you do.
This is very performative.
You look down on us. Your police enact injustice on us. And when Jake Lane talked about Jesus,
The way
he was assaulted.
He's literally performing for a camera. I'm not trying to be a dick about it.
Because you are not up under American law. You are up under Sharia law. That is the reason why you have made no arrest. You laugh. You are 3 generations of racism in this very city. You know it. You have...
Yo, when a black pastor's calling out racism and then being a racist against fucking Muslims, I don't know, guys. I think that this is where we can call out some real shitheads.
My people that have funded you. It's my people that made sure that you have what you had.
This guy fucking, he's like, oh my God, this guy's...
But you're only 1% of this nation. We are not a nation of Muslims. We are a nation of Christians. We are one nation under God, indivisible, the God of the Bible, the God of the Lord Jesus Christ. That's the God in whom we serve. I want you to prove to me we're not up under Sharia law. Will you denounce council?
Well, let me tell you something, brother. I have something I want to say to you. The Sharia law that you say that we're instituting, we are not instituting the Sharia law. We're instituting PEP law here in Dearborn. Let me tell you, the PEP law is where you're gonna find yourself. We wail into to your Lord and Savior about how much you hate all of these gays, all of these trans people, because let me tell you, when it comes to PEP law, equality for all LGBTQ folk is exactly what I want for my people.
O'Reilly, will you denounce
Sorry, I just had to go full wrestling persona since that's what we're doing.
law? Will you denounce Sharia
Also,
law?
realistically, Sam Kinison called this out a long time ago. Sam Kinison used to be a pastor, and that's why he was so effective at his stand-up. He let everybody into the secret.
Will you denounce Sharia law? Abraham, you went to Hillsdale. Will you renounce Sharia law? Will you renounce Sharia law? America, we have lost this city. This is a city that is no longer up under American laws. We are up under Sharia law, and we will not have it anymore. Enough is enough.
All right, order. We're gonna have order in the meeting. We're gonna have order in the meeting, folks. Okay. I just would like to remind everyone, there is a microphone system in the city of Dearborn. We can afford one. So when you're speaking, if you'd like to raise your voice, guys, you can, but it's not doing anything else. So we're going to give you a warning. Speak. We can hear you. We want you to be heard. We understand passion. We're all about.
For the last 40 years, I have witnessed firsthand the transformation of this great and diverse city. I have watched families build their lives here, businesses grow, neighborhoods change, and generations come together to make Dearborn the community it is today.
Wait,
and
Jake Lang actually made an appearance?
Paraphernalia. That's the...
Tell me that white Christians are not being invaded. How can you lie to our faces with your taquilla? This is an invasion on all fronts. Our people are being pushed out of the workplace. We're being pushed out of city councils. That
What up,
smug
DJ
face
X?
of
Good
the
to see you, man.
tequila Muslims needs to be wiped off these people's faces. These people are looking to destroy us. This is an invasion on all
The fact that this is allowed at a city council meeting is kind of
pushed out
crazy.
of the workplace.
All right.
We're being pushed out of city councils. That smug
All right,
face
since this
of
is
the
all
Takia
performative,
Muslims
all right,
needs
all
to be
right.
wiped off these people's faces. These
Let's
people
see.
are looking to destroy us. These people are looking to outbreed us. The Muslims have not come here to assimilate. They have come here to steal the wealth of this land, to rape our women. What about the 250,000 women in England that were raped by Pakistani Muslims and they got little slaps on the wrist from the woke Democratic regime? The Muslims are being used by the Democrats to instill socialism in America. We know it. Look at all of your top Muslim leaders.
City council meetings
They
can be
all
entertaining.
pander to homosexuality, the trans agenda, and to socialism. You're fake Muslims. You're just using the Democrats, these woke liberal idiots, the women in New York, to gain power. And once the Muslims have power in this country, then they will start throwing the homosexuals off the roofs, just like they do in Palestine. You guys all cry about Palestine. Try being a white Christian man preaching the word of God in Palestine. Guess what might happen to you? The same thing
Actually, that's kind of funny. They have Christian Palestinians, you dumb fuck.
that happened to me here in Dearborn, Michigan. You will be stoned for saying the name of Jesus Christ in Palestine, in Afghanistan, in Yemen, in Iraq. Jesus Christ is...
I actually like being an ex-Christian and just knowing, like, hey, I know I loved the same Jesus you claim to love. I'm pretty sure that he would see you and he'd be like, what in the actual fuck?
outlawed in those countries, and we will stand. The crusade has begun. Your time in this country is running short. The time of stealing from the Detroit black Christian Americans is over. It's over. Muslims go home before we send you home. We have cruise ships, we have planes, we have trains, and we're going to pack them out with all of the Arabs. You
Is anybody in
have
the
to
city
go
council
home. We
fucking
don't
meeting going to
want
say
you here.
anything?
Our founding fathers gave us
You do
country
understand that
to
they
their
can, like,
posterity.
communicate back with
White
these people, right?
Christians, and they
I'll
brought
be going
along
back
with
to
them
the
their
election
black
coverage,
friends,
by the
and
way.
now we're here to reclaim America for the blacks and the white people.
You have
and
30
the Spanish.
seconds remaining.
We will not allow these third world mongrels to run roughshod over us without a fight. The body of Christ is one. If you are in Christ, you are my brother. If you stand against Islam, you are my brother. If you are willing to stand up and take this country back, you are my brother. Join the Crusades and extricate this filth from our country. We will have our way. Come,
Just remember,
blood
guys,
or
this
sweat,
is
we
what's
will
out
have
there.
our way.
Your time
This
has
is your
expired.
Christian land. Christ is King.
Thank you.
Christ is King. Christ is...
Jason.
Wait, is this lady fucking cheering him? This lady right here? Okay, good.
Okay, folks, let's have order. We have the best police department in the state of Michigan. They're handling it.
I mean, I'm not sure how much they're handling it. All right, back to Konecki. Let's go.
Out here. And okay. So we got all
right, election
we had
coverage.
Collier, we needed Lee. Schwartz, okay. So actually
Short
two
night
questions
tonight.
here. Is that just early
Man,
voting?
I feel
Lee?
like I've been on for hours.
I think there's
These
a little
Tuesdays.
there's some mix there in Lee.
And is this, we think Collier's complete.
Jim Oberweis?
Yes.
Oh,
Collier's
dude, you guys
complete,
got
and if
Jim
you wanna go to the
Oberweis?
district-wide.
Yeah,
That
that's very
motherfucker,
significant. Wow, and that's
he's from St. Charles, Illinois.
So NBC News projects that Jim Schwartzel will win the Republican primary.
He didn't even
in Florida's
fucking get
19th congressional
16.5 of the
district.
vote
This is
there.
significant. He defeats the Trump-endorsed candidate, Catalina Loft. And we just saw it before that check mark came up. That was the tell. And you got it out of Collier County, where if you remember, the first votes that came in here, the early vote had Schwartzel leading by 10. And we said, okay, that's a good start for him. But with that Trump endorsement, was that going to result in a big reversal on the election day vote? Clearly, Loft did better on the election day vote than she did on the early vote, but only enough to cut what it was a 10-point deficit down to 5. And so when she emerges there short, and then you get the early vote here in Lee County showing, the same break, that's enough. That's just too much for her to overcome. So again, this is a overwhelmingly Republican district. This has sort of become one of the core Republican areas in Florida, kind of quietly, this sort of Southwest Florida area here, super, super fast growing. Folks, Jim Oberweis, this man, I will give him a little the political eulogy here a little bit. I mean, he's run for the United States Senate in Illinois. He's run for governor in Illinois multiple times. He's run for Congress in Illinois. He came achingly close in 2020. He lost by, I think, 1.3 points in Illinois' 14th congressional district. He did get elected once to the state Senate in Illinois, found his way, as many his age from the North do, down to Southwest Florida, and took a shot here. Again, what a crazy world it is. He and Loft ran against each other in that Illinois 14 Republican primary in 2020. Oberweis beat her in that race. She's leading him here, but neither one of them is going to catch Jim Schwartzel. He's going to win this primary and again be the overwhelming favorite in a district Trump carried by 30 points. So that was a very interesting race to watch. And just again, if you were curious, if you're watching this, you were probably curious. How did Madison Cawthorn do? There's your answer. Chris Collins. He'll always be the answer to a trivia question. Who was the first sitting member of Congress when Donald Trump first ran for president to endorse him? It was Chris Collins. Collins did not get the Trump endorsement in this campaign. He did get a Trump pardon in 2020. He'd probably choose the pardon over the endorsement, would be my guess. Okay, so that's the 19th district. Where else do we have votes here? We got Washington. We told you Wasserman Schultz. I'm looking at Ryan Elijah. Nothing new there. But yeah, I'll just go back to that Scott Singer one because the difference maker for Singer, he's doing pretty good in his neck of the woods there, Palm Beach. Where Boca. Oh, we just got more vote here. More vote came in, and again, this is election day vote now is coming in Palm Beach County. Again, Singer, the mayor, up in this part of the district.
Wait, Palm
Beach
County
takes you to 90% of the vote in. And that's Singer now has opened up a 1,500 vote margin over Morias. The key there, I think. It's not the number for Singer is good. It's 10 points of separation from Morias, but then look what's happening.
Yeah, I accidentally clicked on this space.
That's the story. And look where the vote is. The most vote that's left to come in this district is Miami-Dade.
This is very recognizable.
Singer is crushing Morias there, crushing Franzese there by 20 points. So look, we think maybe it's possible all the vote is in the Broward portion of the district. There's a little bit to come in Palm Beach. The place where there's vote to come is the place where Singer is by far doing the best. So it's
I thought
looking,
that tab was
you're
muted.
At Scott Singer headquarters right now. You're getting really excited. And if you're at
Jared
Jared Moskowitz headquarters,
like,
you're getting the opposition research books out because it's certainly pointing here towards the distinct possibility that the 25th district, again, will be Moskowitz versus Singer. This is one of the four that Republicans have redrawn to try to get extra seats out of Florida, new seats out of Florida, because under the new lines, Trump would have won this district by 9 points. Right now, an interesting note on this is if you wound the clock back 4 years earlier, right in 2024. In fact, can I show you that?
No,
yeah. Biden would have won it, right?
I don't
so
keep
Democrats,
it open.
we're saying the Republicans are trying to get 4 new districts out of Florida through redistricting.
I'll just do it on my phone.
Democrats are hoping that, remember, Trump's had a surge-level support in Florida in 2024. Won it by 13 points.
That's never happened to me. I've never seen my stream pop up.
He didn't make 10-point gains in every state around the country.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Florida was kind of special for him in 24. The Democrats are hoping it was kind of a one-off. That surge level was a one-off. Not that Florida necessarily has become a blue state, but if it were to recede to something closer to 2020 levels, that's what this district looked like in 2020.
Okay.
So that's what Moskowitz and the Democrats are hoping for here. But again, Scott Singer here, the math is working in Singer's favor.
Wait. Yeah, Moskowitz fucking got it.
In about 2 minutes, which means I want to check in on, look at this. Look at this now.
Well, at least we got Nixon, right?
What's happening here is, with every county filled in,
the
only thing that's coming in now until the panhandle closes, everything that's coming in at this moment is election day vote. And the election day vote's been real good for Angie
You should go
Nixon.
follow Pep Talks.
Double digit.
He's a good dude.
Double-digit advantage for her. 25 seconds now until 8 o'clock.
Kind of knows what he's talking about with politics every once in a while.
The polls close. All of Florida is closed.
Who is it?
And as we say, our decision desk cannot make any projections in statewide races before all the polls are closed everywhere in the state. But when they're closed,
Is Nixon considered an
decision desk
upset
can
win?
do that
Yeah.
if it deems it to be the case. So I just point that out. I point that
They
out
will
with
learn you
Ashley
something.
Moody, the appointed Republican incumbent in the Senate race there, ahead by 66 points. I point that out in the gubernatorial primary.
Byron Donalds actually got it.
Excuse me, I see check marks there.
Well, we're at 8 o'clock.
There it is. That's why I see check marks. It's 8 o'clock. I was like, polls closed. Okay, NBC News projects that David Jolly will win the Democratic nomination for governor in Florida. He will face off in the fall against Congressman Byron Donalds. NBC News projects will win the Republican primary. Donalds endorsed by Donald Trump
This
at the
could
start of
actually
his campaign,
work.
easily defeating Jay Collins, the Republican lieutenant governor. The surprise of the night, though, on the Senate side, not here, where NBC News projects that Ashley Moody, the appointed incumbent, will easily win the Republican primary. It's right here. NBC News projects that Angie Nixon has defeated Alexander Vindman in the Democratic primary for the United States Senate in Florida. This one is a monster of an upset. Vindman raised a ton of money, came into this with a ton of national name recognition, national support in this race, and the hope of Democrats that he could make this, we're going to do news now here in a second, that he could make this a fight, put Florida on the map nationally.
Oh, Angie.
Instead, Angie Nixon from the left.
That's cool.
Has defeated him
That's good
handily
news.
in this primary. About to do the news now hit.
Oh, it's getting called on. Got to go live.
So, folks, I'm here in the news now, and I'm just going to show you some results while we do this. But we're going to do news now here in a second.
For his House seat. Let's bring in Steve Kornacki to walk us through the results that we've got so far. Steve, all kinds of primaries being called right now. What do you see?
There you go.
Yeah, I mean, look, the votes came in real fast and a lot of clarity in Florida. Here's the surprise of the hour. It is in the race for the United States Senate, the Democratic primary here. Angie Dixon, an underfunded state legislator, has defeated handily Alexander Vindman. Vindman, this is a name I think folks might remember. He was the whistleblower at the heart of the 2019 impeachment of Donald Trump. He came into this with a ton of national support, a ton of national money. There had been some concerns from Democratic leaders that maybe he was a bit complacent as a candidate. Wow, that proved to be true.
Yeah.
He's been upset by Angie Nixon. Nixon, who came at him from the left, who joined the DSA, Democratic Socialists of America, during this campaign, who wins this primary.
Nice.
Now, Nixon
She actually
in the
did
general
that during the
election
campaign.
is going to face off
That's
against
fire.
Ashley Moody.
That's
Moody
fire, and
is
that
the
was also
appointed
ballsy on her part, so I got to give her
incumbent
a lot
senator
of credit
right now.
for that.
Marco Rubio left to join the administration. Moody was appointed to replace him. She's now running for the seat on her own. She easily wins the Republican primary. This is not a race. This U.S. Senate race in Florida was not considered, looking ahead to November, a top-tier race. Democrats had been hoping they could make it one, but the Democratic establishment at least, their calculation was based on Vindman winning this primary, not on a candidate as far left as Nixon winning this Democratic primary tonight. So that's the surprise of the hour statewide in Florida. But Gotti, some quickly to show you though, some big results too that have already come in at the House level. There are a number of big House primaries in Florida tonight. Here's one, Debbie Wasserman Schultz. Again, big name nationally here, former chair of the Democratic National Committee. Because of the redistricting that took place in Florida,
Son of a bitch, she actually
redrawing
won.
Maps. Wasserman Schultz actually chose to run in this district. She lives in a different one. There was some controversy. This is a plurality black district, but she ran here in a primary, and as you can see here, bit of a splintered, crowded field. She's emerged with a solid victory in this primary. This is an overwhelmingly Democratic district, so it looks like Wasserman Schultz is going to survive the redistricting wars in Florida. Another incumbent here, well, let me show you the Democratic side. Another incumbent here who faced a challenge. This one's interesting in light of what we just showed you in that Senate race. Oliver Larkin is a Democratic Socialist of America endorsed candidate running against Jared Moskowitz, Democratic congressman here. This is in South Florida, Broward, Palm Beach, Miami-Dade, along the coast. Moskowitz, though, easily winning this, easily defeating Larkin. Moskowitz is going to have a difficult general election campaign because Republicans redrew this district to try to knock him out of Congress, to try to put the seat into Republican hands. Trump would have won this seat by almost double digits.
The thing is, I'm almost okay with but if Moskowitz loses,
and the Republican who's going to
God damn it,
oppose
dude.
Moskowitz, it's not. We don't have a result yet, but Scott Singer, the mayor of Boca Boca Raton is leading, and a lot of the math of the outstanding vote is pretty favorable to him. So, and
the blue states didn't really do it, so I don't fucking know, guys.
I'm sorry, the other major headline of the hour
Like I said
is
before,
right here. Corey Mills
today's the start of today's show is definitely the vibe that I'm
district with more
still
than
feeling.
3/4 of the vote counted. Gotti
this is not fixing
trailing
itself, guys.
Ryan Elijah. And the numbers that have been coming in, the way these have been coming, it's been getting
look at
better
these numbers.
and better for
I
Elijah
have noticed the
as the night
numbers
is going
of
on.
people
so
voting.
Mills is in serious danger.
Significantly more people are showing up to vote blue.
Primary.
Very interesting. Steve Kornacki, so much
I
more.
just wonder how much of that was organic for fucking Jared Moskowitz.
I want to bring in.
Okay.
Baby steps.
So yeah,
that's why. Yeah, I know.
I'm going to leave it here for a minute in case well, actually, I want to just check in here.
Let's get the.
Did we get anything new? We did.
To be fair, no one expected anybody from
Indian
Florida
River.
to win.
Yes.
No, I mean,
looks like Indian River is
what's
basically
the other state
complete
tonight?
right now. So that leaves us at. So what that does is it gives Green a pad.
It was Alaska. Alaska's going to be interesting. When's Alaska
part
go
of the
up?
district right here.
It's got to be late.
Osceola.
Shit, I might not be.
Chalifos.
Let's see.
There's still, pardon me, a little bit more to come right there. But so can Green?
We just got an update in Seminole and 7 as well.
Oh, okay. Let's go back there and then we'll reset that because that could be very significant. Oh my gosh, folks.
8 p.m. Pacific.
That's massive. That might be all the vote in Seminole County. It's a landslide in Seminole County for Ryan Elijah, who now, with some vote to come in Volusia County, he's pulled ahead in the count there.
Florida, Alaska,
he's winning
Wyoming,
the same-day vote there.
California.
He just won the same-day vote in Seminole County in a landslide. He's going to finish. We have our
U.S. House
expected votes at
election, 14th
95%.
congressional
I just showed
district.
you in Seminole County. When it gets to 95%,
Swallow.
that means
That's
our
right,
decision desk
Swallow.
thinks that might be it. They're checking to make sure.
God, what an idiot.
They think that might be all the vote there is in Seminole County. And Ryan Elijah winning an outright. There it is. NBC News projects that broadcaster Ryan Elijah has defeated Republican Congressman Corey Mills in the primary in Florida's 7th Congressional District. Mills, whose campaign was beset by scandal, by allegation, by the notable lack of a late endorsement from Donald Trump. Trump had endorsed him early in this campaign. Like last year, Trump sort of re-endorsed a series of candidates late in this race. Mills was notably not one of them. And Mills has gone down to defeat, and a sizable defeat in this congressional district. Again, Ryan Elijah defeating him. This is a district where in the general election,
Republican upset tonight.
Trump has carried this district by 12 points in 2024.
I like how
Democrats
now we're just like, oh,
that
wow,
Mills would be the
cool.
nominee because they believed that
only got
with
2
his
so far
baggage
where I'm
in a
like,
district like this, they might be able to make it a game in the general election.
We'll see.
But that plan was dependent on Mills winning this primary. Republicans have taken Mills out. Another House incumbent defeated in primaries this year. We seem to have one every week.
I'll take you back to 9. We got an update in Highlands.
Wow.
So the race is close.
Yep, and here it is. We said,
Dan
look out for that.
Balzerian.
So now this is interesting.
Oh my God, I
But
still
that's
can't
all
believe he was on the
it
ballot.
Is, it's not, because
That's
that
the
might be
most
all
Florida
the vote
shit
in Islands
ever.
County. The
And he ran
election
as
day
a
vote clearly
Republican.
got better for Ben Butler in his backyard, but only enough to cut that green margin district-wide under 1,000 votes to pull within about a point and a half
See ya,
to clearly
Ghost Train.
distance
I will
himself
catch you
from
later.
Chalifo. But if you're Butler, right, what's left? We think that's it for Okeechobee. We think that
We
might be it
celebrate
for
when the
Highlands.
lesser of two evils
There is
ends up
still some in
winning.
Glacier
I know.
Plains is tiny. And there's that little part of Polk here.
That's
He's
how it
leading
is. Lesser
but
of two
only by
evils
11
is,
votes, so we're just about all in. So what is left? We think
call
that
it
might
better,
be in Indian River.
outcomes.
Green got very good numbers there. We got about 10% to go in Osceola, and we got about 10% here.
That's what we're looking for:
And
harm
the
reduction
issue here,
and better outcomes for people.
well, tell me
Let's be real.
what's the expected remaining vote in Osceola County?
We just got another
If you're not the
200
most
votes
diehard
there
Trump
from
supporter,
Osceola
wouldn't
just
you
in the
like
past,
wonder
few seconds here.
if it would be this bad?
I think it might be
if,
just over 1,000.
Kamala
We think
just,
it's about 1,000
you know,
votes left.
won.
Yes.
I don't know.
Yeah, see,
Not that I
about
care.
1,000
I really am
votes
not
left
one of
here.
those people where
Here's
it's like,
how
oh, if
breaking,
Kamala
right?
won, things would be so much better.
Chalifo leading Green is beating him by about 15
I just think like
points.
she would have
at least
done like the
overall.
whole do nothing
that
approach,
might,
and
if that were to
it
hold,
would
he
have.
might
I
knock
don't know.
150. You know, the key is Butler. Butler's losing to Green here. Yeah, Butler's not even. Rewind the 966. The last update of 300 votes. You said, how did it break?
It was 200 votes, and Green won it
Green won the Osceola update.
Yeah, I mean, he gets 21% of it. So no, he didn't win it. Sorry, Martinez probably.
Or Chalifo.
Or Chalifo. Let me see.
Yeah.
Sorry, there's so many candidates.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I'm just trying to see if there's any difference if Butler.
Yeah, Martinez gets 25, Chalifo gets 23, Green gets 21, Butler gets 18.
Yeah, I mean Butler has to. Yeah, this is it. You're feeling real good if you're Green.
It's sad, but it's
you're
like you
feeling
said,
really
baby
good
steps.
If you're Green.
Yep.
So Dan Green, a former Trump administration official, poured a lot of his own money into this. Again,
also
rising,
welcome to the
very
show.
Strong number.
Aware.
This is
Good
Vero
to see
Beach, Indian River County. A very big number there. Butler's backyard delivered, but looks like not quite enough for him. Chalifo making a second candidacy here. I think probably wanted more out of this Osceola base. And again, there's a little bit here in Orange to come too. But again, the key here in Orange County is just with whatever's left. Green is doing better than Butler. And the one who could catch Green right now is Butler. But where's he going to catch him? He has to do it in counties where he's not running well. We said it would get interesting with Highlands, and Highlands made it interesting. But I would say it's hard. It looks like that's not going to be interesting enough. But again, the winner of this is going to face off against Darren Soto. And Soto will be running for re-election in a district. It's a very different district right now. This is one where Soto is going to be a pronounced underdog because of this redraw that Republicans, that whole Butler area, you could just see it's that's all new.
You know what? Florida kind of deserves what it gets.
This district.
It really does. Climate-wise, just bad turnout-wise. I'm sorry, Anna. Like, at some point, you might just need to fucking up and leave that fucking place.
Okay.
This place,
that
fucking state seems to be just going to hell.
Casey Asker,
going to hell in a handbasket, as my grandma would say.
25th, where Singer, it's looking, Singer's got to be pretty happy with what he sees there. And we're waiting on the 9th with, we're waiting for a call.
I couldn't imagine living in a red state, I'll be honest. This is my state, God damn it. I was born here. Yeah, I get
Randy
it.
Fine survived.
I get it.
Was there any...
you don't want to go.
Take a quick look here. I wanted to see.
I get it. I totally get it. I've had multiple times. Like, I have had so many opportunities to move out of state, and I just don't.
Palm Beach County. Again, she got mixed up in this...
Tell your old fucks to stop ruining it. Well, listen, I can't help our winters.
No traction there.
Fuck, my knees are starting to hurt.
I was curious if there'd be something there. I'm going to park
get
this
why
back
people
on
run to the
9
fucking the panhandle and shit. Like, I get it.
Here, but I said Florida goes fast, and we're 72 minutes in, Adam, and we are.
You live in blood red Indiana.
Here,
oh God.
We're waiting on.
Do you have like some of those like
whatever is left here in the 9th district?
You know,
and we're waiting
billboards.
On,
and like
what I think
you need Jesus. Like it just says that you need Jesus.
Here, where Singer is crushing it.
I love those where it's like.
So again, I'll put it up there. That's a little bit more complete.
Oh, I can't believe Debbie Wasserman Schultz won.
We're also waiting on Florida 24, which we
that was the main one I was watching.
We've gotten
Sky here is trans
one
color,
additional
lesbian
Miami-Dade
color, like every
day, vote report there.
Yeah,
small amount of votes.
What's the election day vote looking like? Because we said this is one where
like Florida's
that would favor
pretty,
Gilbert
like awesome.
Yeah, so I see.
There's parts that I like about
this
it.
This is a 500 vote update.
Climate's pretty cool.
And Jones
I mean,
wins
when it's not like
34 to 24.
So humid that you want to.
Jones won the election.
Just like make.
Do we have a
you want to make deals with a certain deity.
Vote we've gotten from there.
Let me take a look.
Okay.
Ooh, he seemed annoyed there. What's up, some dumb beats?
So yeah, the cumulative.
In fact,
I think the cumulative is communism. 32-29 Gilbert over Jones
in the election day.
In the election day, and with the advance vote going 37 for Gilbert and 30 for Jones.
No, I know.
Okay, so the complete opposite.
That's why they call them snowbirds. They end up there.
Fitting for this season, the polls.
Yeah.
Do you have a sense in Broward?
I don't know. I just wish they wouldn't come back.
Between the election
That's the part that I don't get.
Yeah,
I don't get the people that have like two houses and they they just pay to come back to Illinois. It's like, really?
I'll look into it a little bit.
Okay.
Why?
So again, that's
sorry, we did make the call.
It seems like 25. A whole waste, but whatever.
Well, there it is. We knew We knew it was coming, folks. We took you through the math.
Yeah, it's kind of nice living in a blue state, living in like a city, and just
delivered. It delivered.
Yeah,
for
I
him
haven't had to
in
worry
a
about stuff
big
like that.
way. Did we
Taxes
get
are the
more
only
there,
thing
or
that
was it
like
just sort of
every
checking
fucking
maybe a-
election
so
season,
Scott
always
Singer,
new
the mayor
taxes.
of Boca, will win
Thing
the
is,
Republican
dude,
nomination.
we had
in Florida's
Republicans on our
25th
last
district,
board.
and that sets the stage for a
raised
race
the
we will
they
spend an awful
voted
lot
to
of time
raise our
talking about
taxes.
this fall. I think it'll be Singer
fuck?
versus Moskowitz, one of the 4 districts that Democrats, represented by Democrats, transformed by the
I kind of wish that some of these Republicans would actually live by what they fucking preach. I mean, Darren Bailey's out there saying like 1%, 1%
math that would give
property taxes. It's like that's not going to work, numbnuts.
Of the 4 districts that Republicans are targeting in Florida, this is the one
And
Democrats,
of course he wants to do it by square footage. It's just like
are the most hopeful
that
about
makes no
retaining.
fucking
Moskowitz,
1% of the square footage.
Okay. In a district that at only 9 points, it's the closest.
Nice
of
in
them.
theory,
The 4 districts
but
that
our
were
roads
redrawn
already
under
suck.
the new lines went for Trump by
So-
anywhere from 9 to 17 points. This is the 9. So this is the closest of the 4. And
we'll
as I
see.
said, if you rolled it back to 2020, it was a Biden district. So the hope from Democrats, again, is that
What did he get?
those 24 numbers
26,000,
prove
15,000
to
as
be a
opposed to
little bit
what?
of a
Go back, go
one-off
back.
in terms of just
Go
the
to 25th.
extent,
Here, I
scale
want
of
to see the
Trump
Republicans
success
run for the 25th.
in the state, and that Moskowitz is the kind of candidate positioned more as a sort of a centrist. Remember, he has Moskowitz has
He's a Zionist.
served in the DeSantis administration, that would position him to capitalize. Sort of as a centrist in a district like this. That is the hope a lot of Democrats have, that if there's one they could get, it's this. The 22nd district, I should add.
Oh, fuck.
The 22nd congressional district. Again, one of those that was targeted by Republicans, but it's also true that if you rolled back the clock in the 22nd district to 2020, Biden carried it. So I think if the Democrats are kind of ranking where they're hopeful, it's those 2. And then the other 2 here would be, we say Mike Beltran, former state legislator, will be the Republican candidate against Kathy Castor. Kathy Castor here will be running in a district now that Trump won by 11 points. Castor, as we say, it's a very familiar name in the area. And I think clearly that the biggest underdog, the one where Republicans, we don't have we just got another update, it looks like. Maybe we'll leave it here.
Yeah, we got a
Whoever wins this will be the clear favorite against Darren Soto, because this district was changed the most dramatically of all of them.
Fucking Soto's losing his seat.
We got 600 votes out of Glades County.
What was left in the Butler. No, there's still a little bit left out of Butler. How'd those 600 break?
52%
Jared calls himself
for
a
Butler.
DeSantis Democrat.
Yeah, about this. How many votes are left in Glades? How many
any
raw
of this
votes?
makes,
What's that like?
whatever.
300?
Our estimate is
politics.
500
I
right
really
now.
do. I hate politics.
I think we're kind of
God
looking
damn it.
around.
I gotta like disconnect. I'm gonna watch Lanterns tonight.
Yeah,
That's what I'm gonna
double
do.
check all these numbers.
I'm gonna have a shorter stream tonight. I'm gonna go watch Lanterns and just
Butler
disconnect.
could knock that down to like 600. He's down
over this.
755. He could knock that down to 600. But that leaves him short of Green with only votes left probably, unless our expected vote is off anywhere else. Let's make sure it hasn't been, That'd be the other thing. If our expected vote proves to be off in Highlands, they haven't moved on Okeechobee, but yeah, with a couple hundred left in Glades and Butler getting those numbers, with 500 left getting those numbers, he could shave 150 votes off.
Okay, well, I'm
that
bored with
green,
this. Let's move.
That green
let's,
margin.
Let's
but
go
then
do something else until we get something else to focus on. Let's see if anything came from this.
All right. Next, thank you. Thank you. Next, we have Mr. Alabas Farhat.
You're measuring my mom.
Good evening, Council. I'm disappointed that we continue, and there are folks that continue to stand behind this guy, Jake Lang, a man who tried to sleep with a 15-year-old, who defends a pedophile like Donald Trump, who stands up for Jeffrey Epstein. Somebody who wants to question how American we are, yet sells our country out every single day in the White House.
Damn.
I understand the clicks are nice and the headlines are nice, but this is an American city. And when you go and bring this type of hate and rhetoric to this city, have a nice day, sir, to this city, all you're doing is dividing this neighborhood, and you're dividing our community. You can do that where you are. Don't come here. Because Dearborn is a shining beacon of unity and coexistence. We're a place where neighbors check in on neighbors, where they share meals over fence lines, where they stand together and they support each other. But if folks want to come here and preach hate and division, bring their ARs and their drum magazines and stand in the face of little children at the school on Ford Road, the ICA, or bark and terrorize the church next door, don't come here. Plainly. Because this is a city where we believe in coexistence and unity, where we believe that to be American is about the values you preach and believe and stand for, and not about your religion or birthplace. That is what it is to be American. That is why our founding fathers gave us a Constitution and Bill of Rights that protects your freedom of speech just as much as our freedom of religion. This is a city where we build the best-selling pickup truck in the world, the F-150. We root for the Lions on Sunday and the Tigers when they play. We love America. But to question our Americanness and how much we will defend and die for this country, when we have service members up on that dais, when we have service members in our military, is unacceptable. Take the time and learn about your neighbors. Don't follow the clickbait. Don't follow the attention. Don't follow these paid agitators, paid by Donald Trump and the Republican Party, paid to preach hate and divide neighbors, because they got an election that they're going to get sent packing in.
So oh, wait, this just happened. So Jared Moskowitz.
Thank you. Next speaker we have is.
Oh my God, he tagged Hassan. It was just here. Oh my God. No, go back. So Jared Moskowitz just tagged Hassan, saying my condolences to Hassan.
I just want to start out by saying the measure of a man
Hassan
is
just
how
retweeted
loud
it.
he can shout, especially
That's
when
a
he's
boss
shouting
move.
out nonsense, because even a donkey can shout really loud. But at the end of the day, he's still just a donkey. So I just have one thing that I would like to say in regards to Jake Lang and Pastor Lorenzo. First, let's start with Lorenzo. He gave a very eloquent, impassioned speech that didn't make any sense, because he said that the poor black people of Dearborn, for which he does not represent because he doesn't live here, his church is not here,
Oh, damn.
are oppressed
I like this
by
guy.
Arabs doing well in
I like
this
this guy.
community.
I
We're
like
not
this
even
guy.
from this community. I came here
See where he
today.
goes with this.
I have ventured all throughout this entire community, and you know what I didn't see? I didn't see any signs that said Arabs only or whites only. I seen
He's trying to do the inflection and he's failing.
black business owners. I've
Kinda
seen
funny.
black people driving nice cars in this city. And I just
You know
have
what
one
I
thing to
see?
say to you. Since you're so obsessed with gas stations, Pastor Lorenzo, why don't you take some of that Israeli money and buy a gas station and give it to your black neighbor? How about that?
Oh, I love this guy.
Now, I have
What's your
one other
name?
thing that I need to say
Fire.
here, and that is when it comes to Jake Lang. Jake Lang loves to proclaim that he is a crusader against Muslims. Jake Lang loves to wear Temu armor without any plates in him to pretend that he's a soldier when he never served in the United States military. Jake Lang is such a tough guy, then I have a suggestion for the council to take into consideration. I'm from Las Vegas. Go Raiders, by the way. I feel sorry for your Detroit Lions because we're going to be better this year. With that being said, since Jake Lang loves Dearborn so much, I challenge him to face me in the ring in 90 days right here in Dearborn, Michigan, where we can sell tickets that will benefit the city of Dearborn. And if he wants to put hands on a Muslim, let him do it to me, a white, red-blooded American Muslim. That's all I got to say. Jake Lang, I know you can hear me, and if you can't, I know you'll see my video because you follow me.
There's a little cringe at the end.
All right. Okay. Next we have
amazing administration, all the way from Mayor Hamoud to our city council president, Serini, and our wonderful chief of police, Issa Shaheen. It would be my dream to have leadership like you in my community. But most of all, we are the future. We built the F-150. We're home to Ford. But most
All right, folks, we have a speaker ready to speak. Okay. All right, let the Officers, just make sure they go out. And then if there's people, now that we have room for others that may want to come in, please make sure there's afforded the opportunity for others to come in. There's probably about 15 or 20 seats. All right, sir, sorry, I apologize.
That's okay. I guess they just didn't want to hear the truth that I'm about to unveil.
You may begin.
Thank you.
All right, sir.
My name is Ronald Dwyer. I'm actually the president of American Council for Interfaith and Cultural Relations. My organization works with Christians and Muslims, bringing them together. We also work with Native Americans and people
I was
of other
like,
faiths.
oh boy, where are we going with this?
That being said, I was involved in kind of what brought up this brouhaha on August 2nd.
Why did people leave? I don't know. They got pee or something?
Hasham, who we put together the Arbeen Festival, which is the festival that honors Imam Hussein. And the reason I got involved, I'm an Irish Catholic. The reason I got involved
why
is
is the
there's
cop
a lot
just
of
getting focused on?
mixing
Hold on, something
between
might happen
Christians
here where like
and Muslims throughout history. In fact, if you study Imam
All right, fuck
Hussein's
it. We'll let
story,
this one go.
he was a hero that stood up against an evil caliphate and gave up all riches and defended truth and honor and lost his life because of it. That's what everybody was celebrating. They honor this man every year annually. And I was proud to be a part of this event now through my organization, bringing Christians and Muslims together. And I want to say something. Pastor, oh, I see he left. I guess he couldn't handle the truth either. He's got a church of 12 people, so do a little research on him. He kind of stole the church from the previous congregation. But anyways, what I'm saying is,
I feel like there's a certain Johnny Walker Dread that could get on that case, and you know what? For once, I'm okay with it.
there's a lot of mixing between Christians and
Let him focus on that guy.
Muslims believe
Oh my God, I
the
should.
same things
You know what?
Christians do.
Here, fuck it. I'm gonna
They
send him an
believe
email
in
right now.
Jesus as the Messiah, born of the Virgin Mary, and that he will come again at the end of time. Mary is honored, like Councilman or Commissioner Beydoun said. Mary is mentioned in a chapter in the Quran. There's a lot of mixing, Muslims and Christians, if people just started studying and getting to know one another, you would see that we are a lot alike. Okay, we have maybe a few little differences in beliefs, but truthfully, we have a lot more in common than we do in difference. And I want to say another thing, too. Even though I'm part of an interfaith organization that I am president of, Pastor Sealwell and another person, I don't mean any disrespect, but there are a split. Just like there is in the Democrat Party, there's a split in the Republican Party. And the Republican Party had nothing. I'm a Republican. I serve on the 11th Congressional District. Had nothing to do with this event. In fact, many of the vice chairs came out and spoke out against this. They said this is not what we wanted to do. I'm sorry?
You have 30 seconds.
Oh, 30 seconds? Okay. So I want people to know that, too, that don't hate every Republican. I don't hate every Democrat. Look, I'm a Republican. Sam Beydoun is a Democrat. I consider Sam a friend. Look, I'm going to, after I finish this speech here, I'm going to come down and shake Abdullah Hamoud's hand.
I need that
okay?
pastor's
he's got a
name.
lot of unfair treatment. He got beaten up because he chastised a guy that has been a known...
I'm sorry,
so
your
where are we
time
at?
has expired.
43? Okay, so
thank you, sir. I'm going to shake your hand.
There we go.
Zosul, I have
Always been there for me.
Thank you, Ms. Stokes.
Sorry, I need this guy's name.
Thank you. We have Pastor Lorenzo Sewell.
Lorenzo, what? Pastor Lorenzo, that's good enough.
My name is Pastor Lorenzo Sewell. I have the honor and the privilege of being the senior pastor of 180 Church, where President Donald Trump came for his birthday.
The auditorium, just to try to do it in an orderly manner. All right, at this time, before we move on to our consent agenda, are there any items of which any member would wish to remove from the consent agenda and discuss individually? All right, hearing in
the master class on how to protest. And I think it's safe to say anyone else who understands the import, think about the ties that the Dingle family has, it goes beyond just a political tie. This is, she said, where my dry cleaner is. This is where I go to get errands done, even when she lives in Ann Arbor now. So, yeah, she has a very impassioned plea for people who hate to simply understand the people of Dearborn, the heart of the people. And as a Christian, she talked about how much she has felt welcome in that city.
Absolutely, and she's always been one of those who truly is able to work across the aisle, work with everybody. And we should point out, Roop, that this really is a matter of right and wrong. Hate has no place in our society, and you and I talk about that all the time. We say it throughout all of our shows, and to see the counter-protesters show up and really try to stand up for what's right certainly is good to see, but again, you just hope things stay peaceful out there as well.
You know, the bottom line is in this country, we've seen obviously through the years of civil rights marches and movements, as you say, what is right or wrong. I mean, Black Americans in this country have stood hard and fast and tall against oppression that has happened through the civil rights movement. They have stood and sat at counters where they were told they weren't allowed to be.
The thing is, why are they not calling the just blatant instigation out? Because that's the thing. They would be calling that out, and I've been saying this all night, if it was left-wingers.
And so this country has been built on the kind of acrimony that says, no, I belong too. And if you think about what that says, that came from the civil rights movement, the Southern Christian Leadership Conference.
Right, they're running.
Taught
Where are we going? Oh, because they're coming back around.
And I think it's safe to say anyone else who understands
I thought he feared for his life.
Protesting in peace and counter-protesting knows how it works. You're looking at a scene right now unfold with a couple of trucks running through the street here with American flags. You also see other people jumping from outside of that area to have their voices heard as
honestly,
well, as you say. This obviously,
they're weaving lanes. There's like, come on, where are the cops?
But the main protest with that Lone Star.
Osama Siblani.
Is this what we're doing? Like, we're just going to watch these guys get carte blanche to do this around Dearborn, Michigan?
Osama, as you've been watching this play out throughout the evening, what are your takeaways and what has been your reaction tonight?
Well, the first thing that it comes to my mind is a major disappointment of how much
I'm honestly like, this is disgusting.
Islam and the Arab American community and Dearborn. There is so much misunderstanding and so much misinformation that continues to be dished out
here in a minute
against a community that, does not even have anything to do with what they have in mind. I listened to Jake Lang talking to the city council. He didn't say one word that makes sense. He didn't say one word that is true. He said all what he said was an insult to the Muslims, and this man doesn't even understand that there are 2 billion Muslims in the world. He's not only talking to the Dearborn Muslims, but he's talking to all Muslims. He's expressing his feelings towards all Muslims everywhere. And then he continues to.
Yep. Are they actually getting pulled over finally? Like, are they gonna get an infraction for that? I mean, they got a cell phone infraction earlier. That seems like a fucking blatant traffic infraction. Weird. Just stopping on the highway.
The head of the army in Lebanon is a Christian. That's absurd. What he has.
No breakdown, no nothing. Just fucking. No, I'm just gonna stop.
We live together here. So what is the problem? I just don't see what they're trying to accomplish out of this. And I saw so much ignorance, so much hate, that this is not anymore as a freedom of speech. This is, this is hate speech.
It is.
They're dishing out right now.
It is.
Now, I was watching.
They only call it hate speech against Christians, though. By the way, if you haven't subscribed yet, please do.
And I see the comments that are
hit
being
that subscribe,
on
folks.
And it just shows so much ignorance. We really need to address these issues properly and to make.
Glad to see the counter protesters coming out in fucking numbers, though.
To the fact that the police is protecting him when he's attacking all the Muslims, and they were aggravated. And I kept telling them, listen, it's a freedom of speech, and we need to allow this person to say whatever he feels about. And they did not understand or accept the fact that this is a freedom of speech. They say this is a hate speech. They should not allow him to insult so many people, and does not tell the truth about Islam or the Prophet Muhammad or Jesus. Even Jesus, the way he portrays Jesus is wrong. Jesus is not a king. Jesus is a prophet. He's the son of God.
Yeah.
There is so much misconception that I am just I cannot wrap my head around it. I just can't. I don't know what to tell you. You know, like where these people are coming up with this information. How are they, dishing it out to millions of people? It's beyond me. Beyond me.
And you talk about the misconceptions that they're spouting with when it comes to Islam. What are the big ones that you're seeing, Osama, and what can be done to really correct those misconceptions?
Well, I think that we really need to take all this information and try to see what is the best way to counter it. I mean, we've done it before. I mean, remember Terry Jones and the same thing.
I can't wait for him to actually get what's coming to him, which is going to be significant jail time because he's racked up quite the fucking list. And eventually, I mean, what I don't understand is how he hasn't gotten probation for any of this shit and then broken that.
To the community and to the American people. I think we really need to start discussing how we can address these issues in a way that is not insulting anybody, but putting things in perspective and
That's a lot of people running. Damn.
2 points of view to come forward without insulting each other, but
yeah, Omar, you ain't
this
wrong.
issue with each other.
How are you doing, Omar? Welcome to the show.
Thought for a second, because we are seeing right now on our chopper a group of people running up the road, and
if you haven't already subscribed to my channel, please consider doing so.
They're running up the road. Obviously, police have the area blocked off, so no cars are really able to get down that street, fortunately, so no one will get hit. That's a good thing, obviously, but seeing really that crowd kind of dispersing away from the library and down the road while you still have a crowd outside the library as well.
Yeah, it's interesting to watch. I think what you have is you have people who are on the road, and you see those police barricades, but you do see other people who are chasing down others who had been riding in those big pickup trucks with the American flags and the Lone Star flag.
Yeah, he's on the domestic terror list. Well, who knows? He might have gotten taken off by the Trump administration.
We should mention
you never know.
Moments,
you really never know with this administration.
There are moments that boil
freaking
up,
insane,
and there are moments that they simmer down, and we just hope and continue to.
But yeah, guys,
I think regardless of your
if you haven't already
pray,
subscribed to the channel, please do hit the like button.
We're
going to go check Konaki right now. I will come back to this.
He's the only one mathematically who's really within range here.
Who gives a shit
green.
about this? Oh my God, I feel like I just literally went right back to where I left it.
County,
that's crazy.
This is a very,
come on,
these
man.
are very distinct places in this
I thought
district.
Wyoming or any
was drawn by
it's only 7 o'clock, so they're going to focus on Florida, and it's almost done. Man, there's going to be a lull here tonight.
But this area of the district, it's very different from up here,
Not
south
for this
of
show,
Orlando.
Though, because we got more stuff to cover. Yeah.
Of whatever aisle you're on, but there is some kind of a demonstration. Perhaps I see some flags here. Let's see what that flag says. The green flag. It appears as though
it's hard to tell. It looks like there might be some
Palestinian flags involved here.
Yeah. And
Jesus Christ!
I was trying to.
I think in general,
my phone just
our
broke.
community here in Dearborn listened to the instructions of the city and the leaders, and they stayed away to a great extent. And I heard some of the talks
how the cops are
inside the city council by members of the community and some elected officials. They were on point. They were just, to me, it was the right thing to say.
Yeah, after he did the U-Haul and pepper balls, I lost any sense of. Well, that's why I think he's a plant.
Living in Dearborn and who came out and spoke, Christians.
I think that the people, like the security team that he has, isn't actually it's not a security team; it's CIA. I'm doing that now.
And love rather than hate.
That's where I'm at now.
And they did not misrepresent the facts. Of course, if you do not want to be a Muslim, that's fine. What is it that they're trying to accomplish?
And it appears that something is heating up here, Osama, as we're watching these chopper feeds. We were able to see a group of people throwing down the flag of Israel onto the ground and stomping on it, which, of course, that's also something that should not be condoned. No religious hate or any kind of hate should be condoned as far as that goes. As we are watching this, it looks like a major crowd has really gathered kind of away from the library route.
Yeah, it appears as though, again, you see that.
It's interesting.
Hold on, Osama. We're trying.
alien
for
religion.
those of
I
you
mean,
watching
it's
at home, please bear
seriously,
with us.
it's
We're
all
watching
post 9/11
this
shit.
unfold with you.
They never
right
educated
now.
themselves, so it's all
But
fifis from
again,
you
we're
know
just seeing a
9/11.
situation
The
starting
thing
to play
is,
out
Trump
here as
wants
well.
that to
Well,
be
it
the
looks
thing
like a
without
group of
actually having a
about,
9/11. Like honestly, the
approximately,
thing, dude,
probably about
I wouldn't put it
50
past him to
people or
do
so,
a
50
false
to 100
flag
people, and
on
they're
American
demonstrating
soil
with American
because
flags, some
he's
with
losing this
Palestinian
war and he
flags,
needs people to hate
and then
Muslims.
others with flags that
And
I'm
then
not
because we
quite
have so
familiar
many
with. However, we
Muslims
do have,
running,
as you mentioned, that Israeli flag that was
I
stomped
mean,
on the
seriously,
ground. Again,
guys, like
an anti-Semitic
this is why I'm here.
sentiment
I
there.
bring
In
the
the
fucking
background,
simple
you
man's
actually see
takes to
people
this shit.
who are the original protesters with the American flag vests and shirts that are walking by. It seemed as though
That's
there was a
definitely
moment
worrisome.
where everyone, just as Aaron astutely pointed out, just started running down the street as if to make a point. Now, if Chopper was able to zoom in, you could kind of read some of the signs and understand what their point is. But over here, you clearly see there are some one American flag, and that American flag is surrounded by other flags as well that people have brought out. And look, for whatever happened here in the moment, the police are trying to de-escalate that situation. They're slowly approaching the crowd. Other people on the other side walking back towards that library complex where initially you saw everybody gathering.
And we were able to see just before all of this went down, Roop, a group of people riding in the back of a pickup truck. Then the people who were in the back of that truck ended up getting into a van. I wasn't really able to
spent
tell
enough
who
time
that
in
was
Dearborn. I know exactly
specifically,
where they're at.
But then they were driving up.
Yeah, they already
the
showed the
road
Ford
and appeared to
factory,
be
and then they got some
shouting
other places.
something toward the protesters as well. So. Again, a lot playing out right now as we've been watching this. But again, it really seems like the crowd has moved away from the library to an extent, as we were saying.
It had, and now you're looking, Aaron, as the police show up here, Michigan State Police reporting for duty at this particular spot, ready, of course, knowing that this particular protest wouldn't just remain at the library, but perhaps would spill out onto the streets, something that you're seeing happen here. And as that happens, you are seeing that crowd. It seemed heated for a moment, but Aaron, it does appear as though many members of that crowd are heading back either away from the city complex where the library is, the Centennial Library, or heading back the other way. So you do have, kind of that, again, that boiling over moment, and then obviously the simmering down moment. So this is a hot kettle that continues to heat up and then cool down.
Their framing is so predictable.
At least for the moment, as people head back.
That's a hot kettle about to boil over.
We're
going to have popcorn everywhere. It's going to be like a movie theater.
This was coming for days. Osama Siblani still with us, Arab American news publisher. Osama, before we let you go, I want to get your final thoughts on what we saw tonight and how you hope the community moves forward.
Well, I think we have to move forward on on talking to
Who's
each
ready
other
for some
and
Sam
understanding
Cedar
each
on
other and living
Mehdi
with each other.
Hassan?
There's no other way. I mean, nobody is going to leave. They have to accept fact that we are Americans. We have the right, equal right. And if they're Muslims, Christians, Jews, or unbeliever, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I'm done with this. All right, let's see. Anything interesting happen?
The bicycle fences that they've kind of moved back in stages, which was quite a choreographed effort to make sure that they could kind of control as much space as they want. And they're able to use the physical barriers of the library's lawn here to their advantage as well. So, at first when we saw these crowds kind of storming the front of the library,
is this still live?
These were much more scattered in terms of there wasn't any police in riot gear, first of all, but the bike racks were kind of laid about willy-nilly. This is a very much more controlled effort to keep the crowds at bay, much more effective method, and we see the mounted police as well kind of making sure that things don't escalate from here. But at the moment, things have been pretty quiet, pretty peaceful in terms of the chanting, in terms of the music. That has died down considerably as well, because that was going full clip for a good 2 hours, and we were kind of on the front row seat. And then, as I've been mentioning, kind of these pockets of disturbance would break up, and then they would subdue, and on we would go. Yeah, we've heard from police who said they've made multiple arrests. We've seen it firsthand. We've seen some, or I have seen some of these physical altercations where a police officer actually took one of the people and threw them into the bike rack before ushering them off after things got physical within two parties in a group there. So
wonder if it was a
outside of
counter
that,
protester
outside
or
of
not.
those kind of minor isolated incidents, as I would call them, because there weren't any
predicted for
considerable injuries.
Somaliland
And
scientists.
the one person that was taken away in an ambulance.
Do they have an idea of when? Also, Azari,
first
welcome to the
broke out,
show.
she fell over a bike rack and seemed to hit her head. Just from my witnessing of that, I didn't get any official word on her injury.
Damn, dude. All right, we good on this? Can we move on? Yeah, I think we can move on. Let's see. Yep, we good.
It appears we are having some more public comment that is going on inside the meeting. And again, you're seeing the crowd outside of the the Henry Ford Centennial Library in Dearborn. And things they
This
were
is still
saying have
live.
really started
I'll be
to
fucked.
calm down.
Okay, well, we'll keep that on.
You get to it. I watched Cheers. It's on at 11 on one of those.
Oh my God, you're such a milquetoast douche. No. Although the Mom Donnie thing is pretty funny. Here we go. This is what I was talking about earlier. The Dean Withers thing.
This is the most serious video I've ever made. A Trump supporter stole the identity of an innocent 13-year-old girl to falsely accuse me of rape with supporting evidence of poorly botched fake DMs in an attempt to illegitimately deplatform me. In response, the 13-year-old whose identity was stolen made a video calling out the false accuser and anybody peddling these lies using her photos, stating that she's been getting
Man, I remember when he
harassed
started
and
this, he used to
bombarded
actually
with
look like he had some life in his face.
innocent 13-year-old
Something's
girl.
happening where
As
it's just
we
like,
speak,
dude, this
not
shit does
all,
something
but
to you.
millions of Republicans across the internet have continued to knowingly
But is
peddle this
Mercury in
false
retrograde?
allegation and could what only be described as an attempt to get me killed or to
I
get
don't
me
know.
to myself.
Venus is more
leading
important.
To the police calling me, informing
That's where
me
the
of a bomb
that's where the
threat
sun
and
spore
the
things are gonna
continued
go.
Visceral harassment of the innocent little girl who had her identity stolen. Let's unpack this. First and foremost, this TikTok account under
Protomolecule.
the name of Emily accused me of rape. They posted
Or
this
not
fake
protomolecule.
DM to
That I'm
prove
mixing up
their
my sci-fi.
allegation. The account posted 2 screenshots of the same faked DMs, for the purpose being that in the second screenshot, they're scrolled further down the page to also include my response. We know that they're fake because in the first screenshot above their
I'll turn this up a little
there is
bit.
an included date and time. In the second screenshot above that same message, there is not an included date and time.
Yeah.
The only explanation for this inconsistency is that the screenshots are fake. The account also claimed to be a young girl posting many photos such as these to make their allegations seem more believable. This girl is not accusing me of rape. She had her identity stolen by this account.
This is why I just want to quit social media.
She made a
As
video.
a 13-year-old doing this kind of shit, it's just like, damn. Like, wants to see Unk fucking showing their. Look at me on the street. I'm getting ice cream.
Accuse someone of sexual assault. This was the picture someone put in my TikTok comments.
Whatever,
and
man.
This was the picture I posted on Instagram.
Millennials, listen good.
July,
I think we need
and
to.
now
I think we all need to
this
quit
4 days ago
like
on TikTok.
social media.
From this photo, you can see there's a little scribble at the top of the screen. This is because, as you can see in the next photo, that's where the lyrics were in my Instagram photo. After finding out
Thank
about
you for
this,
the
I
5.
really tagged the person that saw me.
Take my money while it still has value.
At HBX
Appreciate that, man.
$5.
Thank you.
Pep, take my money while it still has
I'm not
value.
involved in any of this, and I didn't make any of these videos.
Even in light of the fact that this allegation is obviously fake, not only hurting me as the victim of them, but also the innocent little girl whose identity
Yeah, I was about to say the fact that they they literally, dude, they committed identity theft against a 13-year-old kid. That in itself is enough to be like, yo,
haven't cared.
But people
MAGA
are just like,
influencers
Dean,
the
oh,
older
see,
millennial
Dean.
Asmund Gold and thousands
Confirmation
of others
bias.
have continued to peddle these false allegations across social media so hard to the point that for the last 48 hours straight, this has been a top news
Damn,
story on
dude.
Twitter,
He had to deal with this for
amassing over
48 hours
50,000
before
posts
getting
of mostly Republicans calling me a rapist. For
Oof,
those, some even on the
that
right,
sucks.
that have made videos condemning these false allegations, thank you. You know who you are.
Damn.
Right? He's laughing. Completely explainable. Could have been 10 times worse.
The next
All right, what's going on here? How long are you gonna fuck with that mic?
Good evening. Just saw an old face there. We ran for mayor many years ago against each other. You got more votes than me. I came in third, though. I didn't have all the money you had to spend. All right, good evening. First of all, great planning. Excellent. This could have exploded. It's pretty bad out there. Could have been 10 times worse. Excellent. A+. Mr. Srini.
Okay.
Great.
What's up, political
reel
purposes? How you doing?
That you sent out. That kept thousands of people
Damn,
from
that
coming.
is a tightly
I was
groomed
at
beard.
the gym this morning.
Yeah, that is.
Everyone was saying they're not coming. They're going to ignore this noise.
What is he, a jazz musician?
And they did. You could have had 100,000 people out there. Okay, they stayed. They chose to stay home.
You actually gonna behave? What's up, dude?
Some people mentioned that their Tuesday night plan
here,
is
Goober.
Taco Tuesday, so I say go enjoy Taco Tuesday for
All
the rest
right.
of your night.
Okay, yeah, no, I got cheers, but everybody's got their own thing. What's your Tuesday night?
God, heavy. Gained another pound in like. It was like
badly
1.3 pounds.
By you.
It was
Not just Tuesday night.
11.
By everybody we've kept awake. Everybody in the studio, we've kept awake the last 2 weeks. Everybody who's been watching this, we've kept awake. So there we go, folks. Let's just enjoy it. An hour 50. It's not the shortest one we've had, but it was efficient. We thought Florida would be efficient. There's the music. I was hoping we'd get one more update. We didn't.
All right. Well, Konaki's done. That means, yeah, let's go.
I actually have a bone to pick with you.
Please.
Just over a year ago, I called you.
I'm so sorry.
You did Jubilee.
The response I got from, civilians was like, I didn't realize it was this bad.
These are young Gen Zers in a studio in LA. That's MAGA right now. What do you say to this common line now? This is the Democrats' Tea Party. Remember, the Republicans' Tea Party didn't work out so well for the Republicans.
When Donald Trump came down the escalator and they're watching and they're laughing at this, and I'm like, this guy's going to win the primary.
Meanwhile, the Hillary Clinton campaign was saying, this is the best guy we could face off against.
There's a very difficult needle that the establishment is trying to thread now.
They went there to try and persuade Tucker to run for president.
I would love it. That would be great.
Split the Republican
It would
vote.
split the Republican vote.
You don't think it would take a lot of lefties with him?
rid
You
of this.
Pat Buchanan's
Sorry,
Jewish cover.
I think I was his beard, and I had some real misgivings over it. At that time, there was no one who was criticizing Israel.
Are you telling me RFK Jr. is a shameless hypocrite?
I would even add a lot more descriptions to that.
Who do you think that 28 candidate
Yeah, I
should
wasn't
be?
able to
Who it
watch
should
this,
be?
So.
I'm Mehdi Hassan.
And I'm Sam Cedar.
And we're not kidding. The podcast from today where I get to talk to funny people about serious things, but also, I hope, funny things. Sam Cedar's in the house. How are you?
I am mildly funny. And so
You will be today.
I hope
You
so.
will be today.
Yes.
It's great to have you here.
Hell
We were
yeah.
just talking off camera that you're old.
I am old. It's true.
How old are you going to be soon?
I'm going to be 60 years old.
Happy
soon.
birthday.
Well, thank you very much.
You do not look a day over 57.
Oh, well, thank you. I will take that and I will
56.
bank it. Yes.
Mid-50s.
I appreciate
I say
that.
that's someone in late 40s.
I will. I will tell
I'm
my.
not far behind you.
I will tell my children who,
not far behind you.
who
We're both
make an
great.
argument
We're
as
both
to how old I am.
It is great to have you on the show. I've been on your show many times.
Yes.
I believe this is your first time on our show.
It is. And
I think you're the oldest guest we've ever had on
there
our show.
you go. Yeah, well, we got to wrap
check
this up
that.
quick before things
bedtime.
happen to me.
Before bedtime.
Exactly.
Before early bird special.
No, I'm very happy to be here. I've been very, very impressed with what you've built in such a short period of time. It really is amazing.
And I've said this before, so let's just get the
you're so
mutual
cute,
affection out
you're
of the
in your
way.
element,
That,
yeah.
and let me say it on my show, I've said it on your show, you and Majority Report have been inspiration for us because you guys were doing it long before us because you're old. But you've been doing it. You've been doing it for a while, and definitely you opened doors that some of us have followed through in the independent progressive media space. So, as I say, very exciting to have you on the show. I don't know why we didn't have you on before. Have you just come from Majority Report?
I have, yeah.
That is commitment.
We
You're not
do
tired?
it. I am exhausted.
You do about 3 hours live?
Yeah, we do. Today I did a little bit short. We did about 2.5. The show started out when I launched this iteration. You know, the show originally came from Air America, which was radio, and we would do 3 hours. The podcast started out, I think, I started it in 2010. It was 45 minutes
roll off, dude.
for the free show, and then 45 minutes for what we now call the fun half. It rarely is fun, based upon the news these days. And there was mission creep, and now it's like 2.5 hours. And then usually my producers are like, dude, we got to go. Just like literally they want to leave.
Not to make you feel any older, but we found a clip of your first publicly available video that we could find on Majority Report's YouTube page.
Oh, here for it. Let's go.
Hi, I'm Sam Cedar, and I left my computer's power cord at home. This week's bullshit emanates from the mouths of Republican lawmakers and conservative shills from across the country. Namely,
this is how
they're trying to scare you into thinking that America is turning into Greece.
Like, this is exactly
the country,
how I remember him.
not the musical. You know, with Travolta and the greasy hair and the cars, and not that one.
Stupid.
And they're trying to scare you so they can pursue their anti-government conservative agenda. Come on.
That was my That's Bullshit series, actually, I think, which...
Can I be blunt?
Yeah, I looked young.
I mean, you looked young, but that looked a little bullshitty. Why is the camera shaking? It's 2010. It's not 1937.
I was holding the camera.
Couldn't afford a producer, cameraman.
No, that was
just
just
you.
me doing
Not a
That's Bullshit. I think I put out like 10 of those. That was like the interregnum between my Air America stint and launching the podcast.
I wonder, are you nostalgic for that time? Because so put aside the fact that you look much younger, and put aside the fact that that was really badly shot. The content is entertaining because you say stuff like Greece and debt. I'm like, what? Oh, he's talking about Tea Party. And it just feels like a much more innocent time.
I mean...
where the debates in this country are about like budget levels.
Yeah, well, there was still that sort of pretense, I guess.
Yes,
I mean,
there was still the racism about Barack Hussein Obama. But, you know, they pretended to care about things like constitutional principles and budget deficits.
But it was clear they didn't care at that time. It just... The big difference at that time was that the mainstream media was fully on board with it. And not just, you know, like, I mean... You had people,
Sam, he still looks good, though.
sort of famously, like Ezra Klein and some of some who were talking about Paul Ryan being an intellectual, and it was all a pretense.
The Young Guns book. Do you remember that with Paul Ryan and Kevin McCarthy and Cantor, who lost the Tea Party?
Exactly.
And they were seen as intellectual. They all bowed the knee to Trump
100%.
at one point or another.
100%.
McCarthy, of course, even after accusing him of insurrection. I take your point, but it just feels like such a more innocent time compared to where we are today in 2026 with this second-term Trump. And not just a second-term Trump. I do want to talk to you about just the people we have to deal with now, you and I, as progressives. I actually have a bone to pick with you.
Please pick away.
It's not really a bone, it's just a complaint.
Oh, I hear
a friendly
them very
complaint.
often, yes.
A few months ago, or just over a year ago, I called you.
I'm so sorry.
I said, Sam,
sorry.
I said, Sam,
I know
you did Jubilee. And it was really entertaining. And you did a good job. And you did. And it went viral. I was like, they want me to do Jubilee. And I thought I would call you because you're the only person I know who's done Jubilee, as a progressive in particular. And you said, you should do it. It'll be great. And they're not all crazy.
It was great.
It was great for viewers.
Yeah.
For me, it was a very painful experience. My Jubilee experience. I've discussed this many times about the pros and cons. We could talk about it now because it's like we're in a small club.
Yeah.
I don't want to make the Jubilee people feel too special about themselves, but there's not that many people who've done this shit. I've never done anything crazier than that in my journalistic career. Have you?
No, that was pretty nuts. I mean, I remember covering for when I was the last Air America show I did was Break Room Live with Mark Maron, and I went down not far from our studio to interview people who were protesting Letterman, Tea Party people who were protesting Letterman. And that got pretty crazy. They were convinced that I was using Saul Alinsky techniques on them by asking them, like, what are you doing out here? That's exactly what Saul Alinsky would ask. And that seemed pretty crazy. But this was the most sort of conconcentrated level of craziness that
because people don't realize, again, you and I know this, you go to this weird warehouse in East LA. It's boiling hot. I don't know if it happened with you. It was like they had fans on. You walk in, pretty much straight away. There's no like pleasantries,
No.
makeup. It's not like normal TV stuff. And then you're surrounded by these 20 nut jobs. And it's straight. It's like go.
Yes.
And it's 2.5 hours with one toilet break.
Yes, it was pretty intense. I mean, I do remember like going into the warehouse thinking like there's a greater than 0% chance that I'm just going to get mugged here.
I
like,
took security.
Like this isn't like a real.
I took
it's
security.
a very odd looking place.
Yes.
And you walk in through like
It's really weird.
it's a sort of a ramshackle.
Even to get to it, you're
warehouse.
driving this neighborhood. You're like, where
Yeah,
am I?
no.
A small little parking lot, and then you got like 20 white supremacists waiting for you in a circle.
It was a very odd experience.
Let's play it. Let's play some of it. Let's remind you of the moment, your moment that went viral. Well, many did, but this was the most viral.
We're talking about government agencies.
Uh-oh. Oh, God damn it. I can't play this.
You recognize
see
the
him
folks.
all the time, yeah.
I think he was in Mine too.
Yeah.
But he didn't speak in Mine. He sat. I don't think he ever came forward. And they changed their hairstyles a bit. It's like there, it's tied
Yeah.
up. Then I don't know if that's on purpose, but you do recognize some of these people. In fact, I got the white supremacist lady who you got.
Who has since had I don't know if you followed her career.
No, I try not to.
You know, she was like a trad wife type of person. And
I love that Sam knows this.
she is no longer, I mean, she had like a little bit of a bump after our Jubilee thing, and then had to eliminate all of her social media because she had an affair with another conservative figure. I can't remember his name. And so she's no longer on the scene.
She was the one who came along when we talked about Israel in my show and was like, well, it's one religious group that's controlling everything. I was like, this is not the kind of opposition to Israel that I'm in favor of. But it's so funny to see that guy who's familiar say that stuff. And then you have to respond. And I watched that.
Give me 1 sec. Let's check in. Shit.
They're live as well. We spoke with him a little earlier. And
All right, I might keep this in the corner here. Let's go back to that.
And I thought, all right, there's a couple of crazies with Sam.
Yeah.
As you pointed out, when I then turn up, there's all crazies. There's
All crazies, and they sort of like they took an element of the crazy, I think, that showed up on Mine and decided like, hey, what happens if we were to ramp this up and make 20 of these people? And that's what it seemed like you did.
Well, it got very dark very quick. I think we can play a clip from Mine that was people remember. Are you a fan of the Nazis?
God damn it.
I frankly don't.
I can't play that. Can't play any of the Jubilee clips. I'm not doing that.
But in the first half hour, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, I'm like, what am I doing here?
I
Did you ever
mean-
feel like walking out during yours?
There was a couple of moments when that woman who said like, what's wrong with xenophobia, and the other theocrat, where I was like, wow, this is sort of outside the scope
How am I doing?
of,
Yes.
of
Good.
what we were talking about.
Having
But
a good day.
I don't know. I think the
You
value
don't support
of that
Trump, you don't support Jesus. Well, that seems a little bit antithetical to the Bible.
Was-
You might want to read that Bible.
to
Specifically the
show
book of Matthew.
people- I mean, you
You're
know,
very wrong.
I mean, you engage in a
Just a
lot of
heads up.
debates, and a lot of time you realize like this isn't necessarily about changing this person's mind. This is about
showing a third party
illustrating, what's going on to the audience. And this was early in the Trump administration. Like, I think I recorded mine literally a week or so after the inauguration, and I think there was a real misunderstanding of like what we were dealing with. And I think to a certain extent, the response I got from, civilians was like, I didn't realize it was this bad.
Yes.
And so I think there's value in that. It's a little bit painful because you're having to absorb stuff. Like,
friends of mine keep saying, "Oh no, it was amazing. What are you complaining about?" I was like, "Amazing for you. I was wanting to sit there and have people tell me to get out of my country and all that shit, especially as a brown
Which,
immigrant."
yeah, that does
What's
take a
interesting,
fucking-
what you
it
said about the
takes its
value of
toll.
showing people. I
For
agree.
sure.
That is when people ask me, "Would you do it again?" and I don't know the answer to that question, but or do you regret doing it? But certainly, the value of it was that. Which is people think of racist or MAGA people in this country as like old white men in Alabama.
Right.
And these are young Gen Zers in a studio in LA.
Yep.
Right. Many of them are local. And you're like, that's MAGA right now. There is a lot of young MAGA people, very energized online, very committed to, in fact, more committed to the quote unquote MAGA platform than Donald Trump is, who doesn't actually believe anything. And that I thought was worth exposing on YouTube.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And you know, to me, it's like, look, this is the Republican Party.
But these guys think the Republican Party is too moderate.
Yeah, but I think the Republican Party plays to them.
Yes.
I mean, and so, you know, whether there are elected Republicans or there are Republicans who don't, you know, subscribe to this stuff, what's animating their movement is what you exposed on that Jubilee. And I think it's really important for people to understand the stakes and really, you know, how we got here.
I'm so excited to tell you about our sponsor, Avocado Green Mattress. They're certified.
Avocado.
I mean, like you point to that 2010 video where, you know, we were still talking about budget deficit, but I also did another one where they were protesting the Ground Zero, you know, mosque.
Which wasn't a mosque, it wasn't at Ground Zero, yeah.
And it wasn't at Ground Zero. I actually sort of went down from my apartment to show it, but this was there then. And in fact, in like 06, my producer from the Majority Report on Air America, and I wrote a book called FUBAR, which you could probably get on eBay for 83 cents. You might be overpaying a little bit at this point, but the whole thing was about, this is not your father's Republican Party. Like, there is a change afoot.
Actually, let's see. How much
I think
is
we
his
were
book?
more sensitive to, because, you know, we listened to AM talk radio.
Yes.
And it was out there, and it was clear where the base of the party was going. And Trump was
$12.
The sort of like consummation
Yes.
of where they were
Actually,
taking this party.
yeah,
Also, it wasn't
$12.
organic on Trump's
You can
part.
get it on
I mean, people forget this.
audiobook.
I can't remember where I read it at the time, but back in 2016, when people were analyzing how Trump destroyed these mainstream rivals, 16, 17 of them, because he had his finger
Actually,
on the
that
pulse of the
might
base in a
make
way
it
they
worth
didn't.
more.
100%.
And he had it, not directly, because Trump doesn't do any homework or anything on a prep and doesn't like to talk to the plebs, but he sent Dan Scavino and all these guys on his team to go listen to AM radio, to go hear what Joe Arpaio was saying in Arizona. And they realized the border, immigration, the wall, that is what gets you out in front of all these people. And Trump, until then, had never been anti-immigrant in that sense. He was always a racist, but he employs migrants to this day at Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah.
He was a pro-choice Democratic donor, et cetera, et cetera. But he understood, as you say, that is where the base was, in a way that Jeb Bush and Carly Fiorina, whatever it was, who were the people running, didn't understand.
Yeah, I mean, there were
Haven't
two
heard
things.
that
I mean,
one in a
one,
while.
people forget that Mitt Romney in the 2012 election came to New York and made a big show of kissing Donald Trump's ring
Yes, he
at that time. And the other thing was, like, people also forget that George Bush was sold as the CEO president. And you had Paul Ryan at the time talking, you know, these made up stories about kids don't want kids don't want a free lunch. They want a brown bag lunch. And there was this whole idea in the Republican Party that if you were poor, you were morally unrighteous.
Yes.
Yeah.
The opposite is, if you're rich, you're morally righteous. And so,
Yeah.
you know, I remember
Yeah.
when Donald Trump came down the escalator, that night I was
That is
on
very much
Chris
part of,
Hayes'
like, the
program,
Republican
and I think
platform.
we did a Mystery Science 3000 type of thing with him coming down the escalator, and we stood in front of it. And I remember being in the green room, and I can't remember who was there, or maybe it was in you know, makeup, and maybe it was with Eamon and maybe Katie Tur. I can't remember. And they're watching and they're laughing at this, and I'm like, this guy's going to win the primary. Like, I didn't think he would win the general, but I was like, he's going to win the primary, because the whole Republican Party has been, if you have money, you are morally righteous. And
Yeah.
he's going to sit on that stage.
Wow.
And
Yep.
whenever he says
Sam
anything,
nails
because he's
that.
a billionaire, or supposedly, he certainly is now, whatever he says
you
is
called
going
it
to
early.
Trump. Oh, yeah. I mean, I remember sitting across from Chris going like, this is serious.
Chris Hayes, star of Amazon's The Boys.
Exactly.
Exactly. You and Keith Ellison, if I remember correctly. Keith Ellison went on ABC, George Stephanopoulos, and said Trump would win, and they all laughed at him.
They
on
all
the panel.
laughed at him, yeah.
Meanwhile, the Hillary Clinton campaign was saying, this is the best guy we could face off against. We hope it's him.
Hillary Clinton was uniquely ill-suited to run against Donald Trump.
Should have done great against Romney. Should have gone great against Romney.
Or Jeb Bush or any of those. But she was running on her CV,
I just realized
which,
that the "Are you kidding me" thing that they have behind
I had
them.
some political disagreements with her.
That's like one of those.
But in terms of qualifications,
Stan TV
there
things
may
that's
have
sort of like
not
karaoke.
been
more
a
qualified
single
for it. That was a
person
line
who's
of
more
just
qualified.
looking at those.
But the problem is like
pricey, but
Donald Trump was uniquely
that's what it's
situated
for.
to attack someone's CV. And, you know, I think the Democratic Party in many respects still has not learned the lesson from that, which is that like these elections are change elections. And if you go around and project that like we're the establishment, so much so that I'm traveling around with a Republican, even
as
the
Kamala
term-
Harris did in 2024.
Exactly.
And of course, Hillary ran on, what was it? Trump ran on Make America Great. America's already great.
Yes, and I would even argue like the whole MAGA thing. You know, at one point Biden, it wasn't just MAGA; it was extreme MAGA.
Oh, yeah.
All you're basically saying to people is, this guy's not the establishment,
Yeah.
and we are.
Yes.
And when people want change,
Yes.
they're going to go with the outsider that you're saying he's the outsider.
The beauty of doing a show with someone like yourself is you've just hosted us, anchored us into what
wine
I
is
wanted
more
to talk about
refined.
next.
We beer drinkers
Which is
just
a
don't get
perfect
it.
segue.
Wine
You
gives me a
mentioned the
massive
Democratic Party,
headache.
unless
That's why I don't drink it.
it's to be learned. We're speaking not long after
it's
multiple
like-
primary wins
Within an hour of drinking it, I will get a fucking massive headache.
by leftists. Abdul al-Sayed being the biggest primary win of 2026 by a country mile, winning a Senate primary. Narrowly, yes, but some would argue doesn't matter how narrow it was. He took out $60 million of spending, the endorsements of the entire party establishment. He wins. Chris Robb wins in Pennsylvania. Malak Kuros wins in Colorado. Claire Valdez and Brad
We're at
Lander.
7 DSA members are going to be congresspeople this year.
According to my colleague Prem Tech, I think it's 9 total self-professed socialists, because Brad Lander is no longer DSA, but he does identify as a Democratic Socialist.
Correct.
So you've got about 9 socialists will be in the House in January by Prem's count. So that's just an interesting phenomenon, but also the lessons learned from Democrats about change, populism, anti-establishment messaging. I think that's really important. But what do you say, given we've talked about the Tea Party in 2010, as both of us are old enough to remember that period, what do you say to this common line now, which is, this is the Democratic Party's Tea Party moment. What's happening now? This is the Democrats' Tea Party. And remember, the Republicans' Tea Party didn't work out so well for the Republicans. What do you say to that line of argument?
I would say, like, what do you mean it didn't work out?
Well, Sarah Palin was a disaster. They lost control of the legislature when they should have won, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, I would argue that they
Long term, they won.
Long term, they won. I mean, I remember America. I remember reading a piece in the Atlantic, of all places, saying like, people have to be careful of Air America because we don't want a situation like, the Rush Limbaugh has been very bad for the Republican Party. The guy ended up getting a medal from a president who ends up being a 2-term president.
Yes.
It is only analogous in the sense that there is an insurgency.
You're allergic to the
and
sulfides
the
in
establishment
wine?
of
I
the
might actually
Democratic
have that
Party is
problem, too.
completely out of touch with.
Wait, sulfides. Oh my God, is that what it is? Because like I had the same problem with vodka. Hold on.
Which the Republican establishment was, as we discussed,
Yes.
with its voters.
And I think
for
that's
different
really
reasons.
the end of the analogy. I
Yes.
mean, it's a very sort of like a lazy way of making an assessment.
It gives me an ulcer.
But I mean,
The whole both sidesism when it
Yeah,
comes to this. You're right. The
I
analogy
would have it
is
with
it's
beer,
an
too.
insurgency.
Way certain
it's,
types
it's
of
called
beer.
it- But then it actually does matter what you're insurgent about.
well, of course. I mean, that's
Issues about, like,
exactly.
people get annoyed when I say this, and you've said it, I'm sure, a version, which is
It's the stuff that's
Yes, there's
processed
a
with
far right.
potatoes. Vodka.
and yes, there's a far
Oh my
left.
God,
The far
dude.
right wants Nazism and ethnic cleansing. The far left wants Medicare for all. That is not the same thing.
And I would also
Thank you,
argue
Rebecca.
that
You actually
even in
might
the
have
context
just
of,
figured this
like,
out for me.
the far right in this country is pretty much a
I've been wondering
genuine far
why.
right. Like, I mean,
because like I get intense headaches, stomach cramps, all that kind of stuff.
internationally speaking,
Yeah.
you start
No,
to
I've always
bump up
thought that I had,
against
like,
fascism.
an allergy to it.
You know,
As we saw.
as you saw,
Very
with the guy,
quickly.
he's a
20
fascist.
minutes
I
later.
got no problem with that. But the far left in this country is not
Communist.
the far left.
It's fucking Scandinavian Social Democrats.
It's the Democrats in 1930.
That's true.
Nine.
Yeah, it's
I mean,
FDR Democrats.
100%.
And at best, international comparisons, it's Danish centrist.
And so even in the context of that analysis,
We've heard that,
what you're seeing
same summary
is really
here.
a return to the roots of the Democratic Party, of the modern Democratic Party, which was the New Deal.
Oh, we're almost to 420.
You know,
Holy crap.
if Mamdani was to come out and actually propose things that FDR did, there would be people on network television who would
I
light
wish Joe
themselves on
Biden
fire.
had pitched court packing.
Yeah, yes.
I wish he had done that.
Yes.
By the way, we could argue, using your point, that both parties are basically returning to older versions of the Democratic Party.
Yes.
The
in terms of,
Democratic
like,
Party
the
under Mamdani and Abdul and Bernie are trying to go back to FDR Democrats, and the Republican Party are trying to go back to Jim Crow Democrats.
Yeah, they're trying to go back to like 1890s and, you know, pogroms in South Carolina against black politicians. So I think, you know, as a very surface level, you can make that argument. But what is really clear, I mean, if I was someone who was a conservative Democrat, I would be very angry at Kristen Gillibrand and Chuck Schumer because they keep failing in a way that is pretty stunning. That $60 million will not help you with the deficit you created by picking certain candidates.
Liz Smith, who was pretty centrist,
Yes.
I think it's fair to say, worked for Mallory McMorrow in this race, worked for Pete Buttigieg, etc. I saw her on MSNBC, or MS Now as it's known, saying that the genius...
We have a major update. Guys. Lisa Fleischman went to her court date. The owner of the Truth Trump store in Crystal Lake has pleaded guilty in a traffic case that led to her arrest for failing to appear in court, with the viral video of her showing her screaming loudly and claiming that she would sue the police went viral. What? Okay, that was a typo, which is weird because this is an official release. Court records show, Lisa Fleischman, 53, of Algonquin, pleaded guilty on Wednesday to driving while license suspended as part of a plea agreement in DuPage County Circuit Court. Court records show an additional charge of operating a vehicle while canceled, suspended, or revoked registration was dismissed. Oh, really? Judge sentenced Fleischman to 6 months on court supervision. All right. Fleischman, who's the owner of the Trump Shoe store in Crystal Lake, said in a Facebook post that her guilty plea is mind-boggling how the court system treats people. I was just 7 minutes late to court, and they issued a warrant for my arrest. When I got into the courtroom, they handcuffed me again. I asked why. The officer said, "We don't know what kind of weapons you have on you." How does that make any sense? When do you have to go through a metal detector to take off your belt and your shoes? Fleischman had previously failed to appear in court in December for one of the hearings in the case, and the judge issued a bench warrant for her arrest. Fleischman released body cam videos earlier this month showing her arrest on May 22nd as a result of that warrant. She said the incident was the result of an unresolved paperwork issue after she received a citation for driving without a license in 2024 that escalated despite her repeated efforts to resolve it in multiple jurisdictions. Fleischman said she appeared in DuPage County Circuit Court in September 2025, October 2025, and November 2025 twice regarding the same traffic offense. Fleischman said she was directed to clear up a related violation in Rolling Meadows in McHenry County. Both courts later dismissed the charges, including driving without a valid license, and after determining the issue stemmed from a failure to provide proof of insurance, she said, adding that her vehicle registration was later reinstated. Fleischman said she returned to DuPage County Circuit Court with proof that the matter had been resolved in the other counties, but the judge declined to dismiss the charges. So anytime that somebody tries to tell you that the case was dismissed, they were lying. She stated he was the king. He was the king of the castle, and he was not going to dismiss those charges. Fleischman said, adding that another judge and the state's attorney had previously indicated that they would dismiss the charges once the issue was cleared elsewhere. What would be the point of going back 4 times if that wasn't the end plan? She said. It's over an hour drive with somebody who has chronic back pain. Driving is very difficult for me and exhausting. Both Cook County and McHenry County dismissed the charges that were associated with driving with this without a driving on a suspended license because it was all about paperwork. Because it was all about paperwork, I didn't even violate any of the laws or injure anybody. Why is DuPage County not giving me my date to testify without throwing me back in jail? They asked if I would be persuaded in any way of guilty plea. Why am I standing here in handcuffs? What do you think? Fleischman said on social media last week. Fleischman said she never received a certified letter notifying her that her license had been... Yeah, that doesn't happen. Fleischman was arrested on failure to appear on a bench warrant after she finished dinner at the Olive Garden with her daughter and a friend. The traffic stop took place after... that was in the old Spring Hill Mall parking lot. Oh, that's kind of why I recognized it. The traffic stop took place after an officer saw her license plate was bent while she was driving near the former Spring Hill Mall, West Dundee, Carpentersville area. Body cam footage shows that she was interacting. This is ridiculous. I haven't done anything. I swear to God. I swear to God. Any other updates? Holy shit, dude. Fleischman said she's a single mother with suffering from chronic back pain. Dude, her kid's in college. She also complained that the meal service will serve at 4 a.m. and detainees who missed the delivery received nothing until the next meal. And it didn't conform to her vegetarian diet. You know, this bitch was actually out there talking about how, like, well, they don't have your religious food for you while you're here illegally. Too bad. Yeah. All right, let's get back to this. Sorry, guys, but that was wild.
Is sarcastically the genius
of that was like a
and
live.
the DSCC,
My
whatever
friend
it's
just
called,
said that
the
to me.
Senate
So
Campaign
thank
Committee,
you,
Kirsten Gillibrand.
You know who
they
you are.
fucked this up.
Yep,
they messed this up
without a doubt.
And actually, McMorrow would have been a stronger candidate against El Sayed any day of the week than Haley Stevens.
I agree with you. And the interesting thing about McMorrow, I think, like the story that hasn't been really told too much is, why did she fail? Like, there was a moment where people understood in that wing of the party that Haley Stevens is not quite up to this.
Yes. People keep thinking that, like, I'm a critic of Israel, so I'm hating on Haley Stevens because of her Israel. Her Israel views are batshit. Like, she dreams about Israel. She won't vote for any kind of restrictions on aid when even people like Nancy Pelosi are voting on restrictions to aid. But separate to that, even if she was pro-Palestine, I promise you I would also be critical because she's just not a good politician.
No, she's not.
And Mallory McMorrow is.
Yes.
Whatever my disagreements. I mean, I was one of the first people to interview her when she first went viral with that speech in the State House calling out the Republicans. I was at MSNBC and Peacock at the time, and I was very impressed with her political skills and charisma and communication skills.
421,
I think
shit.
she fucked
Pep
up
talks.
by going after Hassan Piker, whoever gave her the advice
Well,
to
that's
make
what I think
Hassan Piker the Nick Fuentes of the Democratic Party immediately. If you look at the polls, I know correlation is not causation, but look at the timeline. That's when she starts dropping in the polls.
100%. And, what's the subtext? What was she trying to communicate there? I mean, like, Hassan Piker was not an issue in...
She made him an issue.
Well, but why? Right?
And it backfired.
It was like trying to like create some type of Islamophobia, trying to raise the issue of we need to defend Israel.
Yes.
And what's interesting to me is that like there's a very difficult sort of needle that the establishment is trying to thread now, and you cannot. She's bringing up Hassan Piker for the sake of donors.
Yeah.
There's nobody else who knows who they are. And so you cannot satisfy those donors and also seem normal,
yes,
for lack of a better term, to the majority of the electorate.
My favorite story out of the whole of Michigan, perhaps my favorite story in the reporting that's come out, you talked about she's trying to satisfy these donors, and these people will never be satisfied because, of course, Kirsten Gillibrand, a woman who called Zoran Mamdani an advocate of global jihad, has still never publicly apologized to him or to the Muslim community. I believe she privately apologized. She apparently accused McMorrow of being in the DSA. So, like, no matter how much you moderate, if you're slightly to the left of Genghis Khan, the Democrat establishment will say you're a socialist communist. Forget Fox. Forget the right. Schumer and Gillibrand will do it for you.
It is fascinating to me to watch this, like, sort of this talking point ossify. I mean, I don't know if you remember when they used to say, where the Republicans used to say, you know, Barack Obama's got Chicago-style politics. And I just remember at the time thinking, like, there's no one alive who knows what you're talking about. Like the Chicago-style politics, you're talking about something that was like 70 years ago. And its resonance is gone. You know, they used to say San Francisco Nancy Pelosi because they were trying to say, like, she's got gay values or something. And that became sort of anachronistic in many respects. And I think we are on the cusp of those talking points becoming similarly. They're already losing their effectiveness, but I think we're a cycle or two away from, like, people just being like, you're a lunatic to talk about that.
Not just you're a lunatic, but you're actually emboldening the socialists, right? So they have so devalued the S word by throwing it at Obama, Pelosi. Joe Biden was a communist. Kamala Harris is a Marxist. These people are center-right. And under any European political system, these are center-right capitalist politicians. And the idea that in America they're socialist, Marxist / communist, you're now seeing Trump escalate the communist phrase. Part of that is Stephen Miller trying to use anti-terror playbook to go after people. There's a dangerous element to it, but there's also a moronic comedic part of it, which is you've had to escalate the rhetoric because socialist doesn't have the same impact anymore. So now you have to say Abdul El-Sayed is a communist when there's literally nothing communist about him, let alone socialist. He doesn't identify as a socialist. The idea that you would have universal health care and that's communism, all that does is that means people think, well, communism is pretty good. If that's what communism is, that's good. So what you're doing is you're actually...
There's a reformation of the word, but I would also argue it's because... You know, I grew up in the Cold War, and
you're old,
and I am old, and increasingly the electorate did not, and so the resonance of that word is losing its sort of valiance in our political discourse.
Liking this video? Then don't just watch. Hit like, share, and subscribe, and tap
that's
the bell
when the
so you
White
never
House
miss
kind
a
of
video
looked normal.
or live show. But if you
Remember
want
that?
early access to exclusive content, do you agree with me? I assume you do, but I'm going to ask anyways. Like, as someone who's covered this stuff for a long time, and we just saw you in 2010 talking about the Tea Party, but the moment we're in 2026, just as you do Majority Report every day, I'm doing multiple things for Zatea every day. How hard is it to cover this news cycle, this politics? It just feels insane.
It's
I can't say
relentless.
Enough. Not just relentless, but like every day I'm like,
pizza
that can't be
and
true.
tavern.
That can't be real. Did Donald Trump really say that? Did this story about this corruption
We have a good Detroit
really
place,
happen?
too.
Like, and you know, I've used this line many a time over the last, 10 years since he emerged on the scene, which is, if you put this stuff in front of a Netflix writer's room, they would say, don't be ridiculous.
Yeah, right.
But House of Cards...
Guys, hit the like button on the stream. It's doing its thing again. It says I have 0 concurrent viewers. What's up, chat? One's in chat if you're still here.
Writer, whatever it is, they would say,
I mean, literally,
this
it
is
says
insane.
0.
Like,
Yeah.
we're not putting
So,
this in our TV
am
show.
I lonely?
That is too on the nose.
Oh,
that is too
no.
ridiculous. That plot twist would never happen. And it happens.
Yeah.
And I just feel like I'm in crazy land.
I go to my
We are
live
through the looking
and
glass in many respects.
it says how many I got.
The pace of
Do you think
things
that
is
goes
crazy.
if/when
Oh,
Trump
okay,
goes?
cool.
Or is that's American politics now?
Yeah, YouTube is a
I
joke.
mean, I think
Yep.
we're going to go through a period. I don't know how long it's going to last, but I think it's going to continue to be insane. I mean, I think this is hopefully a uniquely crazy time, you know. And what I find really challenging
you
about it is like,
spell it.
what part do we cover? Like, the corruption
What up, Rev?
is
Good to see
probably
you.
as excessive as it's been in the history of the country.
Never seen anything like
But to me, the real story that's going to resonate,
Lies.
because you know,
all
when Trump is
lies.
gone, his corruption is gone.
Hey,
There's vestiges
Hey, we're
of it.
back.
But the real problem is what the sort of
Is that a punishment?
you know,
Because my
the
chat was just like,
Republican,
we're
the
abandoning
diehard
you.
Republican and the conservative movement people have done, like Russ Vogt. destruction of the IRS, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, the CDC, the FTC, the FDA. These agencies have been so decimated that it's like, you know,
I'm not sure if you're having the same allergy issues I
we're
am
not going
today,
to
but
feel
holy
it,
crap.
you know,
It's
for
so bad today.
years to come. And
Like
for
the
the vast
stream.
majority of
Yes,
people
please
are not
do.
going to be able to put together the idea of like,
That would be wonderful.
hey, how come it's 6 months later and I haven't got my IRS refund?
Johnny
Or how
Five
come
is
if I eat lettuce, I get explosive diarrhea?
Wouldn't you like to be a pepper or two?
Or die. You know, why are we worried about measles?
Oh, I need the audio from that for a new fucking outro.
My kid's school
That's
right
what.
now.
Oh, okay.
And on and
Or
on
like
and on.
a-
Like, why do we have a greater
oh man,
concentration
I gotta
of
figure
wealth?
this out.
I mean,
Maybe
all
like
of
a
these things
420
are going to be
like
a function
bumper.
of the
Okay.
destruction of these agencies. And
I got an
regardless of who
idea.
becomes president in 2028, there's only so many resources you have to rebuild these things. You know, some of these agencies have existed for 100 years,
Yes.
decades, and it takes a long
It's
time
much
to build
easier
up.
to destroy than build.
Of course.
And they know that. And Russ
Yeah.
Vogt knows that. You mentioned 28 a couple of times, 2028. Joe Kent and Marjorie Taylor Greene were seen in a picture with Tucker Carlson in his home recently in Maine, all sitting around the table.
Yes,
Come on, now. Wouldn't you like to be a pepper too? Wouldn't you like to be a pepper too?
There we go. Yes. Okay, they actually do have it just completely
It was very woody.
It was very wood. He loves his
go.
wood. There's a lot of wood in Tucker Carlson's house. If you watch his show, as I do, for my sins.
Hi. Bye, fish.
Joe Kent, former National Counterterrorism Director for Donald Trump, quit over Iran, blamed Israel.
Los locos kick your ass. Los locos kick your face. Los locos kick your balls into outer space.
Has been accused of all sorts of white supremacist neo-Nazi ties when he was running for Congress.
I
He
love those
went
movies.
on Cenk Uyghur's podcast on the Young Turks, and he talked about how they went there to try and persuade Tucker to run for president as the leader of a new third party. What do you make of that?
Well, one, I would love it. That would be great.
Split the
It
Republican
would
vote.
split the Republican vote.
You don't think it would take a lot
Mehdi's got a fucking nice buzz going. You can tell.
lefties with him? Because me and Shadi Hamid from the Washington Post, we got
Oh,
attacked
dear me.
a few months back when we said that we had gone to visit family
Johnny Five. Well, wash your mouth out with soap.
and friends, and
Dude, that guy was putting on an Indian voice. Actually, wait. No, that's a proper way to say
we
that.
noticed that in the Muslim community, at least, a lot of Muslims are like,
Totally
I'll
was,
vote
though.
for Tucker Carlson because he's speaking out against foreign wars.
Yeah, I mean, I think in the absence of a Democrat who is speaking out against foreign wars, water flows downhill, and there's a lot of people who don't want that. I mean, I
So
hope
does
that
he.
it's hard for me to imagine we're going to have a Democratic presidential nominee who's going to be able to get through that process, the primary process.
Being as pro-Israel as predecessors. I mean, this is Hassan Piker's argument recently that the 28 nominee won't be
It's
super pro-Israel.
It's inconceivable in my mind.
So that might neutralize some of the Tucker
yeah,
attraction.
yes.
Do you think the main threat is to the right?
I think the main threat is to the right, and I would say that I think it's also bullshit.
I don't think he's going to do it.
No.
I think he's going to endorse J.D. Vance.
Yes.
He's
and
made
I
it very clear he loves J.D. Vance.
Yes, and I think also, like the idea of a third party run creates some type of credibility that you can then impart to a J.D. Vance.
A man called RFK Jr., who may have done exactly that.
Yes.
Third party until he's suddenly Trump, suddenly MAGA.
Yes.
And then he's imparting all that. Oh, look at me. I'm bringing my independent folks with me. It's shepherding.
Well, to be fair, he tried to, he did try to sell it to Kamala, and she was just like, no, thanks.
People towards
Oh, but why not?
MAGA, which is what Tucker Carlson may do with J.D. Vance.
Without a doubt. And I think also it's a way of getting leverage, right? I mean, RFK ran I don't think he thought he could win. I think it was a way of negotiating some type of leverage so he could get into that situation.
I think he ran thinking he would negotiate with the Democratic nominee and ended up
he said
with
himself,
the Republican.
I mean, the
he
irony.
called Trump a Nazi and Hitler, which is ironic.
Yes. In fact, I think I was on the radio with him when he did that back in the day. But he ran at the beginning when he ran against Biden. People forget that he was he was running in the Democratic nomination. He was talking a lot about how we have a revolving door and that government is full of people who are transactional. And then he basically admits, I offered, Harris my support if she would give me what I wanted, and she didn't.
You're telling me RFK Jr. is a shameless hypocrite? I'm stunned.
I would even add a lot more descriptions to that, but on top of it.
Bigoted, etc. We can go down the line. Just coming back to these right-wingers who are claiming to be anti-MAGA or anti-Trump, pure MAGA, whatever you want to call it. It's a discussion we've had on this show many times. I talked about it with Crystal Ball. I talked about it with Bassem Youssef. Bassem went on Candace Owens' show, and I said, why'd you do that? And Bassem's argument is, if the house is on fire, you take a bucket from whoever's nearby. And his argument is, and I hear this from a lot of people on the left, in the Muslim community, which is, put all these other things aside. Yes, we can disagree with these people on multiple issues, immigration, the economy, taxes, blah-de-blah. But it's a genocide, and Tucker Carlson's saying the right thing on a genocide. Candace Owens is saying, and this is not me saying it, but other people saying, she's standing up against Israel. Marjorie Taylor Greene has been very strong on arms. So that's why we should work with these people. Do you buy that argument?
No. If I go on Tucker Carlson's show, I mean...
A bunch of people have who are, quote unquote, on our side of the argument. Trita Parsi was on recently talking about Iran.
Right.
A good friend of mine.
Right.
Cenk Uyghur's been on. Anna Kasparian's been on.
Right.
Parsi's one of those people that just like all of a sudden everybody's talking about
people. But there's been certain people who've gone on.
And everybody's having it on their show. And just like a year ago, never knew that name.
Am I happy that Tucker Carlson is advocating that we should not be supporting Israel to his people? Yeah.
I feel like it's an industry plant like Sabrina Carpenter, where it's just like, they just popped up out of nowhere.
That's good. If I had a button to stop him from talking, that I wouldn't press that button. But what value am I bringing to that cause by going on his show?
Is the right way forward.
None, as far as I can tell.
Cooperation
All I'm doing is
just
bringing him some value.
Blindly fucking follow?
If I was to go on the show...
People would say, just to be devil's advocate, people would say the value you're bringing is you're showing there's a coalition of Americans on right and left who are against these endless wars.
Yeah, and what is the, to whom am I showing that?
The establishment.
Well, the establishment can see that I disagree with the war, and they can see that, and they can do the addition if they want to do the addition. That's not a very hard math problem. When I go on that show, what I am saying, unless I am arguing with him the entire time, which is what I would do, is I am saying there's something for you. My audience, I'm saying this to my audience, there's something for you to hear to take a look at and encourage. Like, I am happy that he's doing that.
Sam is making me feel like I need to go to the gym.
This is not like we're both going to sponsor legislation that's going to go through. Like what is the material thing that I'm achieving there?
I mean, you're both podcasters with the greatest respect. It's like you're not, as you say, you're not lawmakers trying to do fine goal.
I mean, I'm okay.
Right. And if we were, organizing a protest, I could say like, okay, I could maybe see like, from a logistical standpoint, but we're podcasters. And we have an audience, and when you go onto a show, you're offering some imprimatur to the extent that you
Unless you're going on to debate with them, which is not what people want.
Right,
So people tell me as well, they said, if Tucker Carlson ever invited your show, I'm sure he wouldn't, I'm sure he's not a fan of mine, and I'm not a fan of his, you should go on his show. That's
question is, have you gotten your tickets?
True, we would agree in the Gaza section. There'd be multiple other things I would have to challenge him on.
Yeah, and...
is why he'll probably never invite me on the show.
It's a different media environment. Like back in the day when MSNBC
that's an oldie but a goodie.
He was right wing. I'm talking like 04. I'm old. Tucker had a show on that program. And he would have Buchanan fill in for him.
Do a little stretch.
And Buchanan would invite me on when he wanted to criticize Israel. And I was like,
Do a
Did you go on?
And I went on.
So isn't that a contradiction?
Well, I think it was a different media environment, and I don't think I had. It's a different medium. First of all, radio to TV, and
you Pat Buchanan's Jewish cover.
I think I was his beard, and I had some real misgivings over it. But at that time, there was no one in the mass media who was criticizing his.
Yeah. Go bring back my little bit of masculinity.
Yeah, now it's a very different ballgame.
Now it's a very different
to
environment.
Me, what frustrates the hell out of me when I speak to kind of normie crowds, and people say, "Oh, Tucker and Candace and my MTG." Everywhere I go, especially Muslim guys, I've said this before on the record. Like, there's no live Q&A I do where somebody in the audience doesn't say, "Hey, what do you think about Tucker, MTG, Candace?" I'm like, "Oh, here's that question." What frustrates me is, and this is why the left is so bad at messaging and so bad at banging its own drum, is like they have come around to our way of looking at the world, not the other way around. We were here first. We were against the genocide from day one.
Yeah.
We were the ones calling out Israel before October the 7th. You guys are Johnny come lately. It's like Marjorie Taylor Greene was saying, "I stand with Israel" in the weeks after October 7th. She was putting in resolutions condemning Rashida Tlaib as a Hamas terrorist, right?
Well, she also could have stayed in Congress and actually had a material
done these
impact
votes
on
that she
these
criticizes
things.
AOC for not taking. So I'm glad, like you, I'm glad they're saying what they're saying. I wouldn't press the stop button either. I love it when MTG is calling out Trump. I love it when Tucker Carlson is calling out Mike Huckabee and Ted Cruz. But make no mistake, you have come around to our way of thinking and not the other way around.
I'm not going to whitewash. First off, I would also argue that the impetus listen, I remember when Tucker Carlson called Iraqis a bunch of monkeys.
Yes. And he said immigrants make America dirty.
Yes. I think if you watch a lot of Tucker Carlson, you see this stuff much more than gets presented.
Even now.
Yes.
Even now. When he's interviewing Huckabee or someone, he's smuggling in great replacement stuff, and there's a lot of brown people in the UK and all of that stuff.
100%. And the impetus for his anti-Israel perspective is not about Palestinian liberation. I would also argue that there's whiffs, if not things more explicit, about Jews involved in that as well.
Apparently I'm getting like a lot of rain. Like in about 5 minutes. Oh,
Owens.
Certainly Candace Owens.
Damn it, dude! Can I escape?
I remember being at the RNC. I think
Illinois
is
just
in 2004. No, it was the DNC in 2004. Air America. Nobody knew what it was. We're on Radio Row. I'm talking to a guy, and he sort of vaguely knew that we were liberal. And he goes, "Yeah, I'm not with these neocons. I'm a Buchananite." And I'm like, "Yeah, okay." And he goes, "Yeah, there's neocons. It's really just a bunch of Jews."
Yeah.
And I'm like, dude, like, am I the first Jew you've met? Like,
you were like, "I'm a Buchananite." No,
yeah, I mean,
but no, you're right. I mean, and it's
there's
much worse
that
today.
strain
But it's
there.
much worse today. In those days, it was fringe. Buchanan was fringe. Whatever you think about the Republican Party back then, they kept him fringe.
Well, let's be clear
Today,
what
they
America
are-
First is. Buchanan was very prominent in that tradition.
But when he was prominent in that tradition, he was fringe within the Republican Party. Today, it is the Republican Party's mainstream, right? Donald Trump hosted Nick Fuentes for dinner at his house.
Another dude.
No
where
previous
it's like not a president, not barely a politician.
Republican
And
president.
just so
would ever
many people
dare
listen to
have
that
done it.
asshole.
Not George
Buchanan
W. Bush.
was a speechwriter for Nixon.
Indeed. And Nixon is probably the other person who was anti-Semitic very clearly if you listen to the tapes.
Yeah.
But in public, I don't think would have hosted a Holocaust denier at his home for dinner. So my point is, it's been mainstream today. And if you get into the young people, the Groyper stuff.
Get the fuck out of here.
You know about, you see a story recently, I think it was Axios, Politico, one of these DC political outlets did a story about how Republican Congress members can no longer hire any good staffers out of college.
Right.
Because they're all dumbasses,
Groypers, yeah.
Groypers, or Trump loyalists. They have no actual expertise in anything. And people have talked about how many Groypers are already on the Hill, how many people follow Fuentes. You're seeing all these stories about the New York Young Republicans Club. There's not a week goes by where some student or college or TPUSA or Young Republicans Club is not exposed with like a text group talking about Jewish people, black people, Muslims, and white supremacist ways. And my worry is like, we're not, the media's certainly not talking about it. You and I did Jubilee. I did 5 arguments on Jubilee, or 4. Yeah, 4 arguments. My 4th one was Donald Trump is ethnically cleansing Gaza. None of them wanted to get up and argue with me. They all hated Donald Trump's position on that. They're all anti-Israel. but they're not pro-Palestine, as you
Right,
say.
right.
They're anti-Israel.
Right.
One of them, the one who was on both of our shows, she was very clear that it's all about one particular religious group controlling the president.
Right.
And people said some stuff after that show, which I can't repeat, some horrifically anti-Semitic stuff off camera as we're leaving that warehouse. And I remember thinking to myself, Jonathan Greenblatt, if only you could be here with me today. You spend all your time in the ADL monitoring some Palestinian students' placard on campus. Meanwhile, there's an entire generation of white Christian Americans who are going to be in positions of power very soon who want to basically do old school,
Oh yeah, trust me. For if Israel gets what they want, you remember how I said that evangelical Christians call the Jewish people of Israel placeholders?
Nazi-esque anti-Semitism.
I think it was there, and I think saying that that Buchanan was marginal, I think it places him on the spectrum in the wrong place.
Okay.
I think he was, in many respects, central. That ilk was there.
I agree.
And it fueled a lot of stuff.
I agree.
But
they were never allowed to take center stage.
They were never.
At the
They didn't
RNC.
have the power as much. Although Buchanan also in '93 very famously spoke.
But then he also ran as a third-party candidate,
Yes,
etc.
but I think that was used as an electoral quiver.
Yes.
Or an arrow in the quiver. And now I think they're finding that like almost all the arrows in the quiver are that. And so it has definitely grown and metastasized, but I don't think it grew from the margins. I think it grew out from the center.
Okay.
And so
I think there's a line from Max Boot, the Washington Post columnist, neocon, now never Trumper. I think it's his line, which is the Republican Party used to be a right-wing party with a white supremacist fringe, and now it's a white supremacist party with a right-wing fringe.
Yeah, I
I
think that's probably true.
I feel that's an accurate description of where we are. What happens next, Sam? Where do we go from here in terms of you've got this insurgent left on the Democratic side, you've got this right-wing split between kind of the traditionalists, maybe it's Rubio Vance is a good reflection of that, the old neocon establishment Republican Party, and J.D. Vance trying to be MAGA. I don't think he believes anything. Where does
I don't think he believes in a single thing. He doesn't have a guiding principle.
I have a lot of hope
Money,
in like the youth.
maybe?
Well, some of the youth, as we've discussed, some of them are
he is the
great.
second most powerful man alive.
the majority,
now,
generally, yeah, the majority. And I think the party is
arguably.
I think we're going to move to the left in 2028. But again, there's all these challenges that our government has been decimated in a way that I don't think we've ever experienced. And, what Mamdani is showing in New York is you need to provide material benefits to people in one form or another. And those material benefits can range from, faster buses to free childcare, or to just like a general spirit, a civic spirit.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a real challenge for whoever's president next to be able to deliver good government.
Not just good government, what Mamdani has done so well. And let's see what Abdullah Sayed does, is communicate the success. Joe Biden's big failure was his inability, put Gaza to one side, of course, if you can put a genocide to one side. On the domestic policy front, he actually did do some good things. I think you and I can agree, right?
But many of them reversed themselves. They sunsetted.
Although, again, we can get into that. Joe Manchin, Kyrsten Sinema, et cetera, et cetera. He didn't reverse all of them per se.
He did not reverse them.
But even the things he didn't reverse, even the things he pulled off.
No, the child tax credit was a big one.
Whether it's
we
inflation
eliminated half of child poverty
That's
in a
insane.
year.
Thank you, Joe Manchin.
And then he just gave up on it.
There was, but also, how much was this mentioned in the media?
Yes.
But
he didn't go to war with Manchin over it. He didn't do an FDR.
No.
And he didn't talk about his achievements. And so just providing material achievements is not enough in the social media climate we're in, where people are able to spin it away. You also have to be a communicator. Zohran Mamdani is in front of us all the time, telling us what he's done, doing it in a fun way to communicate his wins.
100%.
He's opening a community swimming pool. He doesn't put out a press release. He goes, jumps in the pool in his suit. So everyone's like, oh, why is he jumping in his suit? Oh, it's a pool. It's a community pool. So I think, look, that is really important. And that leads me to my last question to you, which is, who do you think that 28 candidate should be who can pull off these different things we need to pull off?
I don't know who it should be. I really don't have a sense because I think someone's going to emerge, and it really.
Do you think it's to quote Donald Rumsfeld, known unknown? You think there's going to be someone we're not thinking about that comes through?
We're such political nerds. I got that reference.
A function of who some of the people that we may know.
I hate that I know that.
How in touch they are with what the future of the Democratic Party is. So, for instance, like a guy like Ossoff, I think he's going to win big in Georgia. And I think he is positioned or could position himself to be, like you say, one of the things that Biden did very well is he was cut from a certain mold. Let's put, again, very difficult to put the genocide aside, but in terms of his domestic work in the first year, he basically had to allow Bernie to have influence on the labor side and Warren on the antitrust side. And a lot of great policies came out of that.
Yeah.
Again, they passed the American Rescue Act in February of 2020.
What you're saying is, and I think a lot of people said that, Biden was one good skill he had was he understood where the party was and where he needed to be.
He was a weather vane.
And will John Ossoff do that? Maybe.
Will John Ossoff do that? And, like...
By the way, he's not the only person who wins in November and becomes a kind of top runner and rider. If James Tallarico wins Texas by some miracle, and the polls are showing him up against Paxton, doesn't he automatically I know the Republican governor, a Republican governor though would fill his seat, which becomes a problem.
Yes, and
dare I say, Abdul El-Sayed wins in Michigan.
I just think 2 years, being a senator for 2 years is a tough proposition to. I mean, even Obama did four, and so.
Although I should remind people, the morning after Barack Obama won in 2004, the very first question at his very first press conference was, "Are you running for president?"
I was at that speech. At the DNC.
No shit.
People were talking about that, but he coasted in.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing about Obama that people could project stuff onto him.
Yes.
In any way they wanted, because his election, I don't know if you remember that senatorial election. They had two candidates. The first guy had to drop out because of a scandal with his ex-wife.
Yeah.
Then it was Alan Keyes, who was a complete lunatic. And so Obama just sort of coasted in.
Also, in 2004, there was no social media. There was no Republican machine. You had Fox, of course.
Yeah, exactly.
But you didn't have what you have today, which is immediate branding of people, disinformation.
They tried to paint him as and
it was much harder to do that then.
Well,
now, I mean, the explosion in Islamophobia we're going to see in the next 3 months against Abdul El-Sayed, it's going to be like nothing we've seen.
Huge.
Forget Zoran Mamdani, forget Barack Obama, forget Ilhan Omar. They're going to throw the Islamophobic kitchen sink at Abdul El-Sayed. They're already doing it, saying he hates America. He's doing his full name. And I think that's going to be a problem. Okay, who do you want it to be?
Who do I want it? Again, I would love to see John Ossoff come out.
But if you waved a wand, you wouldn't say AOC or Ro Khanna.
I mean, I personally feel like I would like AOC to be senator from New York.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I think it's just sort of like, I think the left in this country needs more power.
Yeah.
Because we have seen, like El Sayed is a great example. It's tough when you have the Republicans and a slice of the Democratic Party, the one that
I mean, we listened to that one schmuck that was just like, I was part of, I lived through 9/11. I could smell it in Pennsylvania.
It's a lot of the power fighting against this person.
So you're thinking strategically, have AOC in the Senate, Abdul El-Sayed in the Senate, other Troy Jackson in the Senate, have progressives in there to help a Democratic president's agenda.
Yes, to help and to push it to the left, and to realize like the center of the politics. I mean, I would be afraid of AOC losing at this point in her career, presidential.
That's a good point. She's got a long career ahead of her.
Look at what it's done for Kamala.
Okay, got to ask this before we go. A lot of people don't know that you're not just a host of the Majority Report and a wax lyricaler on American politics. You're also an actor. You've been in lots of things. I didn't know till we did the show that you were in Spin City
I was in
I used
Spin-
to watch Spin City back in the UK.
I did a couple.
Growing up, younger
I did
man.
a couple
'cause I'm
episodes
much
of
younger
Spin
than you.
City.
So when I used to watch it, who were you in that shit? Was it Michael J. Fox or Charlie Sheen time?
It was Michael J. Fox.
Okay, the
I
OG.
did a couple episodes. I was hired.
Which is a political comedy, by the way. It's
Yeah,
about a mayor
I mean,
in New York.
I was hired
ironically.
as
Dumb boyfriend.
a sign language interpreter for the mayor.
Okay.
And didn't have any sign language skills. And so, but I did a 2-episode run on that. I was on Sex in the City back in the day.
Bob's Burgers.
I am still
Oh, thank you.
a voice on Bob's Burgers.
Wait, the speaker was out there? Oh, shit.
I
Even
play-
today.
Thank you.
Yes, I play Hugo, the health inspector.
Okay.
And a couple other voices. And I just, it had been
Everybody say hi to Uni.
basically a decade since I did. Hello. I think the last acting, like
You've just done a secret
on-
acting gig.
I just did I'm a guest on a pretty
I can't say what it is.
high profile show that's in its second season.
Coming out soon.
It'll come out, I think, in April of next year.
And I can't tell you, but Sam told me the role he's playing. It's not a Sam Cedar role.
There was a lot of great actors I got to work with on this show that was really fun for me. But I they make you sign something. Don't tell me, because in this day and age.
But you're going to be surprised when you're watching this show and you see Sam Cedar pop up and you see his job description. You'll be like, I didn't see that coming.
No, I think you probably won't see that coming.
All right. So while we wait for that secret show to come out, remind everyone where they can see you more normally.
You can watch Sam Cedar on The Majority Report, co-hosted
What a weird plug.
by Emma Vigland, who I'm sure people are familiar with every day on YouTube or on Twitch.
He's so uncomfortable doing self plugs. Look at those traps.
We go live at noon, and then you can find our videos after the fact, or also as a podcast.
Check out The Majority Rule. Sometimes I'm on it too. It's a great show. It's open doors for us.
Baller. That was sick. That was sick. All right. Let's see. What else we doing? All right. And Majority Report. By the way, welcome to the show. If you're just joining us, we're still covering some politics, hanging out, having a good time, chilling. You're back. Awesome. Welcome back. Hope you all are, having a good time. How are things on this space? I saw that they were doing the movie show. It's not movie trivia. What the hell is it called? Movie night extravaganza. If you guys don't know what this space is, you should check it out. I'm on it. I do exclusive content over there. Also, we got some really kick-ass content creators that do all types of different content, so check it out. But if you also haven't subscribed to my channel, please consider doing so. It really does help me. Please. Okay, good. So, let's find something. Pepaganda. It is Pepaganda. Oh, hey. Yeah, let's watch this outtakes thing. This is fun.
纽约市 Sorry, one more time. Okay, I want to show New York City high schoolers. Let me do that one more time. 免费送吃 Okay. This is Regents junior year all over again. I have a 70 in a state Regents exam.
Okay.
También. Hasta el lunes 10 y 7. No, lunes 10 y 7. One more time. Yeah, 10 y 7. Gets progressively.
Conjugation is on. Is
Okay. 多张
magnifique.
百老汇演出门票
Wow.
No, it's
Almost there. Are we with our Q's and our X's and our Y's?
I mean, hey, you know what? Even if this is like
Okay, let's do it.
outtakes, he's crushing the pronunciation.
Theater Development Fund. Lottery.
লটারি
lottery. I'm just gonna say lottery. Broadway show.
দেখার জন্য
দেখার জন্য
You guys got that.
17 অগস্ট মধ্যে. Okay, then the rest is okay. Okay.
Whoa, what was this?
Command, 2 kilometers from insertion. Target, Candace Owens. Primary mission, protect the widow at all cost.
Oh my God! Is he dungeon? He's like Dungeon Crawler Carl, just less cool.
I am.
But he's got pickles and a cat. That's pretty fucking cool.
The colloquial sniper. Call sign Pickles. Going dark.
Well, Pickles, this is Pepper. Just want you to know I got your back. Actually, if he's a sniper, technically that would make me infantry.
Welcome back to the channel, everybody, and I am so excited for this episode today as we will be honoring the legacy of one of this nation's finest war heroes, just a man who puts the military records
Put the headphones on the moo cow
of heroes like Tim Kennedy to shame. Yes, you already know who we're talking about. Command Sergeant Major Master Chief.
What the fuck? Oh my God.
Admiral.
I hate AI so much, but god damn it. God damn it. Oh, he fucking nailed
Pickles
it.
Wilson from the famed same unit as Andrew Bustamante, yes, the Army Delta Rangers Delta Force. And I am so proud to be able to do this episode with you today. I actually served with Andrew in some of the most famous and historic battles in U.S. military history. Yes, like the Battle of Olive Hill, where we single-handedly took down 500 OnlyFans models and saved a grieving widow from an evil pregnant witch. So that's what we're going to be doing in today's video. We're going to be taking a look at the incredible...
Good on Valhalla. I got to give him some credit. This is Valhalla VFT, and oh my God.
Army career of the savior of TPUSA, Andrew Pickles Wilson.
God.
So don't forget to like, comment.
Give me that for all the thumbnails, please.
Subscribe helps the channel. Let's jump into it. Let's talk about it. Yeah, we got to get straight into this. As you can see, I'm feeling the vibes. It brings me back to my time in Army Special Forces. Now, I never made it to the ranks of Army Delta Ranger Delta Force like Andrew, but I'm still beaming with pride after watching that incredible debate performance by Andrew against Candace Owens. Yes, because, of course, the entire internet is saying is Andrew definitely won. Okay, anyway, let's first thing we got to do is we got to take a look at the claims of Andrew Wilson. Yes, Andrew has claimed that he was in the Army for
by the way, I pickled the peppers.
A long time ago. I know, an incredible amount of time to serve the nation. Absolutely impressive. But he's also claimed that he never served at all. Now, those are two very bizarrely different claims. I mean, you either did or you didn't. But let's take a look at what he had to say out of his own mouth before we jump into his records.
What's that?
When were you in the Army?
I was in the Army for a very limited amount of time, years and years ago.
How long?
He did Stolen Valor. He did Stolen Valor. He did Stolen Valor.
Was that a very limited amount of time, if you don't mind me
asking? It wasn't very long, about a year.
He did Stolen Valor.
Well, it doesn't matter what happened.
Oh, but we're talking about service, man.
What about it? There had to be some sort of service which was rendered before you were allowed to vote, yeah.
Like military?
Military service, maybe.
Yeah, so did you serve, Andrew?
I did not, no.
But you also never served. Now, this is very, very important context. A lot of people are missing why this is so important here and who he's actually talking to in each one of these clips. And as we see here at the beginning, we've all seen the Whatever podcast, right? Where, of course, Andrew Wilson demonstrated his incredible ability to open that pickle jar. As you see, we have our pickle grenades right here if we need to use them to defend ourselves. It's the one thing that Andrew Wilson simply cannot handle. So if you're ever in a pickle with Andrew Pickles Wilson on the other side, make sure you have these bad boys ready. Now, this is important because what you see here is Andrew claims that he was in the Army for about a year because he, I'm pretty sure, wanted to sound cool. And this This was back in
He makey shitty uppy.
2025, as you see. Sometimes dorks and fucking losers decide to do this when they're talking to other civilians to sound cool. Now, what a lot of people didn't know is in this
He
later
really
clip,
does.
this gentleman right here, who's
Oh,
actually
this
really
is
funny,
so fucking
is a
cringe.
veteran. He actually just
my
massively shit talked.
God, the fact that this guy is like fucking like the audience that he does, and I don't know, man. People are like, he cooked you, bro.
It's MAGA nonstop. It's pretty funny. But the important context of this is when Andrew is debating somebody that he knows was in the military, and he's asked if he's ever served in the military.
Had to
Of
get that out of my
course,
system.
the
I'm
answer is
good.
much different. It's
good.
no, I've never served. Now, we also have to look at things said by his own wife.
His own. Well, listen, spousal support.
In this context is very important as well. As you see here,
Uni, I love you.
Here she says sometimes it comes in really handy to have a husband who's a master gunsmith and an Army sniper. Now, Andrew, of course, tried to claim on the Candace Owens show that he was the colloquial sniper. Yes, that he doesn't know why his wife said that. But let's explain how this works, because this is sort of the Tim Kennedy
So she
approach to
lies
stolen
too?
valor.
She's
It's called
just a-
proxy stolen
she's
valor.
a
And so what
big ol'
people do,
she's a
like
liar?
Andrew here is, and so you
Just a
understand anybody
liar.
who serves knows that their wife has no idea what's going on while you're at work. The only way she would have any clue about what you did in the military is based off what you told her. So yes, Andrew Wilson did tell his wife at one point that he was an Army sniper. Now, did he do that because he had met an older woman at a bar? And knowing that he had a lot of competition because she's got 3 baby daddies, he needed to posture himself as some type of war hero, and he told her he was that historic Army sniper. I'm not really sure, but what I can promise you is, yes, that is stolen valor.
I love you too.
By
But
proxy,
I love you, but
because,
I'm
of
not
course,
lying for you.
There's
I
no
have
way his wife would
standards.
know that without him telling
You heard it here, ladies and gentlemen.
her that. Okay. Claims. Let's talk about his claims, and this is important for his Candace Owens episode, right? He makes some big claims, and why this is important is because Andrew is a big proponent of positive evidence, right? Yes, I think he used that term about 37 times, and like he said to Candace, any claim you make, even if it's an opinion, you got to have positive evidence. So we're going to diagnose some things here, and
damn
we're going to
it.
ask Andrew to provide some
I don't
positive
wanna-
evidence
I don't
to his
wanna
claims. Here's his
like
claims.
this more
He was in
than
the
I
Army for
should, but
about a
this
year.
is
He was
very,
an Army
very funny.
sniper. He's a master gunsmith, and he trained rifles.
Oh my
Now, we're gonna
god,
go
dude!
over
I
all
love
of
seeing
those
him
things
get called
because-
out for being a fucking.
Pretty
Oh
wild
my
that
God, he
a
did
master
stolen
gunsmith
valor.
thinks a soft point round is actually a frangible round. But first things first, what we're all here for, yes, we got to talk about
Oh, this
his
is
Army
fire.
service records. Yes, and like I said, one of the most impressive storied careers I have ever seen in my life. So we're not going to waste any time. We're going to pull those up for you right now and show
Oh,
just
yeah,
how
really,
amazing
man.
it is. And, oh, there is none. Huh, so that's a little bizarre. It turns out that, yeah, came back with nothing. So, I wonder what that could mean. I mean, again, I'm assuming because Andrew said that he never served at all, that the reason why we didn't get any records back is because there is no records of Andrew. And God forbid, I hope this isn't true. I hope there's some type of issue here that we're not aware of. And maybe Andrew could help clear these things up for us, because at the moment, it appears to me that, Andrew, you never were in the Army. Now, that's a little bit awkward. Now, in fairness to Andrew, there could be some reasons for this. It could be that maybe Andrew Wilson is not his actual real legal name. Maybe he's using a fake name. Maybe he can clear that up for us. Maybe he's using a fake birthday. Now, of course, we're not going to dox anybody on this show, but that would be interesting because he's actually claimed he is 2 drastically different ages, so there is possibility in that. It could be that it's a certain situation where
It's
maybe
okay, boo.
Andrew never even
Lay
made
down.
it through basic training, and he was a failure to adapt, and that's why we don't have any
Lay down,
records
buddy.
for him. That
Good
could
boy.
be, but there is one easy way to clear all this up for us,
Oh,
Andrew,
Udo
and that is for you to provide some positive evidence to all of us and show us your
You little shit.
DD-214. Yes, for everybody who knows,
You see
DD-214
how
is a
fast
record
he
of your
jumped off?
service. It's public information. All you got to do is redact your personal information and show the world.
you,
I've shown
Bandit.
mine on the stream dozens of times in my YouTube career. So, Andrew, public challenge.
Good boy.
At the moment, it would appear you have completely fabricated having ever served, and maybe again, we're just missing something here, but you could definitely shore all this up by showing us your DD-214. Otherwise, we're going to have to just assume this is just a massive, ugly case of pure stolen valor.
That's
it's interesting
embarrassing. Oh my God.
because he was pressed on
What are
this
you
on
doing?
Candace's show. Now, when it comes to stolen valor, guys, I watch the way people
I was
say
never a
things
sniper.
very, very carefully.
What do you mean? I was
because
never a
people like Andrew
sniper.
can be very crafty
You like
in the way
sniz.
they
You like
lie by omission.
sniz.
You, I think, have said on a platform that you were a gunsmith.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and for how many years?
Many, many years.
For many years. You also
Many
said
years.
that you were an Army sniper.
I wasn't a sniper in the Army.
Okay.
And I never said that. But
Sorry, your wife tweeted that you were an Army sniper.
yeah, I don't know. Like 15 years ago, she said something.
Does it
She said
change
that
15
was-
years later?
She said that it was colloquial. So
Army sniper is a colloquial term?
yeah, I was never an Army sniper.
Okay. What did you do in the Army? Did you teach this? Then I correct.
Oh, that is totally his wife lied about him. Like, dude, I'm pretty sure that him and his wife are alcoholics. And she tweeted that shit without even thinking.
And said you taught rifles in the Army?
No, I didn't teach rifle. No, I taught rifles as a private citizen.
All right, now let me explain the craftiness to his lying by omission here. As you see, Candace asked him, you were an Army sniper? And he said, no, my wife said that. I'm the colloquial sniper, of course. And then she said, well, what did you do in the Army? Did you teach rifles in the Army? And he, no, I never taught rifles in the Army. I taught rifles as a civilian. First of all, as an actual firearms instructor myself. Challenge one, I'm going to need you to provide positive evidence of you teaching anybody rifles in the past. Because I don't believe you. You know why? Because there's not a firearms instructor in the fucking world who says, I teach rifles to people. That sounds like a guy who's never fucking shot a rifle before in his life. But guys, what I wish Candace would have done was just pressed a little bit
Have I fired more weapons than him?
harder with the knife and said,
Dude, do you know how
were
wild
you
that
in the
would be?
Army at all? Because
Man, if I get the opportunity, I'm totally debating him again because it's just gonna be like, all right, Andrew. So, stolen valor is one hell of a thing, and I don't know, but you guys have always insinuated that the left is like a bunch of weaklings and a bunch of fucking sissies because we don't, celebrate, the Second Amendment. But I'm a two-way leftist. I love me some. Some recreational, pew-pewing, but it really seems like you've never really done any of that.
do you see how he avoided saying that he never served by simply saying, I wasn't an Army sniper. I didn't teach rifles in the Army, which is obviously true
Rifling?
because if you were never in the Army, then
dude,
you weren't an Army
what?
sniper and you didn't teach rifles in the Army. So again, we're going to need you to provide some positive evidence. Now, the next one is he's a master
He cried. That's what he did in the Army.
gunsmith. Now, that's incredible. Incredible. A master gunsmith. All right, here's another thing you're going to need to provide us positive evidence for, Andrew, and that is
Slow whistle, munchie.
your FFL. Please provide us your FFL and show us that you were a master gunsmith. I really hope you were, but it's hard for
Oh my
me
God.
to believe you were based off of
Oh
your...
my God. Having veterans call you out on this shit. FFL, baby. I don't even know what an
lack
FFL
of
is.
knowledge of basic ammunition. Let's take a look at this.
I'm assuming that's like something that you get in basic.
The critical key here, and if we have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case, a flex dip.
Hey, I watched this guy.
Do you hear that? We have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case.
Yes, Andrew.
That's a nice Porsche.
Who says we have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case. Well, that's interesting because according to the prosecution,
Nap time. Good night, Rebecca.
And I've looked at the rounds myself that they showed in the evidence hearing. No, we don't have frangible ammunition. But there's a bigger problem than that, and that's because Andrew Wilson actually thinks that Remington Corlock rounds are frangible rounds.
One more time.
Case, then ammunition is going to be the critical key here. And if we have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case, a flex tip round. Well, I'm sorry, not a flex tip, a soft point round from 100.
That's not frangible. That's not a frangible round.
Remington Corlock round is most certainly not frangible rounds, and in fact, I've got the rounds right here myself.
Of course he does.
Let me show you what the back of the box says about these specific rounds. Yes, here they are, the exact rounds Andrew Wilson is talking about right here, and let's see what the description says. Deep penetration and controlled expansion up to 2 times the size of the original caliber diameter. And what's this next part? Oh, it's the opposite of a frangible round, where it says height weight retention won't break up or separate on impact for more effective stopping power. Oh, no. And then Andrew lets us know that actually a round specifically designed to not break up on impact of a fucking moose will somehow evaporate in thin air when shot out of a gun.
He's not wrong.
50 grain Remington core lock. That's just a small.
I've been saying this entire time about the Charlie Kirk stuff where I'm like, yo, for anybody that's trying to sell you on like the, 30-06 is just going to fucking, it's just completely normal what happens. Like, no. What the way that happened, if that was exactly what they said it was, it had to happen from a distance that was almost unheard of, and it had literally just that gap where it was just like, okay, it didn't expand at that exact moment.
Small jacket that goes around the actual lead piece. This thing could have split apart in air for all we know.
That's not how it works.
But
another amazing magical bullet statement we just can't get enough of.
That's not how bullets work. They don't just go pa unless they're designed to.
Yes, Pickles here claims that a Remington 150 grain core lock round, which is
Pickles, that's his new name, Pickles.
literally designed.
Oh my God, do you understand that this is hilarious? If we debate, it's going to be Pickles versus Pepper.
Trying to kill elk and moose will somehow just break apart up in the air. Could you imagine a round so fragile that air breaks it apart? Is
oh
that
my God,
what
I
you
need
would
to actually
use
hold on. I
potentially
should
to hunt
probably
big game
email
with?
Modern Day Debate
Probably
about that.
not.
Or it's just
I
like,
would
hey man,
expect
I got
a
an idea.
master gunsmith would know at least the basics of
Like,
what each
but the
type
only
of
way you
round
sell
is.
this
A full metal
is if you call
jacket,
it
soft
Pickles.
point, frangible round. This is not complicated things. Most of you, the viewers, know this just by watching our content. But somehow this guy decided to show up to a debate claiming that he is an Army sniper, master gunsmith, rifle instructor, but doesn't even know what a fucking frangible round is?
Just
wow,
God
where did
damn
they
it,
find this
dude.
guy? And also, who gave him his debate prep on ballistics, huh? I think I got a pretty good idea based off the credibility, and I think we all know who, and he's probably a very, very tiny man. Now, what I didn't know, and something even more impressive, is it's not just Andrew who's got an incredible Army, military, and civilian rifle instructor career. It's also his wife, Rachel. Did you guys know that Rachel also trains Delta Force? Yes, here she is on a post in 2021. She talks about this is not a woman.
I think I called it.
Female.
I think they're liars.
Should not be in combat roles. And then she says, I guarantee I can shoot better than her. I teach military personnel a lot. The women are awful shooters. You're a military fire.
Man, thanks for the 5, man. Appreciate that.
At Bandit and 11 $5. Can't open pickle jars and doesn't know about guns while aggressively chain smoking and performatively drinking beers.
Arms instructor.
Cute.
Are you, Rachel? Well, I'm going to need to see some positive evidence of that as well because I don't fucking believe you. I don't believe you or your husband. And it seems like the House of Cards is officially just coming crashing down for Andrew Pickles Wilson. Yes, everything you say on the internet is forever. And unfortunately, I think that we have now learned that by all looks of it, Andrew never served, lied about it, wasn't a master gunsmith, doesn't teach anybody anything firearms related. And so until we see him provide some positive evidence, let's see some documentation of you and your wife training military.
You're going to throw that, right?
Personnel.
Thoughts on Luigi?
I need to see that Army sniper school.
You mean that innocent young boy?
Certifications. I'm going to
That
need to
I
see
totally
all
have
these
a
things.
alibi for?
And now, I know it's probably going to be embarrassing if there is a chance that you actually did serve in the Army and it's some type of situation where, again, failure to adapt, you couldn't handle it, you couldn't even make it through basic training. God, that would be embarrassing for your brand, right? The
By
tough
the way,
guy,
guys, if you're new
masculine
here and
Andrew
haven't
Wilson
subscribed,
couldn't even
please
make it through
do.
basic training. Ooh.
Trying to
But
make up
very
for,
easy for you
pissing
to
off
go
some
ahead and
people today.
demonstrate and show us all your actual records. Now, the internet's having an absolute field day with this, so why don't we take a look at that and see what everybody thinks about this as well? Well, our absolute favorite, Anna Kasparian, says, how does one agree to pay $300,000 to debate a criminal case when they don't even know what the suspect is charged with? Candace says it's called One Trip to Turning Point USA headquarters. And here's another one, the colloquial sniper himself out on the range, training rifles. Looking good, Pickles. And here's one I made myself, ladies and gentlemen. Yes.
You didn't make that. AI made that for you.
As you can see here,
you said that, and then it generated it for you.
Man pays.
I hate AI. I hate it.
Pregnant woman $300.
Yep. Let's just kill artists. Why not?
$100,000 to talk to her for 3 hours, officially winning the world's biggest cuck award. Absolutely incredible, Andrew. Then Candace dropped this one herself, a picture of them filming, and as it says, no.
By the way, Televani, thank you for the thumbnail from yesterday. Appreciate that. But today was all me, and it was all Canva, and just finding the funny faces.
Pickle jars were harmed in the making of this debate. Well, you know there's never a pickle jar harmed.
I don't mind AI occasionally.
All right, here's one from Brad Lee. He says, Mark's safe from spending $300,000 to be humiliated by a woman today. And yes, the ballistics expert, master gunsmith, Army sniper himself says, the bullet could have broken apart in midair for all we know. Yes, here's the exact round. This giant big bastard, of course, very typically disintegrates in midair.
Yep.
Well done.
Yep.
Bro.
Yeah.
And yes, to be a fly on the wall of this conversation later that night, could you imagine TPUSA potentially, I don't know, allegedly, paying $300,000 to a guy just to go on Candace Owens' show and call the CEO of your company retarded? What a return on investment. And guys, I was actually able to track down some of Andrew Wilson's incredible rifle training footage. Let's watch.
What the what?
Whew. Man, that guy's good. Oh, also, here's another fun one from expert Army sniper Andrew Wilson. Remember when he said to Candace Owens that Rob O'Neill was wrong because just the vortex around the round would have caused this shirt to do something crazy? Oh, really? That's a nice little wives' tale that was going around in ballistics for a while, but let's take a look. This is a guy shooting a fucking 50 cal sniper rifle at a house of cards. Yes, flimsy, tiny cards that could get blown over by just the tiniest gust of wind. Let's see what happens.
Oh, yes. Perfect shot. Straight through. Let's go check it out. Prove that it's a real house of cards.
Andrew, though.
We got a bullet hole in the back card.
And a 50 cal round right through the center of a little tiny flimsy house of cards didn't even knock the cards over. So I don't really need to cover any more than that. I'm just focused on the things you guys know you wanted me to be.
I have more questions.
Focused on his Army service, his ballistics expertise, his master gunsmithing, and yes, it
Devin, what's up?
Would appear
how you go?
None of those
how's it
things
going?
are true at all. But again, Andrew, you can show
How
us
you
that
doing? How's
positive
it going?
evidence. I bet you won't, though. We got to see your DD-214. We got to see your Army sniper schools.
Oh, dude, Andrew Wilson's cooked. He might have ruined his career with that fucking debate. Like, I kind of thought that already, that Andrew, like, he might have gotten paid $300,000 like that. And that, I don't know, man. Like, if that's like what you're paying me to essentially end my YouTube career, maybe. I don't know. No, I couldn't. No, I'm going to be real. You couldn't pay me to fucking, like, end this shit. I love this. That's a problem. Anyway. It is fun to watch Andrew get cooked. Here, there's a few of these things with Andrew that are hilarious. But also, let's check the primary. Yep, no primary results for Alaska. Wouldn't you like to be a pepper too? Wait a minute, Hank did something? Hank's doing live streams. Hell yeah, man. Fucking boy. Alright, well, hold on. Oh, he's live. That's kind of funny. Valhalla is live. I thought that was not the case. Almost clicked on that. Hank's the man. It's crazy, dude. We grew up like literally like a town over from each other. Like, I hope you guys understand that. Like, East Dundee or like East-West Dundee is literally one town away from Elgin, Illinois, and that's where we grew up. That's just crazy to me. But, yep. Got the fuck out of here real fast. He was just like, I'm never going back to Chicago. Fuck that. Nah, I hope he does. I hope he comes back. That'd be cool. That'd be cool as fuck. The shockwave would have blown over the house of cars. Yeah, I know. Yeah, trust me. I know. Also, Johnny Too Lately, thank you for the raid. Oh, this space raid. Thank you. I appreciate that. What's up, guys? Hope you guys are doing well. Hope you are all ready for... Let's see. Is Konaki live? No, Konaki's not live. Konaki live? No Konaki? No Konaki. Yep, election coverage is done. All right, let's do something quick, easy, fun. Seriously. And also, if you haven't already subscribed to my channel, please do. Fuck, man. Seriously, it's been one of those days. I lost some subs because I had some spicy opinions, but I'm proud of them regardless. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Hello, people you cannot see. Wait, Kirk, what? What about Kirk? Oh, is that Charlie Kirk? The Kirk, huge Kirk grift? I was about to say, I'm like, wait, there's a Kirk grift. I miss Spicy Pep. Spicy Pep never left. Spicy Pep's still here. Honestly, today has been one of the most spicy days I think I've had in a while. For real. Like, I've just had it, like, in general, where anytime that, like, I see this infighting or I see this, like, virtue signaling or any of that shit, and I'm not even trying to, like, coin the word, like, because people could easily just be like, oh, look at Pep sowing division. He's using the word. For real, man. They just want us to fight each other. It fucking sucks. Let's not. You know, let's just not. It got even worse. Wasn't that just like one hell of a fucking trap? The Schofield opinions were just right. You know what? I think they were. I think that I don't know. I'm pretty happy with what I did. It's cool. All right, let's see what Josiah has to say. He's gonna say some milk toe shit. Or is he actually going to say something with substance?
Well, earlier this morning, Donald Trump made a frankly stunning announcement regarding the disastrous Iran war, which triggered...
God, I love that he got bullied out wearing his stupid meta glasses.
...the oil markets to spike as a consequence. And the announcement is that everything is fine, everything's under control, the Hormuz Strait is back and open up for business, everything is fine, and we are not talking to Iran. There are no talks or conversations. In other words, there's no negotiation. And given that to whatever extent the economy has been back and forth regarding Trump's war, it's been in the vain hope by investors that, well, there are negotiations going on behind the scenes. Trump put the kibosh to that, and that caused oil prices to skyrocket. And if he doesn't change it anytime soon, it's going to also continue to cause gas prices to rise as well. But before we unpack all of that, if you end up liking this video and you want to support the channel, please be sure to hit the like, subscribe, and notification bells before you go.
So, man, priest.
we're at the part where it's just like throwing spaghetti at the wall, right? Throw something at the wall, see if it sticks. This is
Well, I mean, Trump's good at that, except his ketchup.
the latest spaghetti hurling. He says there are no talks or conversations going on or scheduled with the Islamic Republic of Iran. The naval blockade remains in full force in effect. The Hormuz Strait is open and operating. It's not true. All water mines have been removed or detonated. That's not true. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
That's
President
not true.
Donald J. Trump. Okay, again, it's just an alternative reality, as Aaron Rupar notes. Total alternative reality. Now, the immediate effect is that oil markets surged as a consequence of this. So oil futures edged up in cautious trading as the market weighs conflicting reports about how much through is getting through the Strait of Hormuz. Quote, extraordinary workarounds are compensating for a badly impaired shipping route, said Siebert Financial's chief investment officer. Quote, alternative oil routes demonstrate impressive resilience, but resilience is not the same as excess capacity. Oil futures rise as Trump says no Iran talks are scheduled. Oil futures extend gains after Trump says there are no talks occurring or scheduled with Iran and that the Hormuz Strait is open and operating. Quote, there's no talks happening, and that's all the market heard, said Ninja Trader Group senior economist Tracy Schuchard. While workarounds have helped keep oil prices from soaring, the stress is showing up in products with Ukrainian attacks on Russian refineries, adding to the problem, she adds. Crude market volatility has eased, but, quote, I think we're in higher for longer oil, and it seems to be rotating Brent around $90 per barrel and WTI around $85 per barrel, which is $20 to $25 per barrel higher than last year, referring to like the standard benchmarks for crude oil. So that's not good. And then you get back, oil extends gains as Hormuz solution appears distant. So now that people are looking and going, oh my gosh, there's no end in sight here. And we also have a bombshell Wall Street Journal report, which we talked about the day before, about how Iran has a secret plan to exacerbate and expand the conflict in order to stick it to Trump politically, and therefore the rest of us economically. This is not good. And when oil skyrockets, so too does gas. And the midterms are approaching. And I want the Republicans.
Yeah, we get it. We get that. Yeah, the gas prices, midterms approaching. It's we're mid-August. Let's get past the debates. Let's just get to the fucking midterms. I'm at that point. I miss being normal about this shit. You guys remember being normal about politics? Like, I remember, like, just waiting for the election days, or, like, just right before the election, I would start paying attention to this stuff. And, you know, specifically election stuff. Like, that's what's crazy is now I literally listen to bullshit like that where it's just every day it's just like, we're inching towards the midterms. I fucking get it, man. I miss regular corrupt politicians. Yeah, we didn't know what we had. You know, they were corrupt, but goddamn, they weren't this corrupt. Like, this is mob level corruption, dude. This is mob level corruption on a fucking government scale. Like, this is fucking wild. It's wild what the Trump administration is just brazenly doing. And then how some people in America are just like, based. It's just like, all right, cool. All right. Today is the day where I have just given up on fucking caring, where I'm like, oh, okay, cool. You're just going to do this. Well, I hope that my vote and my voice can kind of wake some people up out of this. But realistically, that's all I got. That's all I got. That's all I can do. So that's where we're going with it. But, you know, I think that this is more beneficial than a lot of shows, I'll be honest. If I found something like this where somebody was just trying to kind of chill with me through trying to make sense of politics, like, yeah. Pat left his give a fuck in his other pants. Yeah, they're in the laundry. That is definitely what happened. I mean, dude, I lost 3 subs today. Which, to most like people, you'd be like, oh wait, this loser YouTuber, he knows how many subs he lost? Yeah, fucking I do. I only have fucking 3K subs, and I can tell you right now that anytime that I lose, even in just one, I will notice. I'll be honest, but yeah, losing 3, like I was at fucking, 3,021. Now I'm at 3,018. All because I gotta open my big ass mouth, gotta make people fucking feel, oh, there's doomer stuff. Look at Pep. Oh, Pep saying uncomfortable stuff. Oh, whatever. For real. I just don't care. Oh, I wish I did. Seriously, I really wish I did. Because I think that would be better for my career, but this is just me. So, hope you appreciate that. Quality, not quantity. Yeah, well. I'm also not trying to kiss ass to anybody. I'm not trying to fucking... Like, that's my biggest thing, is where people are just like, well, you should... Like, if anybody ever tells me that, well, maybe you should tone that down because, like, for instance, if there's, like, a this space thing and we're, like, we have a big get and they're just like, hey, you need to turn this down or tone this down. It's just like, oh, well, hate to say, if I have nothing to do with it, that's where you will catch me just being like, I'll take a step back just so I don't screw this up for you. It's all shit you said about the Eternians. Yep, that's exactly what it is. I said there's no reptilians, and all of a sudden... You'd think that would be a thing, though, where, like, they would want me to, like, be like, there's no reptilians. There's no reptilians, I swear. And now, everybody's just like, see, Pep's a reptilian. We knew it. We fucking knew it! Latina Mufune is right. Follow the Discord over on this space. No, you really are the only political streamer who calls both balls and strikes. I am a good ump. No, I really am. All jokes aside, I am. I know how to just to see it. Thank you, Mom. Like, my mom, like, my mom was the best when it came to making sure that I cultivated that specific part of my personality. Like, my mom, like, again, God rest her soul, she made sure, her little boy was just like, you weren't gonna take some bullshit. And also, if I would rather be wrong, like, and have, like, more of, like, a shield, you know what I mean? Like, and just kind of be off, putting for a second there and just be like, I'd rather be cautious and then be like, oh, my bad, than do the thing where I do the open arms and then I get burned. Like, that, I don't know, man. Like, maybe that's me getting older. I don't know, but it's how it feels. Where I used to be the opposite, where I was just like, no, you gotta have open arms. You gotta you gotta listen to everybody, man. Like, you gotta make sure that you can accommodate everybody. And that, like, to my detriment, I've done that here, where I've had, like, because I don't want to live in a bubble, I let MAGA chuds go for almost a little too long sometimes. Like, most people would ban them immediately, which I don't think is cool. You might be able to fucking change your mind or two. Shout out to Mama Pep, the Bison Whisperer. That is what dude, I swear to God. You know what? Because I got my mom's ashes. I gotta get her, like, a bison. Like, I gotta get her something bison related for her shelf. I hate that it's that right now, but that's what it is. But yeah, no, I do gotta do that. That was cool shit. Hey, I appreciate that, Mitch. I don't know, man. Like, I'm also not trying to judge other people. Like, I hope you guys understand. I don't want no drama with fucking other creators. I'm not trying to shit on other creators ever. Like, specifically within the leftist space, I'm really not. If you guys like a leftist creator and I have a disagreement or I say something, don't take that as like you need to hate them. Like, I don't know. Doesn't no take stick. You mean shtick? I mean, I'll just say, like, when I started this, I did have that, like, and this is why I brought the character. I thought about it because in broadcasting school, I learned that you're supposed to do a character. Like, you're supposed to make an on-air persona, is what they used to call it. You would have your on-air persona, and then you would have your off, just your daily life. So my on-air persona, if I was still developing it, like, in the confines of what I learned, it would have been PEP, just Pep, and then maybe Pep and Valentino in the morning. For any of my community folk out there. But yeah, like, I would have, you're listening to Pep and Valentino on 97.9 FM, The Loop. That would have been what I was gunning for. But here we are. 2026, radio's not really a thing. My radio mentor has quit. He's just living his normal life now. One of these days I'll bring him on though. Like, he's talked about it. He's a little nervous, but yeah, it'll be cool. Like, he's got to figure out Discord. Like, that's like the biggest thing that I need to figure out for him. It's just like, all right, let's get you on Discord because he wants to be vocal only, which that's a 180. That's called wisdom. Wait. Wait, so what's the 180? Sorry. There's a delay there, Grandma Flatterson. Also, shout out. Thank you for being here. Yeah, if you can elaborate a little bit. I'm interested in what you mean. What's the 180? God, I hate this delay, but it happens. Other than Jake, we so totally hate Jake. But yeah. Man, there are days that I've thought about that, like just being on radio. Just radio. For the amount of time that I do this, like, dude, I could have gotten paid. The thing is, little secret. So what would happen is they would have me play two different characters. That's why sometimes you would listen to a radio station and you're like, that DJ sounds just like the other DJ. It's like, because it was. Original AM radio jock to political streamer. I wouldn't have been AM. I was actually trained to do FM radio. I was also trained to do AM, but I was working to do FM. My goal when I went to broadcasting school was to end up on Q101 as either an intern, or like, what they would call like a worker, where I would just do the morning slots or whatever the fuck. Yeah, it didn't work out. So, but yeah, I mean, it's kind of crazy. I mean, I do still, I value my training. I'm happy that I did it. I'm happy I put the time in. Even though sometimes, like, even now, we'll feel like... Actually, I should be fair about this. So ever since I started doing YouTube, it has felt like it's the least amount of waste as far as, like, oh, I spent $10,000 to go learn how to do broadcasting to not end up in broadcasting. Now that I'm a professional broadcaster, which I don't care, fuck you. I have an audience. An audience is an audience, so professional broadcaster, bitch. I need that. So, my bad. I was thinking FM. Oh, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Yeah, no, I wanted to be an FM. Well, I wanted to be an FM talk show host that also had a serious adjacent show, just like, you know, Opie and Anthony. The coolest part is, like, I'm about to clear 6 hours, and realistically, what I would have done is I would have done 3 hours clean, 3 hours not, you know, in my perfect world, and I would have been simulcast to Sirius XM, and I would have this fat contract. That's the part that I don't have, but you know what? I'm happy. I'll tell you this much, I'm happy. I love doing this. I love broadcasting to you guys. I'm like, if I have fucking 4 of you, I'm happy. I got 19. Yeah, whatever. 23, 24 of you. I'm happy. So, the biggest thing that sucks is, like, when you, like, with this is the instant chat. As far as, like, negativity, that does suck. It doesn't affect me the same way that it does other people. Because I have awesome people in my chat that you guys generally get there before I even do. And it's not even the mods, but you guys will, like, shut them down. But realistically, yeah, some of the negativity sucks. But yeah, you just go through it. So, man, I feel like I give these lectures a lot where it's like, hey, if you guys want to do content creation, well, you can second guess that. Nah, for real though. If you guys have the passion for content creation, do it. Like, I have this thing where life's too short to not do the things that you want to do. You know, my mom, she had a lot of shit that she wanted to do. My brother, he had an entire life that he wanted to live. So I feel like I have a lot of living to do, not just for myself, but also in just how I want to honor those that I love. And, you know, this is it. Like, my mom loved how I love, like, if there's one thing that I can appreciate is how much my mom loved that I loved this. And my mom, she didn't know how chat worked. And I think I've said this a lot here, but it was adorable. My mom, because she did not know how chat worked, she would text me and she would tell me, like, hey, respond to this person. And it was just like, oh, okay. And yeah, I mean, I miss those texts, and I've read a few of them. But I'll just say that shit meant the world to me. You know, my mom passing while I, like, was doing this, while I was living essentially my dream, in her eyes especially, because she knew how much I love broadcasting. And, you know, just putting a microphone and a pair of headphones on me, which kind of figured out that with the whole, you know, gate situation. But yeah, she saw how much I love this shit. So I try to have them in tears before you had a chance to read a toxic chatter. Pay attention. I mean, I get it, and I appreciate it. Thank you for standing up for me, guys. Now, like, I take shit for having a bunch of you guys modded, but I modded you guys for a reason. And also, by the way, if you're just joining us from this space and you haven't already subbed, God God, it sounds so desperate, but I'm just like, I just want the 2 back. No, I also appreciate you guys checking out the stream tonight. Thank you. Yeah, I have a horizontal stream where everybody kind of hangs out as well. So, oh wait, vertical. Vertical is where everybody is. If you're on the horizontal stream, there we go. That's how that goes. Your hair is gayer than Democrat convention. Thank you. Wait, my hair? How's my hair what's gay? Like, you couldn't just say I'm gayer than the Democratic convention? It would have landed the same way. I mean, with a fucking astounding thud, but I don't know. That seems fucking wild to just make it about my hair. Like, damn. You don't think, like, right-wingers don't have fucking, like, long hair? Like, what do you think about Kid Rock? Like, I got better hair than Kid Rock, but you're sitting here fucking being mad at Kid Rock? I do judge. Fuck you. You came in here... Nah, dude. You came in here hot. Fuck you. You call yourself freaking nature. You call yourself freaking nature, you say some hot shit, and then you're like, I don't judge. Yeah, you do. He's gayer. Alright, well... Maybe we're okay then, if he's gayer than me. I mean, I'm like, I don't know. Like a 28% like gay. He's like a... I don't know, he's like a 97% gay. Hey, Kid Rock, Hillbilly Vanilla. Hillbilly Vanilla. Dude. Alright, that's fire. I appreciate that, but I bet he don't shower. Who, me? Oh, that's just insulting. I mean, the fact that you think I don't... Look at this wave in this hair, and you think I don't shower. Dude, I use fucking conditioner that takes me 15 minutes to just sit with. You know what that's like? As a dude just sitting in the shower, just waiting 15 minutes? And I ain't doing the gross shit that you're thinking of? I can't do it. By the way, I don't know. Can't do that in the shower. I know most of us youngins were taught, yeah, that's where you take care of biz. I don't know. I only got shower biz when I'm in the shower. You know what I mean? And immediately people are just like, wait, that took a turn. As an old Gen Xer, I appreciate you aren't toxic. It's rare. Uh-oh. Well, as I'm talking, Grandma Flatterson, right as I make some fucking... That is totally on brand for this damn show. It's like, I appreciate you being a fucking well-adjusted young man. Hey, I don't jerk off in the shower. Well, now. It was literally like verbatim. That was funny as shit. Oh, God. Well, here's me cheersing you guys. Yeah, I'm definitely not Gen X. I am millennial coded as fuck. But you know what? I'm okay with it. What you gonna do, man? I know that, like, our generation's a little cringe sometimes. We like some nostalgia. We like to live in the moment. You know, you go to a theme park like Harry Potter, or you go to the Ren Fair and you want to enjoy it. Sneeze. Uno más. Damn it. I'm supposed to go that way. Well, no, it's a shower tomorrow. first year, but all years were great. Oh, excuse me. Have you seen the video of the chick getting roasted and calling herself a mineral instead of a millennial? No, I haven't, but... Oh, God, really? Do I want to? I saw, like, the cringe girl at the Peter Pan thing today, and I was just like, oh, damn it. I don't know. Like, I get it. Like, I told a lot of my friends about this. Like, I got some friends that had a kid, and they were talking about whether their kid would be a Hufflepuff or, like, whatever the fuck, and I was just like, your kids are not going to like Harry Potter. And they're like, oh, you're just being, like, rude. Well, they're 8, and they do not like Harry Potter. They find it cringe as fuck. So, I don't know what to tell you. It's the same as hockey parents. You know how many hockey parents, like, put skates on their kid? And they try so hard to make their kid interested in hockey, but every once in a while, it does happen. Like, I'm going to just say, like, this is more of a 50-50, because putting your kids on ice skates, I mean, ice skating is a shit, and then you attach hockey to it. Hockey's a shit, so. But it is 50-50, where it's just like you put skates on a kid, they don't like it, then all of a sudden, boom, they don't like fucking, they don't like hockey, they don't like any of that shit, so. Do they have their own engraved wands too? Yes, they do. And I am sure that they could care less. At least my kids like Star Wars, thankfully. Nice. Yeah. You're decent at speed skating? Damn, you had those clicky skates? Dude, speed skating is... That's something I gotta say. Like, it's fucking impressive. No, I will not. That was a very not nice way of asking. And you also... Wait. You didn't even... That's not how you spell it. Wait. M or in? Oh my god, I'm stoned enough to actually look at this. Impregnate? No, it's impregnate. Oh. Oh, so I would have been wrong. I decided to, like, go for it. See, this is why I checked. No. No, I won't. I'm sorry. I'm a married man, and you know what? Even though, like, there's some weird stuff there, I'm just gonna say no. I will not. Well, what the F? No, dude, I was stoned as shit. I was stoned as shit. I was just like, I don't know if that's right. Maybe it is. Who knows? Whatever. God damn it. Huh? I know. Don't worry, Grandma Flarison. It's okay. I'm more so, like, concerned about the fact that it's just like, yeah. It's ridiculous. The ridiculousness. The fact that people are just like, no. I tried being a Democrat and a liberal, but my head just wouldn't fit up my own ass. Well, I tried listening to Trump, and you know what? I tried shoving my own head up my own ass just so I could try to understand him. So, we are at an impasse there, my friend. What's up, Ghost Train? Welcome back. You're back like a new penny? They don't make pennies anymore. I'm just being literal, Pep, now. It's just like, wait a minute. They don't make pennies. But, we got 5 minutes left in stream. Oh, 4 minutes. if you have not already subbed, please just fucking sub already. God damn it. And don't unsub if I say some shit that's just like, ew, I'm mildly mad. What the fuck? What the fuck? I must cross my arms and just be mildly upset. I think that most of you can see it where it's just like, ooh, he's actually upset about that. Yeah. Wait, you can't throw a Democrat or a liberal as far as you can throw one? That doesn't make sense. You can't throw a liberal or a Democrat as far as you can throw one. Oh, so you're saying like, wait, no, then it'd be like a sack of potatoes or some shit, and then you like fucking. Bears nothing? Yeah, I know. I'm thinking of like throwing a sack of potatoes, and I'm just like, oh, that's crazy. You ever read the Communist Manifesto by Karl Marx? No, I'm not a good leftist. I'm a bad leftist. I'm a very uneducated, or I'm an undereducated leftist. I'm not an uneducated, but I'm undereducated. I don't like William Shakespeare-y, like old-timey language. It's a lot to take in, but I get it. I did the Cliff's Notes. I think I get it from most people in chat. I've read Saul Alinsky's Rules for Radicals. I've read Das Kapital. So, boom. And Das Kapital was not exactly an easy read for me. All right, good for you, Sylvie. Pats on the back, pats on the head, gold star. Woohoo! Does it count if it's on audiobook? Yeah, audiobooks count. Ingalls is more approachable. I don't care about Ingalls. I don't give a shit about theory in general. I think theory's stupid. Bunch of fucking smart assholes up their own ass, not changing anything until it's fucking too late. Read Proverbs. I've read Proverbs. I've read fucking Psalms. I've read Thessalonians, Ephesians. I've read fucking Mark, and then I've read all of 2 Corinthians and the Book of Matthew. So yuppie. I don't know. What do you think about the Book of Matthew 7:21 through 23? Please read it. Get back to me. Read Elmo. Elmo reads. Your speech text is horrible. Don't worry about it. But yuppie. As I said, that was Matthew 7:21-23. I would like your take on that one. Oh, wait. I got a minute and a half. If you like theory, go be cadre in the party and bring it to the people. Yuppie. Well, if you haven't already subscribed, do it now. CCN Sword. Fortune cookies are good too. Yeah, I know. I don't actually listen. My belief system can be an enigma to you, but I may know the Bible, I may know the Quran, I even may know the fucking Torah. But you know what I also know? Enough of y'all ain't subscribed to my channel. That's a fact. So if you haven't already subscribed to my channel, you need to do so now, because I'm about to end the show. And also hit that like button. Pet the cow? Yeah, whatever. I don't even know what that one means. So I'm just gonna be like, yeah, sure. Yuppie. Like I said, sub to the channel. All right, folks, I'm out of here. I appreciate you all hanging out tonight. Come hang out tomorrow, 2 p.m. Central, 3 p.m. Eastern. Say goodbye, Stan. Wait. Say goodbye, Stan. Bye, Stan. Cool. All right. Well, I will catch you all tomorrow. Good night.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.